Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I'm going to give a call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the 35th report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 3 petitions and 17 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. There are only paper petitions for presentation today, as no electronic petitions have closed for signatures since last week's report. One of these petitions relates to child labour in the chocolate supply chain. Another relates to Falun Gong practitioners in China. And the third relates to Australia's greenhouse gas emission reduction targets and has more than 2,500 signatures. The principal petitioner, Dylan McCarthy, is a high school student from Wentworth Falls in my electorate of Macquarie. I met with Dylan before this sitting fortnight to receive the petition he's been gathering signatures for all year as part of a school project. It's been the result of many hours, days of work to disseminate the petition and gather signatures. Like so many young Blue Mountains residents, he's backing strong action on climate change, and I'm very pleased to be presenting this petition. With the rise and convenience of electronic petitioning, it's not surprising that paper petitions now make up a small minority of petitions to this House. Nevertheless, they provide a unique quality. The paper often bears physical marks of the acts of grassroots petitioning. Some pages may be well worn after passing through numerous hands or after being attached to a clipboard. There are often many ink types on a page, and of course there's a multitude of handwriting styles. Some petitions appear to have been created by or signed by children. This is completely legitimate, as there is no age limit to petition this House. The paper petition remains a tangible and important element of our petitioning system. Mr Speaker, being the last sitting week scheduled for 2024, I thank my fellow committee members for their work considering petitions and facilitating the petitions process. I also thank ministers for the responses provided to petitions during this year, and of course I thank the Secretariat who assists us so ably in our work. After this week, the committee will look forward to 2025, when we will consider further petitions and responses that will have come in over the break in sittings. I thank the House.
I thank the member for Macquarie. I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1. Doctors for the Bush Bill 2024.
The call to the honourable member for Calais.
Mr Speaker, I present the Doctors for the Bush Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to ensure access to GPs in regional areas and for related purposes.
Give the call to the honourable member for Colette.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, today I rise to introduce the Doctors for the Bush Bill 2024. The rural doctor shortage is at crisis point. It's a health disaster unfolding before our eyes, and its consequences are devastating. All over central western New South Wales and around country Australia, doctors are leaving the bush and they're not being replaced. In the electorate of Calare, the rural doctor shortage crisis is being felt in communities big and small. Gulgong had 4 doctors, but no longer has any at all. This is putting pressure on the larger towns like Mudgee. It has 2 medical practices and they are both no longer accepting any new patients. Practices in communities like Canowindra and Molong have also lost doctors and are also closing their books to new patients or adopting a locals-only policy for appointments. In Wellington, it now takes 2 months to see a GP. The impacts this crisis is having on the health of country people are as concerning as they are shocking. I spoke to one doctor in our area recently who met with a patient with advanced cancer and who had not been able to get in to see a doctor and had therefore missed out on vital treatment. The rural doctor shortage crisis has been made much worse because country areas no longer have priority for overseas trained doctors. Before July 2022, if an overseas trained doctor or international medical graduate, as they're known, wanted to practice in Australia and bill Medicare, they had to work in a country area for up to 10 years. These country areas were known and are still known as distribution priority areas. Bonded medical students also have to complete return of service obligations in a distribution priority area. For many rural areas, this policy was a lifeline, providing competent GPs where there were none and ensuring that country people had access to basic medical services. But in July 2022, Mr Speaker, all of that changed. The government upended the distribution priority area system, for the first time allowing outer metropolitan areas to be classified as distribution priority areas. All parts of Australia are classified according to what is called the modified Monash model. There are 7 categories ranging from MM1, which is a major city, to MM7, which is very remote. Previously, areas MM3 to MM7 were classified as distribution priority areas. To give people context, larger regional centres like Bathurst and Orange are classified as MM3. Lithgow and Mudgee are MM4, Molong, Gulgong and Canowindra are MM5. The government has now declared MM2 areas as distribution priority areas, thereby destroying—
Exactly the same in Queensland.
I take the member for Kennedy's important interjection. It's the same for Queensland. And what's happened is it has destroyed the priority area for overseas trained doctors that country areas once had. They have lost their priority for these doctors. This has meant that areas such as Fairfield, Hornsby, Warringah and the outer suburbs of Sydney and Melbourne now have the same priority for overseas trained doctors as country areas. When you look at the map, the whole state of New South Wales is now basically one big distribution priority area, except for the inner suburbs of Sydney. How could this possibly be? Sydney does not have a doctor shortage. The Doctors for the Bush Bill 2024 remedies this blatant unfairness by restoring the priority that country areas should have by legislating that modified Monash areas MM1 and MM2 can't be classified as distribution priority areas. It will mean that country areas once again have priority for international medical graduates. This restores the distribution priority area system to that which existed before the last federal election. I would therefore expect that every single coalition MP will be lining up to support this bill. This crisis isn't going away anytime soon. It's predicted that Australia will be short 10,600 GPs by 2031. At the same time, demand for GP services is expected to increase by 58% over the next decade. There is a fundamental unfairness and inequality in access to health services in this country. In the central west of New South Wales, we call the Great Dividing Range the Sandstone Curtain. It divides city and country physically, but in so many other ways as well. There exists a stark divide in health outcomes between people who live in the cities and those who call the bush home. It's a divide as high as the Great Dividing Range itself. In fact, the further away you live from a city, the sooner you're likely to die, and that's the cold, hard truth. Statistics from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare reveal that, devastatingly, people who live in very remote areas die about 15 years earlier than their city cousins. With close to 1/3 of the Australian population living in the regions, how can this possibly be? The answer is simple. Country people have less access to doctors such as GPs, who are often the first point of contact when someone feels sick or has a health problem. According to the Department of Health and Aged Care, in the 6 months following the changes to the distribution priority areas in 2022, the number of GPs that moved away from country practice jumped by more than 55% on previous years. These are the changes that the current government brought in. Now the government will say that more overseas trained doctors are coming to Australia than ever before, and they're right, they are coming, but they're just not coming to country areas. We know this because our medical practices are at breaking point. And this just adds more pressure to already overstretched hospitals and their emergency departments. Overseas trained doctors are choosing to practice in and around the major cities because there are many different reasons. For starters, they can earn more money. City people have higher incomes than country people. It's as simple as that. Doctors can charge more. There is more support for GPs practicing in the cities than there is in the country. Practices are larger in the cities. Workloads can be shared. Workloads can be easier and better managed. There's more peer support. Colleagues can be consulted about cases. This is why I've requested that the Health Minister visit our region and see for himself this unfolding crisis. We don't want to berate or belittle him. We want to work with him to find solutions, and the Doctors for the Bush Bill is part of the cure. My office is constantly receiving correspondence from constituents concerned about this issue. Kathleen Bruce writes about the GP and paediatrician shortage. She says, "My husband and I have always worked really hard, pay heaps of tax. Is it not too much to ask for some healthcare for our children? It's Australia, it's a human right." Jodie Lewis writes, "I love it here and don't want to move again, but my partner will consider selling and moving if my daughter can't access a doctor when required." Ian Marsh, the president of Gulgong RSL sub-branch, writes, "We are losing veterans from our community who, after settling in our wonderful community post-service, and have now found that they are not able to be supported through their post-service lives by our health system. I have grave fears for an adverse outcome as veterans are forced to battle alone due to the paucity of services." Mr Speaker, the government needs to get serious about alleviating the rural doctor shortage. Together in this House and the other place, we have the power to cure this crisis. Country people demand and deserve nothing less than equality in access to doctors and medical services. Lives are at stake and immediate action is required from this parliament. I urge all members of this House to support the Doctors for the Bush Bill 2024 and achieve better health outcomes for country people. I commend the Doctors for the Bush Bill to the House and cede the rest of my time to the member for Kennedy.
Is the motion second? I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
Speaker, I take great pleasure and it's a great honour to be able to second this resolution. I do not hope to do justice to it as much as the previous Speaker, one of the better addresses that I've heard in this parliament. Having said that, Mr Speaker, for 7 years of my life I carried around in my briefcase that I take everywhere with me the names of 6 doctors, overseas doctors, because I was determined that as the Member of Parliament for the Midwest that Julia Creek would always have a doctor, because before I went into Parliament it never had a doctor. In theory it was supposed to have, but the doctor never made it there, and they ordered another doctor to go there and he'd agree to go but he wouldn't. So I carried these names around, overseas doctors that I could ring up that would come over to Australia and take up the position if it was offered to them. Now, what overcame that problem was one of the great ladies of Australian history, Lady Dr. Pearl Logan, who gave us equal education opportunities in country areas. But she also was chairman of the body. My daughter got all the praise. She was secretary of the body, and Professor Ian Wronski was, I think, the real driver. And they got the first medical school built in 44 years in Australia. And that overcame dramatically the problem, because 18 universities then walked through the door that we were able to open. The sandstone universities didn't want any competition. They wouldn't expand. So for about 20 years, we just sat there with the same number of doctors coming out. But now there's 18 universities. But, Mr. Speaker, I listened in horror to my colleague from Orange giving those figures. Why hasn't it solved the problem? Well, you know, when they get through now, in a study that I've seen, they feel that they should take it easy.
Order.
Or get a government job.
The members'
be more highly paid than any
time
other.
has now concluded. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Online Safety Amendment, Digital Duty of Care Bill 2024.
Give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Online Safety Amendment, Digital Duty of Care Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Online Safety Act 2021 and for related purposes.
I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, research from the Foundation for Social Health shows that the emergence of social media correlates with young Australians now being the loneliest cohort in our society. Previously, it was the over 60s who topped the stats on social isolation, but now it's apparently our most connected generation that feels most disconnected. 91% of participants in the millennial and Gen Z generational cohorts reported that social media has taken away from their real-life interaction with friends, family and community in some way. Human society has long had a dual relationship with technology. New inventions, particularly those with the potential for transformational change, have carried an inherent but invisible framework of risk and reward. And since the emergence of social media, we have failed to manage that risk. Now we're faced with the challenge of retrofitting rules onto enormously powerful societal influences, the companies that run these platforms. And I would argue that we should not do that with band-aid measures, but with an approach that manages the whole environment where the harm is taking place and puts the responsibility on the platforms, not the users. Over the last decade or two, as social media and big tech have entrenched their practices and business models, governments, like the former coalition government, have designed content-based takedown regulatory models, like those previously designed for broadcast media. Makes sense. Broadcast something that doesn't meet community standards, remove it, or don't do it again. But of course, those legacy media environments didn't have the algorithm to spread content like wildfire, the way information moves on social media now. In lieu of a better idea, it's understandable that governments returned to what used to work. And when the former government enacted the Online Safety Act, it was world-leading in its ability to combat the spread of harmful content. There was, to put it bluntly, no better idea. But now there is. The Online Safety Amendment Digital Duty of Care Bill, like the European Digital Services Act and UK's Online Safety Act, is modelled off the groundbreaking work of Professor Lorna Woods and a 4-year project from Carnegie UK Trust. Core to this model, now implemented in the EU and UK, are 5 interoperating key elements, and the core aim to make the platforms make their spaces safe for us, for our kids, for our communities. First, the bill implements a singular and overarching statutory duty of care required by digital platforms for the well-being of their Australian users. A duty of care is not only just but essential. It is appropriately broad in scope to ensure that all of the systems, processes and elements of a digital service are captured, including dark patterns and addictive design features. Now, I've been talking about this for some time, and I acknowledge that the government is gradually signalling its intent to move in this direction eventually. But a duty of care isn't enough on its own. It must be given teeth. Second and third, therefore, the bill frames a complementary scheme of risk assessments and risk mitigation. Platforms will be regularly required to assess for the risk that their algorithms and other digital systems could have on mental health, the rights of the child, gender-based violence and electoral processes, for example. Platforms will also be required to prepare an accompanying mitigation plan which demonstrates to the government and the people exactly how they will reprogram or change their algorithms and systems to prevent these risks in the first instance. This, Speaker, is how we make social media safe by design. Without pressuring digital platforms to make all of their algorithms and systems progressively safer over time, governments around the world will continue to resort to handbrake measures such as age-based prohibition. Age gating will not make platforms safer. It will maintain the situation where safety is the responsibility of the user, including parents and children, and indeed it may have the unintended consequence of further socially isolating some young people. Far better, surely, than attempting to lock young people out without even knowing if or how that can work, to make the space safe. Fourth, and critically, the bill imposes mandatory transparency measures to ensure the government and public understand and can monitor how algorithmic systems are functioning. This involves mandatory data access for public interest research and regular transparency reporting on key metrics such as usage statistics and quantitative data on exposure of children to harmful content. Fifth, this regime must be backed up with enforceability. Digital platforms under this bill will be liable for civil penalties of up to 10% of annual turnover for non-compliance, and their senior management with penalties consistent with securities fraud. And the bill will require platforms to enable people to reset and switch off the algorithm if they so choose, and require the strongest privacy settings by default. Speaker, I acknowledge the work of my expert and lived experience eating disorders working group, which in many ways has been the starting point for my work in this space. There is no silver bullet for online safety, but this 5-element regulatory framework is demonstrably effective and has become the international best practice. I commend this bill to the House because Australia can once again become a world leader in online safety. In the words of Professor Lorna Woods, we need a response that is preventative, not palliative. Humans designed these systems, and so where we must, we can redesign them to serve our collective needs rather than those of Mr Zuckerberg and Mr Musk. This groundswell here has already begun. The Foundation for Alcohol Research and Education, the Foundation for Social Health, the Human Rights Law Centre, Reset Tech Australia, AWO Agency, Queensland University of Technology, the Butterfly Foundation and the Black Dog Institute have all joined me in Canberra in recent weeks backing the changes that would occur under this bill. I urge the government to allow debate and adopt this legislation, and I cede the rest of my time to the member for Kooyong.
Is the motion second? Give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. Social media has transformed how humans spend their time and how we communicate. The online world is for many young people.
I'll just get the member to second the motion.
I second the motion.
Continue.
The online world is for many young people a preferred place to access information, to build social and technical skills, to connect with our families and our friends, to learn about the world, to relax and to play. These opportunities are really important in the transition to adulthood, but social media has well-documented and significant risks for children and for young people. These risks do need to be addressed by government. In recent months, both major political parties in Australia have rushed to ban social media access for young people. Their proposals are broad in scope, but short on detail. They abdicate all responsibility to digital providers. They are not evidence-based. they risk being utterly ineffectual, and they risk potentially significant unintended consequences. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child states that national policies should be aimed at providing children with the opportunity to benefit from engaging with the digital environment and ensuring their safe access to it. Whether bans are practically possible remains debatable. There are significant concerns regarding privacy, data and consent. Bans could well create more risk for children who still use platforms because they'll remove the incentives to ensure robust child safety features for those younger users who evade age assurance measures. Bans will not improve those products which children will still be allowed to use. What is the problem here? The fact that we in this country allow billion-dollar companies to market unsafe digital products, or the fact that some of the people who use those products are teenagers? Experts have suggested that we should look at more targeted interventions rather than rushing to poorly considered, technically challenging blanket bans on social media access. Systemic regulation can drive up safety and privacy standards on all platforms for all children, and this approach has been supported by expert groups in mental health, digital literacy and child psychology. And so for that reason, I am happy to support the member for Goldstein's proposal to amend the Online Safety Act to impose an overarching standard of care for large providers. This will mandate risk assessments and risk mitigation plans, mandatory transparency reporting and stringent enforcement mechanisms. It will protect our children. Speaker, something worth doing is worth doing well in an evidence-balanced way. If the government accepts this bill today, we will start protecting young children immediately. I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, for a motion in relation to workforce shortages.
Give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker, and I move the motion relating to workforce shortages in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Well, as we stand here in this chamber today, once again we're debating an issue that the government has failed to address. We see each and every day Australia's need for more building and construction workers. We know that there are not enough workers joining the industry each year to keep up with demand, and this is putting significant pressure on the workforce at a time when Australia is experiencing a housing and construction crisis. In its September 2024 report on the future of the workforce, the building and construction industry, Master Builders Australia reported that since 2022, there has been a 14.7% decrease in the number of construction industry apprentices completing their studies, and the total number of construction apprentices has decreased by some 22.5% for the same period. We all know, Mr. Speaker, that to be able to keep up with current and future demand, the industry needs net growth of around 10% per annum over the next 5 years. That's about 130,000 people who need to join the building construction workforce. The Master Builders report goes on to say that two of the key things they see that could happen to facilitate this would be simplifying the process for which skilled migrants can apply for a visa and including migrants skilled in the building and construction industry on the core skills occupational list. Jobs and Skills Australia also noted that the replacement rate for construction-related occupations is amongst the lowest in the labour market and has declined significantly to 54% in the 2020-2021 financial year. Well, we hear the government talk a good game, Mr Deputy Speaker, but once again this Labor government is failing Australian businesses and the construction sector. When the National Housing Accord goal was announced, the Labor government pledged an additional contribution of $15,000 for each home built beyond the 1 million homes. But Australia has never delivered 1.2 million homes in any 5-year period. The closest was in 2014 under the then Abbott government, when a total of 1.1 million new dwellings were commenced. We have seen this government also preside over a business insolvency crisis across the construction industry, with some nearly 6,400 construction business insolvencies under their term of government. These shortages and these insolvencies and the continued workforce shortages in the building and construction workforce result in nearly 73,000 fewer workers and the loss of some 13,000 new home buildings, a decrease in building and construction output totalling some $7.7 billion and a $57 billion reduction in GDP. Master Builders Australia recently released an analysis showing the latest build times, which have found that 15 years ago it took an average of 9 months to build a standalone home. This has blown out to 12 months, an increase of over 40%, making it even more difficult to meet the government's ambitious housing targets. In comparison, Deputy Speaker, a coalition government would strongly focus on skills funding but ensure that students have a choice, because we have seen with the government's free TAFE bill that students don't have a choice because they support only one section of the skills and training industry. We know from the statistics that students in the private sector have a better outcome in terms of jobs and skills and training. So why is the government only picking one sector of the training industry to support, not the whole industry? In addition, our housing infrastructure program seeks to support workers on the ground by assisting in the infrastructure that housing needs: water, power, sewerage and access roads. We're not limiting the policy just to housing. It's much broader than that. And finally, Australians deserve more sound economic management that a coalition government would deliver, not the economic mismanagement that this Labor government is inflicting on Australians each and every day.
Order. Is the motion seconded? I call the honourable member for Longman.
Motion to reserve my right to speak.
I thank the honourable member for Longman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll start by saying this motion does get one thing right. There is currently a workforce shortage in Australia, not just in the building and construction industry either, but across a multitude of sectors in this country, and it needs to be addressed. But where the words in front of us this morning fall short is on how we should act to fix the issue. Because the Coalition's ideas they put forward in this motion, alongside their actions in this place to actually address the workforce shortage, they range from non-existent to nonsensical, and I'm happy to explain why. This motion connects the workforce shortage Australia currently faces with cost of living pressures that are especially hurting people in my community. It connects the skills gap, another urgent issue in Spence, with the housing crisis playing out each and every day in our communities. It does those things and then passes the buck over to our side of the chamber, where those opposite can safely escape responsibility. As if 9 long years of sheer sitting on hands neglect never occurred under the watch of a Liberal government, which we have been cleaning up ever since. As if those opposite weren't completely ignoring housing affordability in this country, not even having a housing minister for most of that time, while Aussies gradually began to struggle more and more. And as if the Coalition didn't rip $3 billion out of TAFE over the course of their reign to help create this shortage we're seeing today. I'm at least used to that by now. It wouldn't be a day in this place without this opposition creating an issue and then using it to profit off the people losing out as a result. But let's for a moment let all that slide. Let's give the opposition a fresh start that they so desperately crave. Let's say we've given them that, a blank canvas to escape their actions, and what do we get in return? We get a motion like this, not even a week after the Liberals decided to attack fee-free TAFE. After those opposite let slip that their key principles include holding people back from accessing tertiary education to learn the skills to enter the workforce. I honestly couldn't make it up. The opposition have taken the time this morning to call attention to workforce shortages, to pass the buck on their own failures, to escape their role in helping Aussies fight the cost of living, while at the same time they actively work against getting people into the workforce, whilst at the same time they try and stop Aussies from earning a living, while at the same time they try to make it harder for Aussies to access TAFE, to learn the skills they need to work and build homes, to solve the issues they're raising. Make it make sense, Speaker. The Labor government's introduced a free program that's seen 500,000 enrolments into TAFE to do what's needed to solve the issues in this motion. And the Liberals are against it because it's free, because it addresses workforce shortages in a way that's affordable for people. What a joke. It's such a shame, especially for communities across the northern suburbs of Adelaide. The North has been built on the success of a healthy intergenerational workforce, built on the people with blue denim in their veins, as our community's very own Jimmy Barnes would point out. And this journey goes all the way back to Holden's and their transformative presence in Elizabeth through the decades, all the way through to the thriving business park of Lionsgate, which we see on the same site today, and everywhere in between. At large companies like BAE Systems, who are achieving incredible things with some fantastic local apprentices, as well as more modest businesses such as Mr Dappy's Demolition in Smithfield, who continue to innovate alongside the services they provide. These examples, alongside countless others throughout the history of our community, they make up the unique story of the North. And that's a story that continues today, as livelihoods are made and communities are built off the back of a thriving workforce. This is why it's imperative this shortage is addressed. Our workforce is the lifeblood of our community, both then and now. And it's through their well-being that fights hardest against the cost of living. It's through their training and skills that Australia will meet the challenge of a housing crisis. And it's through motions like this one that squeezes pure snake oil out of people already doing it tough, that this workforce and their communities and their nation will continue to be held back.
I thank the honourable member for Spence. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the motion moved by the member for Ford. Deputy Speaker, in this country we have a housing shortage. There are many factors we need to fix to alleviate this problem and to get Australians into their own homes, to rekindle that great Australian dream of home ownership that for many has become the great Australian nightmare under this Labor government. One issue that must be addressed is the tradie shortage. But the issue is not only in the building and construction industry, it is across many sectors. When I speak to small and medium business owners, one of the major issues they cite is a lack of skilled workers that are suitable for the job vacancies they have. Deputy Speaker, much of this issue has been created over decades with pressure from government, society and parents on encouraging university education. Now, I've got no problem with university education, we need it. We need doctors, physiotherapists, teachers, nurses and the like, but not at the expense of plumbers, hairdressers, chippies, retail and hospitality workers. I cannot count the amount of parents and young people who have felt pressured or guilted into taking on a university degree, even though university wasn't something they had a great interest in. I spoke to a young man recently who had done 2 years reluctantly at university after feeling pressured by well-meaning staff at school and his parents to enter university. He spoke to me of his depression and feelings of failure as he simply could not cope with the academic demands of higher education. Frustrated, he finally left, and for the past 12 months he started a small business doing bond cleaning for real estates. And he is now earning a good income and, more importantly, is happy as a pig in mud. Deputy Speaker, Build Skills Australia, the National Jobs and Skills Council for the construction sector, informs us that Australia needs to urgently find an extra 90,000 skilled tradespeople to meet Labor's housing targets, and that our construction industry faces a 40% workforce shortfall of 40% by 2040. This point was conceded by Housing Minister Claire O'Neill at the recent Australian Financial Review Property Summit in September. Ironically, as Home Affairs Minister previous to her current portfolio, she had the authority to make evidence-based policy decisions. Instead, the exact opposite decision was made, excluding tradies from the specialist skills pathway, which is the highest priority visa. Simply put, she put tradies at the bottom of the pile. The normal practice of the headline announcement with no substance has been a part of this issue. The fee-free TAFE initiative sounds good in theory. However, the data reveals an entirely different story. First of all, nothing is free. Someone always pays. In this case, that is the taxpayer. The Australian government is simply a steward of the taxpayers' money. It is incumbent on us to ensure they are getting the best bang for their buck. Only 13% of students who enrol in fee-free TAFE actually graduate. And I note here that in contrast, completion rates in the private RTOs is over 80%. So I ask the question, where should the government be directing funds? To an organisation that returns a 13% completion rate or one that returns an 80% completion rate? In one of the most damning statistics in Victoria, just 1% of those who registered for a fee-free TAFE certificate in plumbing successfully completed their training. The facts are that 80% of Australians who get a skill each year obtain that skill from an RTO other than TAFE. So why no investment in these organisations producing better outcomes? Labor have attacked the coalition criticising our position that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. For those who have the view that there is little difference between the two major parties, can I say that this statement pretty well sums up the difference between the two parties? How dare the Australian people expect a return on their hard-earned tax dollars? Sarcastic tone intended, Deputy Speaker. The best measure, which of course is how many students who enrol actually get a job in the profession that the taxpayers paid for in their training, you can't even get data on this. I suspect that this is to hide the numbers that would leave people aghast. Of course, TAFE needs to be part of the training sector, but just as public schools are just one part of the education mix, with independent Catholic and homeschooling also contributing a vital part of the school education system, private RTOs and employers need to be part of the vet sector, and under this government, Deputy Speaker, they are being neglected. Surely COVID taught us that all eggs in one basket approach leads to disaster. Deputy Speaker, at the end of the previous coalition government, there were 429,000 apprentices and trainees in training. Since this Labor government took office, that has dropped by 85,000 and commencements have dropped to 166,200. It's time to vote the coalition at the next election and get Australia back on track.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Longman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia's construction industry is the lifeblood of our nation. Construction workers provide the homes that families grow in, the infrastructure that connects our communities, and the jobs that underpin livelihoods across the country. The strength and resilience of this industry is critical to our economic prosperity and to ensure that all Australians have access to safe and affordable housing. And this is why our government has made supporting these sectors a national priority. Because to build 1.2 million homes, we need the workers to do it, and that just doesn't happen on its own. From investing in skills and training to tackling the housing crisis with actual policies, not just empty words, we are committed to building a future that delivers for Australia's workers, families and businesses. Our policies are helping to grow the pipeline of skilled workers, creating opportunities for men and women and young Australians, and supporting businesses. A skilled workforce is the backbone of the construction industry, and this government is delivering where it matters most. And unlike those opposite, we're actually doing something about it, addressing the skills shortage. Before I go into the policies we've enacted, Deputy Speaker, it's important to paint a picture of the workforce shortage situation when we came to government. When we came to government, we inherited the worst skills shortage in half a century after a near decade of fiscal and policy neglect from the Liberals. The OECD said that Australia had the second highest labour shortage per capita among the OECD. And so we had to address that near decade of neglect with actual policy. And we believe that the best way to skill local construction workers is through TAFE. Since its implementation, our free TAFE policy has seen over 500,000 people go to TAFE to reskill. It's opened the door to thousands of Australians to gain the qualifications they need to build futures for our nation. Last year alone, over 24,000 people enrolled in construction, and we've announced plans to roll out an additional 20,000 free TAFE and vet places, specifically targeting the construction and housing sectors. We're also funding 5,000 new pre-apprenticeship places, helping aspiring tradies take their first steps into the industry, ensuring they're ready to tackle the challenges of tomorrow. Because to build homes, we need the workers to do it. It's not just about the numbers, it's about creating an industry that also welcomes talent from all walks of life. That includes empowering women to take their place in the construction industry, a field where they have been historically underrepresented. We've got a $61 million program, Deputy Speaker, to help women's careers in construction, to address the systemic and cultural barriers that have made it harder for women to enter this industry. And the results so far are encouraging. Of the 24,000 Aussies who have taken up construction in TAFE last year, over 3,000 were women. This is progress, but we know there's more to do. Empowering women is not just about equality, it's about securing the future of construction itself. If we're to meet the needs and if we're to get more workers into the construction industry, we must harness the potential of every skilled and talented individual. So we inherited this skills shortage crisis. We've put in policies to address it. And what do you think the Liberals' response is, Deputy Speaker? Like most things, they've said no. They refuse to back the government's additional free TAFE policies. They refuse to support expanded access to new energy apprenticeships. And incredibly, the Shadow Minister for the Deputy Leader has said TAFE was wasteful spending. Addressing the skills shortage is not wasteful spending, because to address it, you need more than a weak motion in this House, which we're debating now. You actually need policies. To help the construction industry, you need more than empty words or policies which simply wire transfer funds directly to developers. We haven't had a single workforce policy from those opposite other than no. There wasn't a single skills policy in the opposition leader's budget reply speech, and it's been nearly 3 years and we haven't heard boo from them about what their plans are. The contrast between the Liberals and Labor couldn't be more stark on skilling up our young men and women to get into construction. We want more tradies. We want them to build our homes in our cities and our regions, and we'll address the workforce challenges we inherited with good policy, with free TAFE, and with the urgency the country needs to fix the mess the Liberals left us. On this side, we'll continue to put up those policies. On that side, they'll continue to say no.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Bennelong, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, sometimes you feel like you're in a different universe in this place. It's almost like that global pandemic called COVID didn't exist and didn't shut down the world and contribute significantly and be the primary factor for the skills shortage that we face. It's almost like it was all the coalition, if you listen to the member for Bennelong. But those opposite are very good at selectively quoting statistics and selectively talking about things. I mean, we saw it last week in this House, in the ministerial statement on the economy. The Treasurer stood at that dispatch box and told all Australians and everyone in the House how lucky they are, how great the economy is going, and that we've never had it better. In fact, to use his own words, and I quote, "This is the soft landing we have been planning for and preparing for." So the Treasurer is very happy to claim success, but I want to commend the member for Ford, because this motion is important, because it gives another example of the reality that Australians are facing compared to the spin of those opposite, and particularly the Treasurer, who keeps patting himself on the back for the wonderful job that he's doing supposedly in the Australian economy. The problem with that is every person that I speak to in my community, whether they're business owners, whether they're employees, families, community groups, they're struggling. I mean, to show the disconnect, 2 weeks ago I was talking to food bank community organisations, two groups, completely separate organisations, both talked about the working poor that they are looking after at the moment. One of those organisations is up 400%. Yet we have to listen to the Treasurer tell us that this is what he was planning for and this is success. The Australian economy as we feel it today is success. Talk about disconnect. And another disconnect is when we look at insolvencies, Deputy Speaker, because the highest number of business insolvencies in a financial year, 11,053 in financial year 23-24 under this government. The worst quarter for business insolvencies on record, 3,331 in the September quarter of 2024. These are the challenges that we face. More businesses are having to become insolvent because of the challenges they face. And when we look at the October numbers, the most recent October numbers, and we get to construction, 353 construction businesses have become insolvent. In my home state of Victoria, that's 106 businesses. Hospitality, 224 hospitality businesses. In Victoria, 162 businesses. Organisations like hospitality and construction really are the canary in the coal mine, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to the economic challenges that we face. And when we look at construction and we look at the skills shortages and the insolvency crisis that the member for Ford raised, one of the reasons that construction has such a significant impact is that it impacts all the way along that supply chain. When a construction business goes under, it is heartbreaking for those people that have paid a deposit to the builder wanting to get their house built. But what it also does when a construction business, particularly a builder, declares bankruptcy or goes insolvent, there is a whole network, a whole ecosystem of subcontractors, electricians, plumbers, labourers, hardware stores that provide the raw materials. They are relying on that business to pay them once they get paid through the building contract. And when they go insolvent, there is a line of people, a line of communities that are impacted. In my electorate of Casey, we are lucky enough to have the highest number of trades as a percentage of workforce all through the country. So I've seen firsthand the impact. And what has happened, which is continuing to drive costs up, Deputy Speaker, and make it hard for businesses to operate, is instead of working with 1, 2 or maybe 3 key business partners, and an electrician or a plumber is now having to try and diversify across more businesses, more project managers, to try and diversify their risk in case the major builder goes bankrupt. And that's adding stress and pressure to those families, to my community. But we have a government that doesn't provide any solutions to those challenges. They just continue to pat themselves on the back, tell the Australian people about the great job they're doing, but no one in Casey, no one in our community is feeling better today than they did 2.5 years ago when they've been let down by the Albanese Labor government.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Casey. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The previous speaker talked about the pressures that Australian families are under. And just for those listening at home or out on the road, wherever you might be, consider this. His political organisation, the Federal Opposition, has not supported one cost of living measure that we've brought in, and their answer is to rail against fee-free TAFE. So that's the proposition that the Federal Opposition under Peter Dutton is putting to you, the Leader of the Opposition is putting to you, is that making people pay more for the education to get the skills that our economy needs and that our young Australians and retraining Australians need. They're going to make you pay for that because somehow that's going to help with the cost of living. It's quite an extraordinary position to have. But in any case, meanwhile, the government, the Albanese Labor government, is building the workforce required to build Australia's future, committed to measures, as we are, that ensure we have the workforce that we need all around the country, but obviously, most importantly to me, in the Northern Territory and in Darwin and Palmerston. Just as TAFE is a proudly Australian story, it is also a key to that better future and to a whole world of opportunities, opening doors, giving Australians one of the greatest opportunities they have, not just to fulfil their potential, but to expand their potential, and in doing so expand what we're able to produce and achieve in this great nation. It's a homegrown solution to the skills gap that is hampering business, that those opposites purport to want to support. But it's also a homegrown solution to the skills gap that is hurting our economy. Now, it is true that the Albanese Labor government has delivered 2 budget surpluses when those opposite weren't able to do that in almost a decade. However, we understand that the economy is still under a range of pressures, and what we need in our nation, and what we are doing, is getting that balance right by getting TAFE right, because it means we'll be better placed to get the future right. And that's why our government is taking our commitment to free TAFE a crucial step further by making it permanent. One of the reasons, of course, being is because those opposite would seek, as they've finally admitted, that they don't like fee-free TAFE. They want people to pay for it, putting another barrier in front of young Australians, retraining Australians that want to enter our workforce, reskill, retrain and start their life, their working life, or start their working in a different industry. So that's the danger with those opposite. Our government, the Albanese government, is committed to working with the states and territories to strengthen the vet sector to ensure it can deliver the quality education that Australians deserve. The education we need to build the Northern Territory's future and our nation's future. Now, those opposite neglected the sector for years, as I said, almost a decade, and that has compounded the effects of the COVID pandemic, seeing those skill shortages and, concerningly, in nationally critical industries. But we are addressing these shortages to ensure that we have the workforce needed. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is delivering fee-free TAFE to address our workforce shortages. It's TAFE, and fee-free TAFE in particular, has from those in socio-economically disadvantaged areas. It's changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Australians, those in particular providing cost of living relief, as well as that pathway to a well-paid, secure job. And that's good for families, that's good for the whole nation. And we're also focusing on training for places in areas of high demand, providing access to priority cohorts, including those vulnerable constituents that I mentioned, but supporting students by removing those financial barriers to study. Delivering skills needed to address our workforce shortages is top of mind for our government. Delivering the workforce that business needs to build Australia for a more secure and a more prosperous future. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Solomon. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was here. I rise to speak on a motion brought in relation to workforce shortages that are currently that Australia is currently experiencing under this Albanese Labor government. And I'm not sure if the member for Solomon, who I was in the chamber for most of his speech, I'm not sure that he and I are speaking on the same motion, because the member for Solomon spoke only about the alleged assistance that the Albanese Labor government is giving to TAFE. But the vet sector is a lot broader than just TAFE. I'm not sure if the member for Solomon is aware of this. But certainly on our side, Deputy Speaker, we are very aware of this. And when we talk about the chronic workforce shortages, I want to speak particularly about the workforce shortages that are there throughout Australia, but particularly in my electorate of Hughes, and they are in 4 main areas, Deputy Speaker. And the free TAFE legislation that this government, those on that side, spruik constantly, is doing nothing to help them. And I also note that the member for Solomon made a lot of comments about skill shortages having been around for a decade. The last time I looked, Deputy Speaker, on that side, they are in government, and they've been in government for 2.5 years and have done nothing to address the chronic workforce shortages. Deputy Speaker, let's start with manufacturing. Following the redistribution, my electorate now includes the southwest Sydney, which includes a lot of manufacturing, particularly around the Ingleburn and Moorebank areas. And I've been out to those factories. And what they are saying to me in those factories is that they cannot get fitters, they cannot get turners, they can't get machinists, they cannot get people to actually run their machines. And there is nobody on that side that I have heard talking about how they are going to address the chronic skills shortages in the manufacturing industry because, Deputy Speaker, of course, the manufacturing industry actually produces goods that can be used here and produces goods that we can sell overseas. But there has been nothing for those people, nothing for the manufacturing industry from this government. And then if we turn to construction, this week on the news, Deputy Speaker, we've heard a record number yet again of construction companies have gone bust in the last month under this Albanese Labor government, a record for my home state of New South Wales, the most populous state and in the country, and the state that most needs construction companies, because guess what they do? They build houses, Deputy Speaker. And the other thing that I haven't heard from anyone on that side is the references to the reports that have come out from the Master Builders Association, which is the subject of this motion, Deputy Speaker. And in that motion, the Master Builders Association talk about chronic skill shortages throughout the construction industry. So we are talking not only electricians, builders and also plumbers, we are talking about roofers. It took me 6 months to get a roofer, Deputy Speaker. We're talking about tilers. We're talking about bricklayers. These are where the chronic workforce shortages are. I know this. I speak to the construction companies in my electorate, and I have about 20% of my electorate are employed in the trades. I've said to them, in the last 2.5 years, what has the Labor government done to improve the skill shortages in the construction industry? They are silent because this government, Deputy Speaker, has not done anything to address the chronic skill shortages in the trades in construction. Then let's turn to hospitality, Deputy Speaker. I've got many, many beautiful cafes and restaurants in my electorate of Hughes. Whenever I go into them to buy a coffee or to have dinner, they all say the same thing. They can't get kitchen hands, they can't get chefs, they can't get baristas, they can't get people to wait on tables. And I say, was it this bad 2.5 years ago? Guess what they say, Deputy Speaker? No, it has got substantially worse under this Albanese Labor government, the government that does not care about those who work in hospitality and does not care about those who own small businesses in hospitality. So, Deputy Speaker, when I stand here and hear those on that side talking about fee-free TAFE, that is only one little part of the equation. But fee-free TAFE legislation they may have brought in, what they haven't done is address the chronic workforce shortages in all of the trades that have continued and been exacerbated under this government. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Hughes. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women.
And I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. It is with a heavy heart that I rise to speak to this motion moved in my name. 66 Australian women have been killed so far this year in acts of violence, mostly at the hands of men. This time last year, that number was 53. Each year, I rise in Parliament to read the names of those women who've been killed over the past year, and I long for the day when there is no list and there is no need for this speech. But sadly, today is not that day. Let us honour and remember Alison Robinson, who was just 39 when she was killed. Nirole Dublay, aged 65. Bonnie Lee Anderson, 39. Kira Marshall, 29. Alana Martin, aged 30. Antoinette Tozer, aged 76. Vilene White, aged 70, an unnamed woman, 42. Another unnamed woman in her 60s. Samira Karmoladine, 80 years of age. Arjamit Kaursada, aged 41. Min Chao, 41. An unnamed woman, 26. Samantha Murphy, age 51. Another unnamed woman, age 60. Joanne Perry, 53. Chetwa Sweta Madagani, age 35. Malwa Kazanga, age 22. An unnamed woman, 66. Hannah Maguire, age 23, and Tara Morrison, 38. Ashley Good, age 38. Dawn Singleton, 25. Jade Young, 55. Pikrika Darika, age 55. Yishuan Sheng, 27. Molly Ticehurst, age 28. Emma Bates, 49. Erica Hay, age 30. Joan Drain, 78. Jennifer Petalshay, 59. And Gretel Petalshay, aged 18. An unnamed woman, 36. Wanda Dorothy Orley, age 78. An unnamed woman, 77. Yvette Verney, age 61. Natalie Fram, 34. Annette Kiss, age 53. Carolyn McCarthy, 51. Sarah Miles, age 40. Annette Brennan, age 67. Nunia Kuraliba, age 21. Kira Lee Jensen, 28. Lolene Whitehan, age 85. Keisha Thompson, 23. An unnamed woman, 36. Frances Crawford, age 49. Xiao Ting Wang, 21. An unnamed woman, 43. Susie Rackman, 61. Jasmine Sloan, age 35. Lola Morgan, 39. Deborah Hunter, 67. Natalie Golshik, age 46. An unnamed woman, 22. Christine Mills, age 58. Another unnamed woman, 37. Isla Bell, age 19. An unnamed woman, 42. Cheryl Davison, in her 50s. Nikita Azulpardi, age 35. Mavis Stanley, 47. An unnamed woman, age 70. Shirley So, 50. Vicky Van Atkin, 51. And another unnamed woman, aged 61. This is not just a list of names. This is 66 women, each loved and cherished, who were living ordinary lives just like ours, lives that were tragically and unjustly stolen through acts of violence. We know their names because of the tireless and heartbreaking work of Destroy the Joint, who maintain the Counting Dead Women Australia Register. I want each Member of Parliament to join me in redoubling our efforts to act with urgency to stop this violence against women and children. Together we can break this cycle.
I thank the honourable member for Newcastle. Is there a seconder? I thank the member, and I call the question now is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to, first of all, I support this motion. I want to thank the member from Newcastle for bringing this motion, and I also want to thank the member for Newcastle particularly for reading out the names of those 66 women who have died, 66 Australian women who have died as at today at the hands of violent men. And I think what was most poignant about the list that was read out, Deputy Speaker, was the age range. I think I heard the youngest was a teenager and the eldest, I think, was a lady, 85. And in the middle of all of that were, I think, at least 7 or 8 names unknown. And we can only guess at their stories, Deputy Speaker. This is something that I think all of us in this place are absolutely committed to addressing, the elimination of violence against women. And I think it is so important that we keep talking about it, because I think that we all often feel completely overwhelmed about how we tackle this problem. As a mother of boys, 18-year-old boys, I've always been very conscious of this issue and very conscious to instill in them whatever I can to ensure that they do not end up as perpetrators, because perpetrators across all lines in Australia, different ages, different socio-economic backgrounds. It can happen in leafy suburbs, it can happen in far remote communities. It does not seem to be in any way something that we can simply say, here is a box and here is the man that fits into that box. And I think that that is at the heart of a lot of this problem. And Deputy Speaker, I recently met with one of my constituents, Aaron Myers, and Aaron has asked me to speak up about this issue. I just want to start by reading his initial email to me. He wrote, "Dear Jenny, some time ago I received your letter saying if you could raise one issue in federal parliament, what would it be?" He said, "I answered domestic violence. The reason I answered that was as follows. In 2016, my older brother Keith murdered his wife. He shot her in the head and she died before the paramedics arrived. Molly was a beautiful person. She wasn't just a sister-in-law, she was a sister to me. In that terrible moment, I lost Molly and I also lost my brother, because my brother is now rightfully serving time in prison. Jenny, over and over I hear stories of domestic violence in the news. You know, I never thought that I would be writing this stuff. Every night on the news we hear about domestic violence, but like so many others, I never thought it would happen in my family. But it did happen in my family. In one moment, a woman is dead, a woman who is loved and cherished, a mother, a wife, a friend, a sister. I lost my brother too. Keith is in prison, but my heart breaks for him as well. Before Keith actually did this deed, he said he would kill Molly. The police knew this, they did nothing. Why do men do this? As a man, I'm at a loss to explain this behaviour. Keith's mental health was always in question, but nothing was ever determined or acted upon. Molly and Keith were childhood sweethearts. They have 2 children, Bianca and Rachel. They're my nieces. I struggle to support them. Their lives have also been destroyed. They have lost both parents. Jenny, I believe we can stop domestic violence. Men don't want to behave like this. Surely we can stop women being killed. It isn't just women being killed though, it's about families. I'm a man who is touched by this scourge and my heart breaks every minute of every day. I lost my brother and I lost my sister. We need to be talking about this issue as more to do about men's mental health. I believe that if Keith had had better treatment, then he would have got the treatment he needed and Molly would be alive today. What do you think, Jenny? Are you able to stand up in Parliament and tell this story? And I said to him, yes, Aaron, I promise you I will. And so I have today. And I know that the member for Cowper has also spoken about addressing domestic violence as also looking at how we can reframe this as a mental health issue and try to stop further perpetration of this violence. Thank you.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Hughes. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking my friend, the member for Newcastle, for bringing this important motion to the House and for the time that she gave to remembering the 66 women by name where possible who have lost their life over the last 12 months. Of course, this is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and it's heartbreaking that the statistics are even worse this year than they were last year when we spoke about this issue. I want to thank the formidable frontline workers, researchers in my community, survivors who advocate all the time for improved responses and prevention of violence against women in our communities. I recently was able to take the Minister for Women to one of the universities in my electorate to sit and talk to researchers about how we can shift the dial on this terrible issue. And the work is going to be challenging. There is no doubt about that. But I think that there is a really good sense of bipartisanship in this chamber today in terms of the commitment that we're all making to women's safety. Family and domestic violence is indiscriminate. It affects people from every age, from every cultural background, with different jobs and levels of education, and it destroys lives. Every life lost is one too many. And to be faced with that awful statistic of 66 lives already this year is, I think, a really stark reminder of how much work we all have to do. Our government is prioritising the elimination of violence against women and children. It's been a priority for us since the day we formed government. You know, in each of our first three budgets, we've invested significant and indeed record funding for women's safety. And our most recent investments announced following the second dedicated National Cabinet meeting on gender-based violence brought the figure to $4 billion. Obviously, it hasn't eliminated violence against women and children, and I think we need to be mindful of that. But it has been able to deliver immediate and practical investment to support women and children experiencing violence now, and to support the critically important work of preventing violence, intervening before it escalates, and the recovery of victim survivors. I think it is really significant that one of the first things our government did upon being elected was introduce 10 days of paid domestic and family violence leave. And I will never forget being in the chamber and sitting and seeing all of the victim survivors and advocates who had fought so long and so hard for this, sitting in the gallery and listening to the stories of women for whom this leave will save their lives. And it isn't every day we get to, I think, recognise that what we do has an immediate effect on saving someone's life, but that was a really profound moment of being able to recognise that. But of course, we have so much more to do. I think it's important that we are ambitious and that we seek to totally eliminate domestic and gendered violence in our communities within a generation. This is going to be incredibly hard work. But if we don't set these ambitions for ourselves as governments, then we're not going to work towards trying to achieve them. We know we've got a lot of work to do that crosses a range of different portfolio areas, and I'm really pleased that every single minister takes very seriously the work in their portfolio when it comes to the contribution they can make to eliminating violence against women, whether it is through education, whether it is through frontline specialist and legal services, whether it is through the provision of healthcare and the provision of housing. So this issue is one that is, as it should be, a priority for our government. We have a lot of work to do collectively in this country to improve this situation. I, for one, stand absolutely committed to ensuring we eliminate violence against women and children within a generation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Chisholm. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for the motion. And sadly, I've made a number of speeches on this very topic, as many other members of Parliament have. And a quick internet search just tells the tragic story of how many women are getting murdered in Australia. And this was just before, everyone would have heard it, Visa Bell, 19 years of age. And again, this just appears straight away. It's nearly sadly become acceptable on the media that every day we read these issues, and obviously it never should be. Police charged a 53-year-old man days after families and friends were trying to find this beautiful young lady. Bell was last last seen leaving her home about 6 p.m. on October 4th, but her family had earlier said the last contact they were aware of via social media on October 7th. A missing persons related to properties. I won't go into further details about the ongoing police investigation, but on Wednesday, Belle's mother, and you can just imagine the poor mother, Justine Spokes, also paid tribute to her beautiful, beloved daughter. Cherished forever and suffering no more, Spokes told The Age. I'm so sorry I could not protect you, that your experience of the world was cruel and unsafe. Despite your challenge, you lived bravely, stood up for what was right, remained the kindest human, gentlest soul, with the deepest love and respect to your mama. Belle's family championed her search effort, setting up social media pages, blanketing Melbourne's inner north with posters, and repeatedly pleaded with the public to help find her 19-year-old daughter. About a fortnight ago, after Belle went missing, her mother told reporters that she thought the disappearance was strange, and just awful for the mother to be and the family and friends trying to find this beautiful young girl, and sadly it's not alone. And as I said from the outset before, according to the Destroy the Joints Counter Dead Women tally, 46 women were killed between January and August this year. In Victoria alone, women including Rebecca Young, 42, Samantha Murphy, 51, Shanatha Maganani, 35, Hannah Maguire, 23, have been killed allegedly by men. And just last week, Bayswater woman Vicky Apolopoulos, his neighbour, allegedly stabbed her to death in front of her 2 children. Today, on White Women Day, marks on November 25th each year, also known as International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. It marks the start of the 16th day of activism against gender-based violence. It runs from the 25th of November to December 10th. The data is horrific when you look at domestic violence, and as a former police officer, you just know how bad it is for family members. Intervention orders. I must say, I did write to the Chief Commissioner of Police Victoria the need, when it comes to multicultural women in particular, to ensure they are made aware that when there's an intervention order, it's actually not them taking up the order, needing a lawyer to go up against the defendant. It's actually Victorian Police and the government supporting them. And migrant women in particular, my portfolio is Shadow Minister for Multicultural Affairs. Language barriers make it very difficult for women in a number of multicultural communities, and also there's cultural issues we need to deal with. And I must say, I'm very strong when I go to multicultural events, especially some communities where I make sure it's very clear that people have to understand that in Australia, women and men and children, everyone's regarded as equal, and any woman who wants to get a job is allowed to get a job. If she wants to get a driver's licence, she's allowed to get a driver's licence. If she wants to visit friends and families and use social, she's absolutely entitled to that. And no man, or even sometimes in the cases of victims I've spoken to, even their own families have said, oh no, just need to put up with this. Well, we don't need to put up with this. And can I just encourage all those women in any situation of where they're suffering from violence or harm, to please go to police and please go to places like Orange Door and get that support. I do notice the government's put in $3.9 billion in response to rapid review into preventative approaches, and I thank them for that. Obviously more work needs to be done. I don't want to make this into any sort of political attack, but working together, we all need to ensure that we do everything we can to protect women and children, and sadly there'll be more speeches like this. And can I just make the final point? Education is the key for change. The younger we get to young men, the better lives we'll have for women in the future. Thank you.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Latrobe. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate all the contributions that have been made on this issue, and it is great to see that this is something that all members of Parliament feel strongly about, regardless of what political party they are in this place representing, because I think we are all on board with the idea that violence against women and children need to be stamped out. I have been to visit a refuge in my electorate, and whenever people ask me why the woman doesn't just leave,
I want them to visit a refuge and for them to experience how traumatic and difficult it is to be in a place like that. And that is when you have extraordinary staff who are trying their best to support women and children fleeing domestic violence. But it is a really difficult place to live. You are often an entire family squeezed into one room, having to share facilities with 20 or 30 other families. You don't have your paperwork in order to get your Centrelink payments set up. You often don't have clothes or other items that you need. It is a really difficult situation, and I take my hat off to the extraordinary people that work in that sector. They are doing extraordinary work to help support these women and children. And I often wonder why it is always the woman that has to leave the home. It is always the woman that has to flee, and we need to change that too. Because she's fleeing with children, she's having to uproot their lives, she's having to figure out what school they are going to go to, how to get help and support for that family, and all that burden falls on her, and we need to change that. But I have held a domestic violence roundtable in my local community, and I appreciate all the women and men who work in this space who came along to share their views. And it was a fantastic discussion about what we could be doing locally to help support these families. And one of the initiatives that is sprung out of some of these discussions is a hub that has been designed to give women the wraparound support that they need, whether it be talking to police, legal aid, Centrelink, or a local community organisation, or a translator. And that is a hub where they could go and all that support is available to them. Because the police will tell you themselves that sometimes when women are fleeing these situations, they don't want to go to the police. They just want safety for their kids. They just want to be out of that situation. And so turning up to a police station is not necessarily the right course of action for them. So now these women can come to this hub, and if they want to talk to the police, they can. If they want to get legal assistance, they can. Or if they want to just be able to get that Centrelink payment or be able to get some of that practical help and support to get away from that situation, that's all available to them there. And I have been talking to principals in my local area who see the first-hand impact that domestic violence is having on students. And principals have said to me that they have seen examples where the mother has worked up the courage to leave the situation. However, she wants the child to be able to stay at the same school, but she can't find a rental property in that area to enable the child to have that continuity of care and support within the school environment. So she ends up going back to the perpetrator. And this is a situation that we have set up where women who get up the courage to leave, we then force them into refuges, we force them into situations when they can't get housing through the private rental system. And this is a government that recognises that this is where the problem lies. We need to be providing housing support, and that's why I'm really proud of the work we are doing to provide $10 billion in funding to increase the number of social and affordable housing that we will build, and a portion of that will be set aside for women and children fleeing domestic violence. And that is going to be critical. So yes, we need to help New South Wales police, yes, we need to help frontline workers, but we also need to get housing sorted for these women who are fleeing some desperate situations.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution on the question before the House now. Is that the motion be agreed to? And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Newcastle for putting this motion on. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge all those victims, those 66 victims who have been murdered this year. My thoughts and prayers go out to the families of those victims. And I'd also acknowledge victim survivors for the work that you do and speaking out against domestic violence within Australia. Deputy Speaker, all governments, regardless of what side they sit on, regardless of what level, have tried to address this pandemic in Australia of domestic violence. And it should be above politics. It should be bipartisan, how we work together. And I think that we do that. And I think we do recognise that it has to be a bipartisan approach. But we have failed. We've failed to address the core issue. And Deputy Speaker, I will be blunt. We have failed because we haven't looked at prevention and intervention the way we should have. We've looked at response and recovery. And I commend Labor on their commitment of $4 billion towards the prevention of family violence. But the fact is, and it was the same with the coalition when we were in government, a fraction of those billions of dollars goes towards prevention and intervention. 17% of the $4 billion currently is going to measures to stop domestic violence. Let's call it for what it is. Men, not all men, but men are the problem. So in addressing the solution, we have to address men. We have to address solutions that address the causal problem or the causal issue. Now, whether that's men with drug or alcohol issues that lead to domestic violence, or whether that's men who are coming from a place of trauma from domestic violence in their own childhood, then we have to address that. And as the Shadow Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence, I've travelled Australia. I've had almost 100 meetings with victims, survivors, with agencies, with police, with support networks. And we're now coming to that conversation that they agree. If we don't support men, then how can we have healthy men? I'm not suggesting that a man who commits an offence against a woman shouldn't be subject to the sentencing principles under the Crime Sentencing Procedure Act of general deterrence and specific deterrence. They should go to jail, Deputy Speaker. But what is there after they go to jail? Are there support networks to address the alcohol problem, to address the drug problem? That's why we need men's behavioural programs all around Australia. We need to have the funding for those programs. We need to have a nationally recognised program that is funded. There are waiting lists of hundreds and hundreds of men trying to get on these programs to improve themselves, to change their history and to change their future. So we have to be there to implement those programs. And we need a national workforce funded to do that. Somebody coming out of a TAFE course or a university course who says, I'm not going to be an aged care worker, I'm not going to be a childcare worker, I want to move into a workforce, a recognised workforce that supports men to change their behaviour, to change our future. And then there's the education piece. The earlier we can get a national curriculum into the school at kindergarten level, and that needs to travel with that child from kindergarten all the way through to year 12. And not just for boys. It should be across the board about healthy relationships. What does a healthy person look like? Because a healthy child becomes a healthy adult and we have a healthy society. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question before the House now is that this motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we mark the start of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, we must reflect on what more we can do to end this scourge of violence that has brutally taken the lives of so many women and destroyed the lives of their loved ones. It affects people across every part of our society. No matter the town you live in, your age, family or cultural background, domestic violence could affect you or a loved one. Around 1 in 4 women have experienced domestic violence from a partner or a family member since the age of 15. This number is far too high, and that's why our government has a commitment to end family and domestic violence in one generation, and that's why we're taking strong and immediate action towards this aim. The safety of women and children experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence is a national priority for the Albanese Labor government, and it has been since the day that we formed government. In our first 3 budgets, we invested record funding for women's safety. Our most recent announcement after a second dedicated National Cabinet meeting on gendered violence brought the figure to $4 billion. All state and territory governments have committed to working to end violence within a generation through the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. The National Plan was developed with victim survivors, advocates and the family, domestic and sexual violence sector. Listening to people who have been doing this work for years is the best way to ensure our government is making the correct decisions and putting funding where it will have the biggest impact. Through this, we have delivered much needed funding for frontline specialist support services and legal services. As part of the funding package, the Australian Government will invest $3.9 billion in support for frontline legal assistance services to be delivered through a new National Access to Justice partnership with the states and territories. Every part of the legal assistance sector will benefit from this funding. Importantly, this includes increased funding for both women's legal services and family violence prevention legal services. We have also invested $85 million to deliver innovative approaches to better identify and respond to high-risk perpetrators to prevent homicide and keep women safe. By sharing information across systems and state borders, police and frontline services can intervene earlier and get women to safety. We have also invested in supporting women's economic security so that women don't need to choose between safety and poverty. We have made the leaving violence payment permanent, providing $5,000 to people leaving intimate partner violence, 10 days of paid domestic and family violence leave for all employees, including casuals, and expanding the single parenting payment. This year, as a co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Ending Violence Against Women, with the member for Bass and Senator Waters, I've had the pleasure to meet with many groups that are responsible for prevention activities across the country and organising events to engage all members of Parliament in these important discussions. From saturation models to working directly with perpetrators to stop reoffending, these groups are doing critical frontline work to protect Australian women and children. Our government's investment into prevention is through respectful relationships education and consent campaigns. We are also supporting the work of Our Watch, the National Primary Prevention Organisation, and expressing exposure to online harms for children and young people. We know that ending family and domestic violence is everyone's responsibility, not just the government's, but that government has a really important role to play. We all need to work together to make sure that we can end domestic violence in our country. And Deputy Speaker, with the time I have remaining, I just want to acknowledge the incredible work of local organisations in my electorate of Canberra and in the ACT more broadly. And I find it really hard to find words that do justice to the incredible work that those organisations do to support women and their families in the darkest times of their lives and most difficult times. And I don't want to forget anyone, but I want to acknowledge the Domestic Violence Crisis Service, the Rape Crisis Centre, the Women's Legal Centre, the YWCA, and there are many, many more. And it was wonderful recently to announce a program where GPs would be, who are often the first port of call, to be trained, and the amazing Dr. Anita Hutchison, who's long been an advocate, has an important role in that, and that's going to really support GPs to support women in this space too.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and there being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk for our next line of business.
Private members' business, notice number 5 relating to manufacturing.
And I give the call to the most honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to manufacturing in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. It has been a challenging year for many Australians, families, students, the elderly and small business owners, especially those living in Fowler and Western Sydney. Whether it is combating the rise in cost of living or striving to keep their small business afloat, Australians are feeling the pressure and in need of effective policy measures that will support them during this difficult time. I have knocked door to door within my Fowler electorate and held numerous forums to understand the pressing issues and needs of my constituents. Recently, I held a manufacturing forum and engaged with small and medium-sized businesses and enterprises, SMEs, within the manufacturing sector to discuss pain points and opportunities. These are some of the comments that the attendees have shared. I may have to consider scaling down my business as I cannot afford to operate it. How does the $325 electricity rebate enough support my electricity bill is $10,000? My equipment costs more than the instant write-off offered. Can the government expand this? I'm having trouble attracting talent within our industry. We are short-staffed. This was a recurring theme within the manufacturing forum. SMEs grappling with rising operating costs, shortages of skilled labour and limited access to critical resources. Steve Facer, CEO of Chess Industries, shared how the cost of doing business is now significantly higher, impacting their ability to grow within the manufacturing industry. He said, "It would be good to have the government provide some form of support in lowering interest rates, insurance and operative costs. This is what is affecting small manufacturing businesses' growth." Another local food manufacturer owner, Henry, spoke about the cost of equipment being substantially higher and there was pressure to keep up with technology to remain competitive. This is costly exercise that not all small businesses can afford. Gus Medina, Managing Director of Medina Engineering, which specialises in manufacturing purpose-built machinery, stated that there needs to be more funding for upskilling employees, such as digitally enhancing the ability to operate machinery utilising computers. I have also recently shared B. Campbell's difficulty with labour gaps within their business and struggle to attract talent within the meat industry, leading them to consider a scale down in business. Deputy Speaker, this is just a handful manufacturers' voices amongst the many that has reached out to me to seek representation and support. I have spoken many times in this House about the importance of manufacturing in my electorate of Fowler, which makes up about 12% of the workforce. Hundreds of manufacturing businesses in southwest and western Sydney produce essential goods across a variety of sectors, from food production and building materials to medical supplies and recycling initiatives. The only reliefs offered in the May budget was a $325 electricity rebate for individuals and I think $300 for small business, and a tax deduction on the cost of eligible assets costing less than $20,000 and a couple of $100, as I said, on energy bills. As we all know, the cost of equipment have gone up tremendously. The supply chain, everything has gone up tremendously. And I think we need to really focus on what further support we can provide for many small businesses. The feedback that I have received from the manufacturing forum attendees was that this was not good enough for the government, this was not good enough from the government. There's also the fear of uncertainty of whether this lifeline would be extended the year after. It is clear that we need to do better to support the SMEs, particularly those within manufacturing, so they can thrive and continue to grow the Australian economy. This motion is to call for the government to not turn a blind eye on the struggling SME manufacturers and take further action by 1. Creating further funding opportunities for SMEs to scale and to upskill their workforce as technology continues to advance. 2. Promoting a career to young Australians and migrant workers by continuing and expanding government investment in training initiatives, apprenticeships, English language training and foundational skills development. 3, increasing the instant write-off to $50,000 and to indefinitely extend this initiative to give SMEs breathing room to operate without the pressures of heightened costs. And 4, lowering the cost of doing business by addressing the escalating costs of insurance, freight, energy and compliance, which disproportionately impacts small and medium manufacturers. Deputy Speaker, I've taken the time and effort to consult with my electorate and call for action is not unreasonable. SMEs in manufacturing need the government support and they need it now. Otherwise, they will continue to be left behind. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for Fowler for that contribution. Is the motion seconded? I second the motion, Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Clare. You reserve your right. I'll call the member for Hunter and then we'll come back to you. The honourable member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's no government that prioritises manufacturing more than this Labor government. It's true that manufacturing today is not what it was in its glory days, and that is deeply concerning to not only me but also the Australian Labor Party. A strong manufacturing sector is vital for a strong economy and a stronger Australia. Manufacturing creates jobs for Australians and ensures the high-quality standards that come with products made right here at home. Unfortunately, times have changed and our manufacturing industry is now a shadow of its former self. We no longer produce the mighty Holden Commodores, the Ford Falcons, or ship steel from the Port of Newcastle. It's a shame we stand here in a building that is made from more than 90% Australian-made products, from the steel used to make the flagpole made in Newcastle to some of the furniture, but this government is determined to change that. Through our $22.7 billion Future Made in Australia package, we are taking decisive action to revive this sector and secure its future. Our plan includes the transformative National Reconstruction Fund, which will create secure, well-paid, support regional development and strengthen Australia's sovereign capability. Closer to home in my electorate, we're investing $1 billion into the Solar Sunshot program, which includes our SunDrive solar panel manufacturing facility and the opportunity to produce the most efficient solar panels in the world right here in the Hunter on the site of the old Liddell Power Station. This will produce more than 500 jobs in Stage 1 and up to 5,000 jobs in Stage 2. This isn't just about making things we need, it's about positioning Australia as a leader in the global push towards renewable energy. But Speaker, let's not forget the challenges. The member for Fowler has raised concerns about labour shortages and resources accessing in manufacturing, but she conveniently overlooked the government's proactive solutions, including fee-free TAFE. More than 500,000 Australians have already taken advantage of this program to gain skills in critical areas like manufacturing. And let me be clear, these opportunities would vanish under those opposite. We have recently seen exactly what they think of fee-free TAFE. Last week, when they voted against fee-free TAFE, and the opposition leader has already said it's wasteful spending and he will cut it. The Deputy Leader of the opposition recently claimed that people don't value fee-free TAFE because, as she puts it, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. That might be true if you've never struggled to make ends meet, but for the hard-working Australians, this could not be further from the truth or reality. The opposition's record speaks for itself. They drove our car manufacturing industry offshore, ignored skills shortages and left our manufacturing sector in disarray. Labor is delivering real solutions. Our $400 million industry growth program is already supporting emerging manufacturers across the country. This program feeds directly into the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, the largest investment in Australian industry in living memory. It provides matched grants, advisory services and expert guidance to small and medium businesses, with more than 1,100 innovative companies already signing up. Speaker, we're not just investing in manufacturing, we're building a resilient small business sector. Small business employees, over 5 million Australians, contributes more than $500 billion to our economy each year. That's why this government has rolled out more than $640 million in targeted support, including energy rebates, and extended the $20,000 instant asset write-off. Under this government, insolvencies have remained at record lows at just 0.25% compared to the 0.32% average underneath the last government. We've also improved cash flow for small businesses with reforms that name and shame big businesses that fail to pay on time while celebrating those that do the right thing. Speaker, our Future Made in Australia plan is about maximising the economic and industrial benefits of the global transformation to net zero. We're creating secure jobs, attracting private investment, ensuring our economy is powered by renewable energy, not nuclear reactors that will only drive up prices. This government understands that Australians' future lies in a strong, diversified economy. We're creating the conditions for manufacturing to thrive, for small business to grow and for Aussies to succeed. The question is, will we seize these opportunities or let those opposite take them back and take us backwards? The choice is clear. This Labor government is the only party committed to reviving Australian manufacturing and securing stronger and more prosperous future for all.
Member for Hunter for his contribution on the question now before the House is that the motion before us be agreed to, and with that I call the seconder of the motion, the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I commend the member for Fowler for bringing this very important motion to this House, and I also commend the contribution of the member for Hunter, who mentioned the manufacturers and builders who made the very house that we're standing in today. It reminds me that Eugowra, that very extraordinary town in the electorate of Calare, contributed the granite to this place. Eugowra, of course, was devastated by the storms and floods of November 2022, but the fact that the member for Hunter harks back to the building of this place makes us appreciate the role that manufacturing has in the electorate of Calare through the Eugowra granite, but also manufacturing around Australia, including the member for Fowler's electorate, which she's very concerned about. The issue here, Deputy Speaker, is that manufacturers and manufacturing represents production. And to my way of thinking, the wealth of this country must always be based on what we make and what we grow and what we sell. And that means manufacturing. And if we want manufacturing to continue in this country, we need to make it easier for them to do business, make it easier for our manufacturers to thrive and employ people and keep production going so that along with our other sectors like agriculture, we can continue to have an unbeatable quality of life and prosperity in this nation which we enjoy, but which we need to hand down to future generations. And as the member for Fowler rightly points out, this is a very difficult business environment that our manufacturers find themselves in. Indeed, all of our business operators find themselves in at the moment. The cost of doing business is actually very high. We've got labour shortages, a lot of red tape, which is very difficult for many of our small to medium-sized businesses to deal with. We've got the high cost of materials and inputs and the high cost of power. And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that many of our manufacturers are at breaking point. In the Central West, we have many manufacturing operations that would be struggling with these high costs. We also have a lot of food manufacturing and processing taking place in the Central West. We've got, for example, Simplot, which makes the iconic Chico roll for Australia and indeed the world. Ferrero, which makes Tic Tacs and Nutella. We've got flour milling and canola oil manufacturing in Manildra. We've got pet food manufacturing at Blaney through Nestle Purina and Bathurst through Mars. We've got Devereux in Bathurst, which makes sausage casings. And there are many, many more food and other manufacturing operations which are struggling with the high cost of power. And we need to be actually taking concrete measures to make life easier for them so that they can continue to drive economic growth and prosperity. And the member for Fowler has come to this place and has put forward the proposal that the instant asset write-off should be increased to $50,000 and extended indefinitely. I think that is a very worthy and worthwhile proposal, and I think many of our small and medium-sized manufacturing operations and indeed businesses everywhere would benefit from that. What that means is that businesses can make a purchase, an investment of, for example, machinery or equipment, and they can get the tax benefit in the year that they make the purchase, rather than having it written down over several years. And we have seen in the past how important the instant asset write-off is for driving growth and investment. And so I think it's very commendable that the member for Fowler is thinking about new and innovative ways that we can be helping small to medium-sized businesses. Her motion also talks about lowering the cost of doing business by addressing the escalating costs of, for example, insurance, freight, energy and compliance, which disproportionately impacts small and medium-sized manufacturers. And she's right about that. And we also need to be promoting manufacturing as a career to young Australians by expanding government investment in training initiatives and apprenticeships, including for new Australians, which I think is really important. So the member for Fowler has put a lot of thought into this motion, but her words resonate across Australia and to manufacturers everywhere. We as a nation need to be doing more to help our struggling manufacturing sector, and I commend this motion to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Clare for his contribution on the question before the House now. Is that the motion be agreed to? And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Hasler.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I too agree with the member for Fowler. Small and medium-sized enterprises are fundamental to the Australian economy. They do contribute significantly to job creation and economic resilience. So does the preparation of a skilled workforce with appropriate training available to everyone. Small and medium-sized enterprises need skilled workers just as large ones do too. And skilled workers can and do create small and medium-sized enterprises of their own. All they need is opportunity, and that's precisely what the Albanese Labor government is giving them. 9 out of 10 of the new jobs of the next decade will require post-secondary qualifications. Almost half of them will come through VET pathways. When we came into office in 2022, Australia was experiencing the biggest skills shortages in more than half a century. After years of coalition neglect, and worse than neglect, we have already created more than 500,000 free TAFE positions on their way to filling the shortages across the areas of need and creating a manufacturing sector fit for 21st century purpose. Now we're committing to at least 100,000 free TAFE places every year. Many of those workers will be going into and later creating new manufacturing enterprises and new manufacturing jobs across Australia. Labor has provided them and all of us with a $400 million industry growth program, a program we created to support emerging manufacturers everywhere, including in the electorate of Fowler. The program directly links with the National Reconstruction Fund, with $15 billion, that's the largest investment in Australian history, in living memory. Liberals and their friends, they don't like to talk about that, and perhaps it's because they are embarrassed. This is a direct encouragement of homegrown Australian business, providing finance to support projects that drive high-value industry transformation. The Industry Growth Program invests in small businesses across the National Reconstruction Fund's 7 priority areas: resources, transport, medical, science, defence capability, renewables and low emissions technologies, agriculture, forestries and fisheries and enabling capabilities. It's a declaration of faith in our country and the capacities of our people. We encourage small and medium enterprises everywhere in Australia to apply for this funding that will help them to commercialise and grow their ideas. The program also provides an advisory service to give them access to the experts who can work beside them to help them plan that growth. And the expert advisors are available in every state and territory because innovative SMEs aren't shy. More than 1,100 have already signed up. Match grant funding from $50,000 to $5 million is also available for SMEs looking to grow. All this is part of our determination to create a future made in Australia, by Australians, for Australians. And that's why we created the free TAFE positions that are already changing the lives of more than 500,000 Australians and will do so for years to come. And that's a thought that never seems to have occurred to the Liberals. Even today they scorn it. A great policy they won't match. The Albanese government believes in all of Australia. It's why we're building a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy. And it's already happening in the less than 3 years. If only the Liberals had played a part in this during their 9 years, we would be much further along the way. Thought bubbles like their absurd nuclear pipe dreams just won't do the trick. Everywhere except in the coalition party rooms, people understand that there's a global movement towards net zero. This is a global transformation which stands to provide enormous economic and industrial benefit to Australia. Our Future Made in Australia plan is a plan, not a pipe dream. It's already at work creating secure, secured and well-paid jobs. But the Liberals have never been particularly interested in secure, well-paid jobs, though I know many independents are, like the member for Fowler. The Liberals never saw a pay rise application they liked, and they have repeatedly acted to weaken the power of Australian workers for improved conditions. We know that our future growth prospects lie in the intersection of Australia's industrial, resources, skills and energy base. They all have to be strengthened and brought together. I absolutely agree with the member for Fowler on the importance of small and medium-sized business enterprise, and I speak from direct personal experience. There's a world of opportunity out there, and the Albanese Labor government is working for all Australians to ensure that we open up all of them.
Time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be an order of the day for the next sitting. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act about aged care and for related purposes and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. Give the call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the amendments be considered at a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Minister.
Speaker, I move that business intervening before order of the day number 11, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, online safety amendment, social media minimum age bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, this bill is all about supporting parents and protecting children. And I want to pay tribute to the Minister for Communications for the work that she has done in bringing forward this landmark legislation. It is about making sure that children have a childhood and parents have peace of mind. And it's about this Parliament working together to lock this change in. Because we're doing more than setting a new minimum age of 16 for social media, we are setting a new community standard, making it clear that social media companies have a social responsibility and sending a message to all those mums and dads who are worried about the impact that social media is having on their children's well-being, their mental health, their confidence and their sense of self. That message is simple. We are on your side. We've got your back. Mr Speaker, I want young Australians to grow up happy, active and safe, playing outside with their friends, off their phones and onto the footy and cricket field, the tennis and netball courts, the swimming pool, at the beach, any sport that grabs their interest, or indeed just engaging with each other on a face-to-face basis. Learning how to win and how to lose, learning how to work as a team, learning about resilience and being part of their community, discovering music and art, being confident in the classroom, at home, confident in themselves and around their peers, gaining and growing from these real experiences with real people, face to face. And we know, Mr Speaker, from experience, that when schools have banned phones in the classroom, it has had an uplifting experience, both in students learning in an improved way, but also kids engaging with each other at play lunch, at lunchtime, after school. It has made a difference. Every parent and every level of government understands the benefits of all of these things to individuals, families and society as a whole. And that's why we invest in grassroots sport and community facilities. That's why we invest in infrastructure and the programs that support them, because we know that social interaction provides a social benefit. In contrast, we know that social media is causing social harm. The figures are very clear. I was watching Insiders yesterday and they had the graph of hospitalisations of young people from mental health issues since 2010. And in particular for young women, that graph is scary, but for young men as well. There is a clear causal link between the rise of social media and the harm for the mental health of young Australians. And indeed, not just young Australians, this is an issue that governments around the world are grappling with. Yeah. And can I say, when I was talking with leaders of European and North American and other countries in our own region as well, including Prime Minister Luxon of New Zealand last week, they are all looking at what we are doing and they are applauding what we are doing in showing leadership in this area. We know that social media can be a weapon for bullies, a platform for peer pressure, a driver of anxiety, a vehicle for scammers, and worst of all, a tool for online predators. And because it is young Australians who are most engaged with this technology, it is young Australians who are most at risk. And that's why we want to set the minimum age for social media at 16. Because as we develop and mature, we're better at spotting the fakes and the dangers. We build up the mental resilience to ignore the worst of the nastiness. We learn the difference between online followers and true and real friends. We learn not to measure ourselves and our lives against impossible standards or a fake image of perfection. Those of us in public life know not to look at the comments section. But it's even harder for young people to deal with some of what people will say online that they would never say face to face. As we get older, we do learn not to measure ourselves and our lives against impossible standards or a fake image of perfection. But if children don't have that chance to learn, if they don't have the grounding of real experiences and real friendships to support them, if they fall into the vortex of thinking what happens online is all that matters, then we know the consequences can be devastating. I do want to recognise that some of the strongest advocates for action in this area are parents grieving the loss of a child. Mothers and fathers determined to spare other parents the pain and the sadness they have had to endure. I've had the solemn privilege of meeting with some of them. I know other members of this place have as well. Their loss is unimaginable. Their courage and selflessness is extraordinary. To take that personal grieving and channel it into making a difference for others is remarkably courageous. And we owe it to those families, indeed we owe it to every family, to do everything we can to help. Mr. Speaker, I want to make 5 points about the specific detail of this legislation and why it is worthy of the unanimous support of this Parliament. Firstly, this bill puts the onus on social media companies, not young people, not their parents. We know that every law that applies to teenagers will be tested by teenagers. We're not seeking to penalise young people pushing their luck. The penalties in this legislation apply to social media companies that don't make sufficient effort and allow for systemic breaches. Fines of nearly $50 million. Serious penalties because we are taking this seriously. Secondly, there are common sense exemptions. We want to make sure that young people can continue to access health and education related services, Headspace, YouTube, Google Classroom, as well as messaging services and online games. Thirdly, there will be very strong and strict privacy requirements to protect people's personal information, including an obligation to destroy information provided once age has been verified, and will fund the Information Commissioner to oversee this work. Fourthly, this bill is realistic about how fast technology moves and how quickly new platforms can appear on the landscape. And that's why there's a balance of decision-making power between the Minister, the E-Safety Commissioner and the Parliament, recognising that we all have a part to play in making sure this legislation keeps up with evolving challenges. The fifth and final point is about effectiveness. I've seen people point out that nowhere else in the world has this been done yet, and that's true. But I also know that every serious government in the world is grappling with this issue and looking to take action. And when it comes to the well-being of our young people, I don't want Australia to wait around on the rest of the world. I want Australia to be one of the leading nations in the world. Equally, I've seen people say the law won't fix everything and it won't work in every situation. That's correct. You can't have perfect law in an area like this relating to technology that will work 100% perfectly 100% of the time. But we can't make perfection a barrier to action. In many ways, one of the great values of this law is the message that it sends, the backup it provides to parents across Australia who feel out of their depth and worried about where all this will end. The parents of a young boy or girl coming home and saying, my friend I sit next to in classroom has access to all this, why don't I? Exactly. This is a tool for parents to work with their sons or daughters. Now, this will provide an important tool for parents who worry about their children, as we all have, from the very day that they're born, and it never stops. What's different about this issue compared to the conversations we have with our children about drinking or other activities is that parents don't have their own childhood to look back to as a frame of reference. It is different, and until now, not only have they not had that, they haven't had the law to support them either. So of course parents already have the option of banning phones or particular social media platforms for their children. But that does mean going up against the power of peer pressure. It means making their child the odd one out. This bill is about taking the pressure off parents and teachers. It lets them point to the authority of government and the law and say, this is the way it is. This is the same standard for everyone. We have a drinking age of 18. Because as a society we recognise that alcohol carries risks that are more severe for young people. Now, underage drinking does occur, but it's much less common than it would be if there was no legal limit. And it's a lot easier for parents and teachers and older siblings to engage with young Australians on the topic of drinking responsibly when there is that community standard to back them up. Now, there's been considerable engagement with the opposition on this legislation. I'm grateful for the bipartisan way we've been able to work together. Many of us on both sides come to this issue drawing on our experience as parents, and that's important. But we're also parliamentarians, so we have the privilege and indeed the responsibility of being able to do more than sympathise with those who have seen the very worst harm social media can cause. We can do more than worry about what all this will mean for young Australians today and future generations. We can do something about it. We can change the law. We can help drive a change in attitude, culture and behaviour across our country. We can drive a change in the schoolyards and around kitchen tables. And that's the opportunity before us. When the Communications Minister and I did a press conference in the Prime Minister's courtyard there a couple of weeks ago, one of the questions from the media was about, will these changes restrict, how will young people engage if they can't do it online and set up a Facebook group to campaign and everything else? And I spoke about my own experience as a very young man when my first political campaign, when the Sydney City Council, whose housing my mum was born in and died in the same house 65 years later, when Conservatives got control and wanted to flog it off because they didn't believe in social housing, something that's still there apparently. And we ran a campaign. We didn't do it online. We went and talked to people. We knocked on doors, we collected petitions, and we engaged and mobilised the community. That's what you can do. That's what people can do in the whole sphere of public space. Engage with each other, learn to communicate, learn to engage in a positive and constructive way, convince people about your point of view, or indeed just chat about what you did on the weekend. I remember watching a Simpsons episode Modern Family episode, where they're all sitting around the kitchen table and they're texting each other instead of talking. Like, this is an issue for our society. As public office holders, we need to speak about the public space and the impact that these things have. But when it comes to young people, we've got a particular responsibility. And that's the opportunity before us. Let's seize it. Let's give children back their childhood. Let's give parents new peace of mind. Let's work together. Let's pass this legislation through the House of Representatives and the Senate this week, and it will be something we can be very proud of.
Yeah.
Give a call to the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and Indigenous Business Australia and for related purposes.
Call the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today, I'm really proud to introduce the Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024. This bill is another major step in implementing the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia agenda to help deliver our country's next generation of prosperity. The net zero transformation is a golden opportunity for Australia. We have been dealt the most incredible set of cards as a country to make ourselves the primary beneficiaries of the global net zero economy. We have a unique combination of geological, meteorological, geographical and geopolitical advantages. And we know that it would be an egregious breach of our generational responsibilities as a government if we didn't play this winning hand. So this legislation is part of how we make the most of that opportunity, but it's not the only part. It builds on the other two pieces of Future Made in Australia legislation that have already passed this House and which will embed into law the disciplined and rigorous approach that will govern this agenda. It also builds on the significant and substantial progress we've made in delivering cleaner and cheaper energy since coming to office, unlocking $67 billion in private investment through the Capacity Investment Scheme, introducing a new vehicle fuel efficiency standard, providing low-cost finance for household energy upgrades, and reforming the safeguard mechanism. Speaker, our Future Made in Australia agenda is all about making Australia indispensable to that global net zero transformation. It recognises that we'll do that by attracting and enabling private investment, not replacing it. Well-targeted public investment is an important and substantial part of our plan, but it's only a sliver of the private investment that we will need to properly transform our economy. The most important role for public investment will be to help unlock the vast amounts of private sector capital that we will need to deploy. An additional $225 billion by 2050 to transition the energy system and realise net zero opportunities in heavy industries by one estimate. That's what this legislation and it's what our production tax credits are all about. So this bill does three main things. First, it will establish a hydrogen tax incentive worth $2 for every kilogram of renewable hydrogen produced by eligible projects that have reached a final investment decision before July 2030. Second, it will establish a critical minerals tax incentive worth 10% of the value of relevant mineral processing and refining costs for the production of any of Australia's 31 critical minerals. Both incentives apply for hydrogen or minerals produced between 2027 and 2040 and for up to 10 years per project. Thirdly, it will expand the role and remit of Indigenous Business Australia to help support more investment into Indigenous communities. These communities have some of the most to gain from the transition to net zero, and this legislation will help unlock these benefits. Speaker, renewable hydrogen and critical minerals are both essential to the world's path to decarbonisation. The government sees them playing a central role in Australia's net zero future, and these tax incentives make that clear. This legislation provides industry the clarity and the certainty that it needs to invest in Australian renewable hydrogen and critical minerals projects with confidence. But it's not a free-for-all. The incentive is only provided once projects are up and running, producing hydrogen or processed critical minerals for things like wind turbines, solar panels and electric vehicles. Deputy Speaker, renewable hydrogen will open the door to create green metals like iron, steel, alumina and aluminium and decarbonise other parts of industrial supply chains. Our world-class renewable energy resources make us one of the best-placed countries globally to produce green hydrogen at internationally competitive prices. Now, some of our biggest trading partners have already expressed a significant appetite for importing renewable hydrogen from us, including through trade in products that are produced from green hydrogen, like green ammonia or green metals. Our unique combination of geology, meteorology and geography all play an important role here. The tax incentive enabled by this legislation will complement our Hydrogen Head Start program. Hydrogen Head Start is helping early movers invest in the industry's development, and these tax changes provide broader support to projects that reach the production stage. Critical minerals are the building blocks for our clean energy future. From manufacturing to transport and medicine to telecommunications, so many industries rely on critical minerals to function. Some scenarios estimate global demand for critical minerals will increase by around 350% by 2040 to reach net zero emissions by 2050. Australia is in such a strong position to supply these minerals with some of the world's biggest reserves of lithium, cobalt and rare earths. But we don't intend on just digging them up and shipping them overseas. We want to capture more value onshore by refining and processing the minerals here, and that's what this tax change will incentivise. It'll encourage more Australian critical mineral companies to create more value on our shores and create more diverse, resilient and sustainable global supply chains as a consequence. It will help critical minerals miners become critical minerals refiners and processors as well. Now, Deputy Speaker, the final part of the bill expands the role and remit of Indigenous Business Australia by amending the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Act 2005. We know that Indigenous communities have some of the most to gain from the transition to net zero and the growth in our renewable hydrogen and critical minerals industries. The community benefit principles in our other Future Made in Australia legislation are about ensuring those benefits flow to these communities. And we want to make sure they're well placed and well prepared to embrace the benefits, and that's what these changes are about. Indigenous Business Australia promotes First Nations economic self-determination through lending and investment in areas like home ownership and business support. And this change will allow IBA to raise capital to support investment in more First Nations people, communities and businesses around the country. And in the process, it will support more people to start, grow and sustain businesses, purchase homes and invest in commercial ventures. This change will give IBA the flexibility to pursue a range of opportunities with government and private partners to support First Nations economic empowerment. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill has been developed through a really detailed and comprehensive consultation process. We released a public consultation paper on the design of the production tax incentives in June. It attracted more than 130 submissions from industry groups, companies and community organisations. We took their feedback seriously and we worked through it methodically and diligently, taking those views into account in the final design of the legislation. And here I wanted to take a moment in the House to thank everybody for their time and their contributions to this bill. I also wanted to particularly acknowledge the Resources Minister who is here, the Energy Minister as well, for being two of the driving forces behind these production tax incentives. And I wanted to acknowledge as well the Industry Minister and Assistant Minister Ayres for the ongoing and substantial role that they play across our Future Made in Australia agenda. And while I'm acknowledging people, I want to acknowledge the member for Barton for her work on the Indigenous Business Australia changes now being taken forward so ably by the new Minister, Senator McCarthy. So, Deputy Speaker, our production tax incentives are the biggest part of our $22.7 billion budget investment in the Future Made in Australia agenda. But as I said before, this is only part of what we will need. Public investment will help show us the path to a Future Made in Australia, but private capital will really pave the way. And that's why this agenda in these bills is an investment strategy and a growth strategy, to provide investors with the clarity, certainty and cooperation that they need to build and grow new industries in Australia and to make sure that those benefits flow to communities all over the country. The time to act on these important issues is now. The world is changing with or without Australia. The golden opportunity in front of us will shrink if we take any longer. To seize the vast economic and industrial opportunities which come from the global energy transformation to net zero, we need to engage and we need to invest, not protect and retreat. And that's what this legislation is all about. I'm proud to present it to the House on behalf of the colleagues, and full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Treasurer for his contribution. Now the debate must be adjourned.
Ask that the debate be adjourned.
The question is now that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to present a bill for an act to authorise Commonwealth Government entities to charge and collect payment surcharges and for related purposes.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The Minister.
I thank the opposition. I present the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill, the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024 and the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Consequential Provisions and Other Matters Bill 2024.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to authorise Commonwealth entities to charge and collect payment surcharges and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of 3 bills which together will formalise long-standing Commonwealth practice by providing express, modernised and consistent legislative authority for Commonwealth entities to continue to charge and collect payment surcharges where the entity has the legislative authority to collect a payment. Payment surcharges are commonly imposed by business and governments across Australia, including by Commonwealth entities. A payment surcharge is an additional amount paid by a person to cover the acceptance cost of a chosen payment method. Payment surcharges are limited to the amount it costs the merchant, including a Commonwealth entity, to accept that type of payment for that transaction under arrangements with the merchant's banking provider. Surcharging signals to customers the cost of their payment method and acknowledges the differences in costs across card and other payment methods. Surcharges cannot exceed merchants' cost of acceptance for card payments. These price signals allow consumers to make more efficient and informed payment choices, and many consumers choose lower cost or no cost payment options. When making payments to Commonwealth entities, consumers have a choice about how they will make that payment, and information is available about whether a surcharge applies. For example, there are several ways to make a payment to the Australian Taxation Office. Different payment methods are offered so that customers can choose a method that suits them. A range of payment methods are offered, including electronic transfer and direct debit, as well as paying in person at Australia Post. For some payments, such as using a Visa, MasterCard or American Express card, a card payment fee will apply. But many consumers and businesses choose this payment method. They may choose these payment methods because they find them convenient or they are attracted to card benefits such as reward programs. The package of bills does not impose new surcharges on those interacting with the Commonwealth, but instead formalises the existing practices of Commonwealth entities under a new, modernised whole-of-government framework. To that end, the bills authorise the collection of surcharges by Commonwealth entities from 1 January 2003 to align with the Reserve Bank of Australia when the Reserve Bank of Australia first regulated payment surcharging as part of the then broader payment systems reforms. The bill will enable the responsible minister to make Commonwealth surcharging policies by legislative instrument to support, moving forward, a whole-of-Commonwealth approach to surcharging, including ensuring that any surcharging is applied on a cost recovery basis only. This will also facilitate timely adoption of any changes to whole-of-government surcharging policy by Commonwealth entities. This package of bills supports the government's broader commitment to reviewing and reforming the imposition of card payment surcharges. The government is prepared to permanently ban all surcharges on debit cards from 1 January 2026, subject to further work by the Reserve Bank of Australia and safeguards to ensure both small business and consumers can benefit from lower costs. While the Reserve Bank of Australia completes its important work on the surcharging review and how payment fees can be reduced economy-wide, we will stop passing on debit surcharges from the Australian Taxation Office and Services Australia from 1 January 2025. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum. I present the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024.
Thank you. The debate must now be adjourned. I move that the debate be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Those in that opinion say aye. That against no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, Minister.
Aye.
Clerk.
I present the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose a tax relating to payment surcharges and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of 3 bills which together will formalise long-standing Commonwealth practice by providing express, modernised and consistent legislative authority for Commonwealth entities to continue to charge and collect payment surcharges where the entity has the legislative authority to collect a payment. This bill imposes a tax equivalent to the amount of the payment surcharge that has already been collected by a Commonwealth entity, where the authorisation of the past collection of a payment surcharge is beyond the non-tax powers of the Commonwealth. The bill will commence on the day it receives royal assent. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to present a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Act 2024 and with certain payment surcharges and for related purposes.
Leave granted.
Leave is granted.
Minister.
I thank the opposition. I present the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges, Consequential Provisions and Other Matters Bill 2024.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Act 2024 and with certain payment surcharges and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of 3 bills which together will formalise long-standing Commonwealth practice by providing express, modernised and consistent legislative authority for Commonwealth entities to continue to charge and collect payment surcharges where the entity has the legislative authority to collect a payment. This bill makes consequential amendments to support the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024. The bill also authorises the collection of surcharges by Commonwealth entities from 1 January 2003 to align with when the Reserve Bank of Australia first regulated payment surcharging as part of the then broader payments reforms. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
Oh, the debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. Do I call the clerk? No, sorry, the minister. Someone. Anyway. I'll call the minister.
All right.
Government business, notice number 2, suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to the time and order of business for 25 and 26 November 2024.
I'll call the minister.
I move the motion relating to the time and order of business for 25 and 26 November 2024 and the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day, Aged Care Bill 2024, consideration of Senate amendments.
I understand that it's the wish of the House to consider the amendments together, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be agreed to. In my first speech in this place just over 5 years ago, I called on members of Parliament to make our differences in detail a healthy contest of ideas, of reason and evidence designed to take us to robust solutions, to strive to disagree without being disagreeable, and to model the way for Australians to debate complex issues, to win the era instead of the 6 p.m. news skirmish. And I believe that we have achieved that together with this incredibly complex and nuanced debate on this reform that will create a new and enduring foundation for aged care reform from 1 July 2025 and for years to come. I thank members and senators, and especially Senator Anne Ruston, who worked with the government on this reform. Today marks the passage of the most impactful aged care reform in 30 years. Today, our rights-based aged care bill passed the Parliament, putting older people and not providers at the centre of aged care. The new Support at Home program will support all of us to live independently in our own homes for as long as possible as we age. The aged care system will be fair and financially sustainable, with those who can afford it making contributions towards the cost of their own care. The aged care system, the older people will be cared for by skilled workers who are properly respected and fairly paid. This bill puts high quality, safe and compassionate care and services first. It implements a system of caring for older people living with dementia that incorporates contemporary, evidence-based care. And it delivers our election commitment for better, more appetising and more nutritious food, underscored by new food standards. The government's amendments are designed to address key concerns that were raised by the aged care sector, older people and unions during the Community Affairs Inquiry. I would like to acknowledge the work of the committee chair, Senator Smith, and members Senator Pratt and Senator Urquhart, in addition to everyone who took the time to make a written or verbal submission. Committee members travelled to 9 public hearings across every single state and territory. They heard from over 150 people, including 28 witnesses who shared their lived experience of aged care. In total, Inquiry received over 180 submissions by people affected by aged care and by their advocates and representatives, as well as by service providers and other stakeholders across the aged care sector. The purpose of the amendments tabled by the government are to amend a number of key definitions and concepts in response to stakeholder feedback, to make key changes to the enforceability of the Statement of Rights and the corresponding condition of registration, to implement the recommendation that a review of accommodation pricing be brought forward to report to 1 July 2026 and included in the bill, and to mandate financial hardship as a circumstance for the fee reduction supplement, to remove decision-making supporters and strengthen the safeguards in place for the supported decision-making framework, to sunset the immunity provision for restrictive practices, and make minor policy and technical corrections to the bill. I also commend amendments made by Senator Pocock and the opposition during Senate debate. I thank the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'm putting the question. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024, resumption of debate on second reading.
And the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And it is good when oppositions and governments can work together to put bills through the Parliament. And it's very good when governments admit that when they were in opposition, they got it completely wrong. And once they get into government, understand that they need to make amends. And that's what this bill is, the Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024. For those who have been around a little while, they'll remember that twice when we were in government, we tried to put through legislation which did give our Border Force more powers when it came to detention centres. But unfortunately, those opposite, who are now in government, when they were in opposition, wouldn't support those bills, But now they're in government, they've realised that you do have to take responsible action. And this is especially the case at the moment because, as we've seen in July this year, Australians were shocked by media reports that the New South Wales Police had charged a detainee for allegedly running a sophisticated drug operation from inside the Villawood Immigration Detention Centre. An Australian Border Force commander, Buddy Tandu, said at the time, the ABF's limited powers place additional pressure on already stretched police resources. And in a separate report in September, ABF Assistant Commissioner Sarah Nicholson said, when discussing organised crime operating within the Immigration Detention Centre, said detainees have access to telecommunications devices and computers while in detention. Under existing arrangements, there is no ability for the ABF to restrict access to these items, including dedicated encrypted telecommunications devices. Now, when we were in government, we sought to address these issues through the Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2017 and the Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2020. And it was a shame that the then opposition didn't back those bills then, because we wouldn't be here now if that had been the case. And what had happened might not have happened this year, where we saw organised crime running a drug racket out of Villawood Detention Centre. So I'm hopeful that the government will admit the error of their ways and will say, when they're talking on this bill, mea culpa. We got it wrong. We got it wrong on 2 occasions, and we've got to apologise to the Australian people for that. And at least we've come to our senses now. Now, I doubt whether that is going to happen. It'll be interesting to see who speaks on this bill, because my old sparring mate, he's now moved on, Andrew Giles, said when speaking on this bill in 2020, this bill fundamentally is a solution in search of a problem. But the fact is this: the government already has the powers it needs. The government already has the powers to remove prohibited items from people in immigration detention facilities. So Labor believes that if this bill were to be passed in its current form, then it would result in serious, adverse and unwarranted consequences in respect of individuals in those facilities and more broadly. So you can just see through that, while the former Immigration Minister was such a disaster, because he couldn't even recognise there was a problem. But I'll look forward to him coming in and now voting for the bill. Maybe we'll get a mea culpa. Peter Khalil also told the House in the second reading debate of the 2020 bill, Labor and I oppose this bill, in summary for a couple of reasons. There is no justification for this bill and its sweeping powers, and it is also a bill which has clear impingements upon the human rights of detainees. Well, I'm sure that that Mr Khalil now understands, the member for Wills now understands the errors of his ways. And will be very interesting to hear what other members from the government, now government, then opposition, have to say. And one of them who's in the chamber with us today, and that's none other than Josh Burns, told the House on 31 August 2020.
The Assistant Minister, please refer to members by their correct titles. Thank you.
This bill is not about a proportionate response from government, but about cruelty and politics. Cruelty and politics are what are governing this bill and its creation. So it will be very interesting to see how members who said such strong things in such strong language only 4 years ago, what they will now have to say about this bill and its passage through the Parliament. Because I hope that they will be able to admit that they got it wrong and admit the error of their ways, and be able to say, yes, you know, it is a bit harder when you're in government. It is a little bit more difficult when you're in government, and you do have to take some action. Otherwise, what you might see is a drug syndicate being run out of Villawood Detention Centre. So I'll leave it up to those opposite to how much the mea culpa will be, how big it'll be, but hopefully there will be some understanding that on 2 occasions they got it very, very wrong. Now, what are the provisions in this bill? The Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024 allows the Minister to determine that certain items are prohibited in relation to immigration detention facilities and detainees if the Minister is satisfied that possession or use of that thing might be a risk to the health, safety or security of persons in the facility or to the order of the facility. Prohibited things may include controlled drugs and prescription drugs not taken by the person to whom they are prescribed, mobile phones, subscriber identity module SIM cards and other internet-capable devices. The amendments will also expand an unauthorised officer's power to search, screen and seize prohibited things in relation to immigration detention facilities and detainees without a warrant if the person exercising the power believes on reasonable grounds that doing so is reasonable and necessary to mitigate security and safety risks. The bill also includes amendments that will in certain circumstances allow the detainee to continue having access to alternative means of communication if a prohibited communication device is seized to enable the detainee to communicate with family or to obtain support, example, legal advice. The bill substantially mirrors the provisions introduced in the coalition bills, but with additions which specify certain conditions and limits on the powers being introduced. The coalition strongly supports measures to assist operational staff to crack down on the organised crime that is running rife in our immigration detention facilities, which is why we will be supporting this legislation without amendment. And I say to those opposite, better late than never. So that is one positive, and I'll look forward in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, on what the member for Fremantle has to say. Given, and I'll quote these words back to him again, this bill is not about a proportionate response from government, but about cruelty and politics. Cruelty and politics are what are governing this bill and its creation. Well, I think most Australians would say that this is just common sense. If you've got people who are non-residents of this country who are in detention, we should be doing all we can to stop them from basically running an organised crime racket from inside that detention centre, and especially if they're running drug trafficking operations, then we should be doing all we can to stop that. And that is why we support this bill.
Thank the member for Warner. Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour of this day.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Lindsay. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the member for Calais.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the private member's business order of the day relating to the Doctors for the Bush Bill 2024 being called on immediately and be given priority over all other business for final determination of this House.
Member for Calais has the call. Oh. Yeah. The member for Calais has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this bill needs to be debated urgently. There is a crisis unfolding in rural and regional Australia. It's a health crisis, it's a disaster unfolding before our eyes, and its consequences are absolutely devastating. This is an urgent matter. My Doctors for the Bush bill actually does something about this. All over central western New South Wales and around country Australia, doctors are leaving the bush and they are not being replaced. Around the Calare electorate, the rural doctor shortage crisis is being felt in communities big and small. Gulgong had 4 doctors, but now doesn't have any doctors at all. And this is putting pressure on larger towns like Mudgee. It has 2 medical practices and they are both no longer accepting any new patients. Practices in communities like Canowindra and Molong have also lost doctors and are also closing their books to new patients or adopting a locals-only policy for appointments. In Wellington, it now takes 2 months to see a GP. And the impacts this crisis is having on the health of country people are very concerning and very shocking. And it was only recently that I spoke to one local doctor who said that they recently met one patient who had advanced cancer and had not been able to get in to see a doctor and had therefore missed out on vital treatment. And the rural doctor shortage crisis has been made much worse because country areas no longer have priority for overseas trained doctors. So before July 2022, if an overseas trained doctor or international medical graduate, as they are known, wanted to practice in Australia and bill Medicare, they had to work in a country area, and it was for 10 years, unless that was reduced because they worked in more remote areas. And these country areas were and are still known as distribution priority areas. And for many rural areas, this policy was a lifeline, providing badly needed access to GPs and basic medical services. But all of that changed in 2022 when the government upended the distribution priority area system and for the first time allowed outer metropolitan areas to become distribution priority areas. So for the Australian public who is tuning in now, all parts of Australia are classified according to what is called the modified Monash model. And there are 7 categories ranging from MM1, which is a major city, to MM7, which is very remote. Now, previously, areas MM3 to MM7 were distribution priority areas. And to give people context, larger regional centres like Bathurst and Orange are classified as MM3, Lithgow and Mudgee are MM4, Molong, Gulgong and Canowindra are MM5. And the government has now declared MM2 areas as distribution priority areas, therefore destroying the priority for overseas trained doctors that country areas once had. And this means that areas such as Fairfield, Hornsby and Warringah and the outer suburbs of Sydney and Melbourne now have the same priority for overseas trained doctors as country areas. And when you look at the map, it's quite clear that the whole state of New South Wales is basically one big distribution priority area, except for the inner suburbs of Sydney. And people in the country cannot understand how this could possibly be, but the Doctors for the Bush bill, which I introduced today, remedies this blatant unfairness by restoring the priority that country areas should have by legislating that modified Monash areas MM1 and MM2 can't be classified as distribution priority areas. It will mean that country areas and country Australia once again has priority for international medical graduates. And this restores the distribution priority area system to that which existed before the last election. So I would therefore expect that every single coalition MP would be lining up to support this bill. It will be very telling if they don't, and I would be very surprised and disappointed if their support isn't forthcoming. And, Deputy Speaker, in terms of the urgency of this matter, you only need to speak to the residents of the Calare electorate to hear what they have to say about the urgency of this issue. Carlo Nazzetti writes, and I quote, "The lack of consistent GP services has left many residents in distress. For example, some have shared their experiences on social media of running out of critical medication, such as thyroid medication, because local doctors are either unavailable or not accepting new patients. And this level of neglect is putting lives at risk, and it is unacceptable in a country like Australia." Mr Nazzetti also writes, and I quote, "It's critical that the government steps in to address this crisis before more lives are put at risk." I have received correspondence from Ian Marsh, who is the president of the Gulgong RSL sub-branch, and he is worried that this shortage will mean, and he puts it bluntly, that people will die. And he said, and I quote, "from not being diagnosed or treated for conditions if they cannot get a GP appointment, or a misdiagnosed through telemedicine, or a subject to haphazard management of chronic conditions through lack of continuity of care." And he says, and I quote, "I'm sure you would not accept this in your home, city or town, and nor would you like to see your loved ones being treated in this system." Helen Chisholm has written to me, and she has said that she spoke to a local doctor in the Mudgee area, and I quote, "He advised me that the GP shortage is now putting extra strain on the Mudgee Hospital, as many people can no longer see their GP in a timely manner, if at all." And, Deputy Speaker, it doesn't stop there. Sue Stanmore has written to me, and she said she's writing to me, and I quote, "in regard to the substandard health system we have here in the Mudgee district." She goes on to state that the surgeries in the Mudgee area have closed their books, and she says, and I quote, "Gulgong has no doctors at all. With the growing community, what are we expected to do? It's a joke in this day and age." And, Deputy Speaker, this highlights the urgency of this matter and addressing the rural doctor shortage crisis. There is a change.org petition which we have started, and it already has 13,000 signatures on it, or thereabouts, and it basically calls on the government to end the rural doctor shortage crisis. And so this bill that I have put into the House today is very important because it actually takes action to do something about it. And as I said to this House earlier today, it's predicted that in Australia we will be short 10,600 GPs by 2031. And at the same time, demand for GP services is expected to increase by 58% over the next decade. And there is a fundamental unfairness and inequality in access to health services in this country. Out in the central west of New South Wales, we call the Great Dividing Range the Sandstone Curtain, but it is a great divide in so many other ways as well. And we need to actually take action, because the cold hard truth is that the further you live away from the city, the shorter your life expectancy will be. And that's the truth of the matter, Deputy Speaker. And with close to 1/3 of the Australian population living in the regions, how can this possibly be? And the answer is simple. Country people have less access to doctors such as GPs, who are often the first point of contact when someone feels sick or they have a health problem. And this crisis is just adding more strain onto an already overstretched hospital and emergency department system. And we need to take action on it straight away. So I commend this motion to the House, and I commend the Doctors for the Bush Bill 2024 to achieve better health outcomes for country patients. This situation is urgent, it's at crisis point, and it's critical that the House deals with this issue without delay.
I thank the member for Calais. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yes, I second the motion. Can I speak now to it, Madam Speaker?
Yes, the member for Kennedy has the call.
Yeah. It's not entirely germane to what we're proposing here, but there were 3 Katter boys, my father and his 2 brothers. Their parents had gone out there in a stagecoach in the 1870s, and 2 of the boys died as a result of the tyranny of distance. My uncle was injured in a football match, and this is where it's not really appertaining to doctors in the bush, but by the time the aeroplane, the Qantas aeroplane, and my grandfather was a major shareholder in those days, by the time the Qantas aeroplane came back from Longreach to Cloncurry, and he went for Cloncurry, Brisbane. Too late, so sad. He died. If the aeroplane had been at Cloncurry, he'd have been all right. So, died as a result of the tyranny of distance. My father had cancer. He should have gone down for the operation, and the airline strike came. He wouldn't jump the queue. He was in no condition to drive down. So by the time he got down there, 3.5 months later, it was too late. The cancer had got away. So he also died as a result of the tyranny of distance. But there are people dying every day in Australia because there is no local doctor. And the actual statistics that were done some years ago would indicate where you've got 1,000 people in a town without a doctor, there will be a death once a year. So there's an actual figure that we can put upon this. But the honourable member has quite rightly pointed out when he moved this legislation, he quite rightly pointed out that I could not believe when the very special help that is given to country areas to get them to attract doctors, it included Cairns. I mean, it's one of the most salubrious places in the world to live. I mean, what? It's isolated? Heavens, if Cairns is isolated, God help the rest of Australia. But he's pointing out that, you know, Sydney, most of Sydney is in the same category as far western New South Wales. I mean, how can that be? I mean, the government, whatever government it was, with good intentions, moved the legislation, and some serious lobbying by vested interest got them to change the legislation. So the minister quite rightly brings his attention to bear upon this fact. For 7 years of my life, Madam Acting Speaker, I carried the names of 6 doctors around with me, because every time we lost a doctor in Julia Creek, I would ring up England or, I don't know, America. There was a place in the Middle East where a doctor was available. He's a good bloke. But I had 6 doctors overseas that I could call to come in. But I was determined that Julia Creek would not be without a doctor. Well, you know, Julia Creek had over 1,000 people in those days, and now it's got very much under 1,000 people. And one of the reasons people leave is because there's no doctors there. And yes, they send a doctor out for 4 or 5 days a week from Mount Isa or Townsville or somewhere. That's not having a doctor there. In our day, though we didn't have many doctors coming through the Brisbane University, which was the only university in Queensland, those doctors were, for 2 years, bound to go where the government sent them if they wanted to become a qualified doctor to practice in Queensland. And a return to that, and I wouldn't say 2 years, but I'd say 1.25 years. If the government puts $1 million into you, if you graduate as a doctor, the government has put $1 million into making you a doctor, and it will give you the right to earn $1 squillion a year. You know, if you've got the right to practice as a doctor, you will be a very rich person. Well, if the government gives you that right and gives you a gift of $1 million to get that right, then I think you owe something to the people of regional Australia. And I say regional Australia because it's not just the Julia Creeks that we're talking about here. We're talking about the Mareebas. I mean, Mareebas only 30 kilometres from Cairns.
I thank the
and
member.
yet their situation is grim.
Member for Kennedy's time has expired, and I call the minister.
Deputy Speaker, the government acknowledges the member for Calaire's deep interest in this matter, as we do the member for Kennedy. In the member for Calaire's community, he faces a challenge which many of us do: the need to attract and retain more doctors to deliver the quality, affordable health care that communities need and people deserve. I recall an MPI the member moved on this matter in May, and following his question to the Minister for Health last week, a meeting has been scheduled for the member for Calaire and Minister Butler, and I look forward to joining them for that important discussion. Deputy Speaker, The government is keen to continue our constructive engagement with the member for Calare. However, we will not be supporting this motion to suspend standing orders. Big challenges remain in getting enough doctors to communities which need them in the years ahead, and Minister Butler has repeatedly said that general practice has been his key focus under our strengthening Medicare agenda since we came to government. There are many initiatives working to support that, and I'll go through just a few today. Historic increases in the Medicare rebate and bulk billing incentive, deliberately designed to deliver the most support to rural and regional doctors. Increased GP training through a college-led training system and more Commonwealth-supported places. $90 million to implement the recommendations of the Crux Review and make it easier to bring internationally trained doctors to Australia in a globally competitive market. Innovative models of care grants to support innovative team-based approaches to primary care in rural settings. Deputy Speaker, we know these measures are beginning to work. The slide in bulk billing has stopped and rates are increasing, including in Calare, which is up to 81.8% of consultations fully bulk billed. GP training programs are fully subscribed for the first time in many years. GP morale is improving. More GPs are feeling valued in their specialisation and are importantly recommending it as a career to young doctors in training. And this is from the RACGP, the Health of the Nation report. But we know that there are also people living in regional and outer metro areas that find it difficult to see a GP when they need one. The complexity of this challenge means we cannot simply equate rurality with need, as has been common practice in the past. So our policy work is set out to fully understand these complexities and respond to them, in particular our distribution levers, GP incentives and scope of practice reviews. The government is considering each of these reviews and is committed to working with our key stakeholders in the response. Indeed, I was speaking just last week with the Australian College of Rural and Remote Medicine about them, and this morning with the incoming president, or the new president, of the Royal Australian College of General Practice. To the member for Kennedy, bulk billing rates in Kennedy are up 4.1% from November last year, when the tripling of the bulk billing incentive came into effect, to October this year. I thank you for the opportunity to visit in your community, including with your local GP. We're aware of the challenges facing the GP practice in Charters Tower and have ensured the Rural Workforce Agency and Primary Health Network are providing recruitment and business planning support. I extend the same offer to the member for Calare and other members with a keen interest in this work. We, as a government, are working determinedly to grow doctor numbers and take affordable healthcare back to every region in the country, and will continue to do so through the many policy initiatives that I have mentioned. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
You. Assistant Minister, I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I remember when this went through back in 2022, and I said at the time that this will have a huge effect on people that live in the regions, and that is why we must debate this today. This decision by government has stripped doctors from the regions. It has made clinics close. It has meant that in many parts of my electorate, if you move into that electorate, the local doctor's surgery says, our books are full and we're not taking you. This was, I think, an incredibly callous thing to do to rural areas. And what we've seen is that, and what I've said it before, is that we've seen doctors who come from overseas, who some of which even had contracts at the time, who were going to go work in the regions, saw the change in rules and went, great, I'm going to go work in the outer metropolitan areas, or even in some cases the inner metropolitan areas, and I'm going to live in the city. I'm going to live in the affluent suburbs, if I'm talking about South Australia, around South Australia, and I'll work out to those areas. They are not going to the regions. I cannot think in my near 9 years in this place of a decision by government that has had a more profound effect, negative profound effect, on people accessing healthcare into the regions. This was a terrible decision by government, and so I absolutely support the member for Calare's work to call this on, to call for a suspension of standing orders to deal with the distribution priority areas, because in South Australia we're looking at areas like Tea Tree Gully, Mitcham. Inner city, leafy suburb of Mitcham's considered a priority area, and it's taking away doctors from the bush. Now, I've got a rural electorate, and I've got an area that has remote medical needs on Kangaroo Island. But my goodness, what must it be like if you're in Kimber or Port Lincoln or in the member for Kennedy's electorate? This was a terrible decision by government, and this must be reversed, and so I absolutely support the member for Clare, seconded by the member for Kennedy, on this, because this is what this is meaning is people just can't get in and see doctors. I remember at the time when this went through, we had some people say, "Oh, I can't get in to see the doctor until late the afternoon or even the next day." Try weeks. Try months. Try ringing the only doctor's surgery within your area to be told that they're not going to see you at all. We had an elderly lady who just moved, I think, to the Goolwa area, down on the south coast in my electorate, rung my office pleading with us to try and help her find a doctor. Because they can't employ doctors from overseas, because they all prefer to live in the metropolitan areas. They all prefer to live in the cities, and this legislation that the government put through made it possible, and it has starved the bush of doctors, and it is an absolutely unconscionable decision by government to do that. Thank you.
Thank the member for Mayo. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Bob, how's the morning tea? Unfortunately, I had to leave before your speech, but I'm sure it was brilliant.
The gun lobby was there in force.
Which I like to see, Bob.
Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Calare and McKellar as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 64. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly. We shall bring the next order before the chamber.
Yes, indeed.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I give the call to the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. If members can just leave the chamber quickly and quietly. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. 4 years ago, there was a proposal from the then coalition government to ban phones for people in migration detention. There was a public outcry about that bill, and rightly so, because it was denying people who are in migration detention, who in many cases have done nothing more than just come here seeking a better life for themselves and their families, then saying you have no right to have some of the basic essentials of life, including things like a phone, that allowed people to contact those on the outside world, to get the support that they and their families needed, and in some instances to report back on the torture that was taking place inside these immigration detention hellholes. You would have thought, and people said at the time, that it is a basic right for someone who's not been convicted of a crime, who's just been put in this inhumane system of mandatory detention, they shouldn't be stripped of their basic rights, including the rights to have things like a phone. An essential now for many people to stay connected with the outside world, to stay connected with their family and friends, and to pass on critical news about what is happening to them and their life. There was a public outcry when the Coalition tried to do this, and Labor joined in that outcry. Like, we were there, it's the Greens, together with other members of the crossbench, saying this is an inhumane bill and should be opposed. And back then, when Labor was in opposition, they joined us, rightly so, in saying there is no case for denying fundamental rights of communication to people who haven't even committed a crime and are just stuck in the legal limbo and the hellholes that is mandatory detention in this country. Now that Labor is in government, they have the power to make some positive change and to improve the conditions of people who are stuck in these detention hellholes. And Labor could work with the rest of Parliament to give more human rights to people, to undo some of the damage that has been done by previous coalition governments over a decade. And so when Labor is in power and has the ability to make some positive change to support multicultural Australia and migrants, instead they turn around and attack them. This is a piece of legislation that not even the Coalition would have been able to get through. This is worse. This is worse than what the Coalition had proposed. And it comes in a final week of Parliament where it now seems that Labor is also wanting to re-enliven their Trump-style travel ban that has been stalled in this Parliament, and to use this final week of Parliament to work with Peter Dutton, the Leader of the Opposition, to attack migrants and refugees. This is a shameful way to end this parliamentary year. Labor and Liberals joining together in this race to the bottom on migration in the lead up to the election. And this is extremely disturbing because, Deputy Speaker, I worry that this gives us now a taste of what the election campaign is going to look like. I am very distressed that we are about to enter another race to the bottom between Labor and Liberal to see who can attack refugees and migrants the most. A few years ago, Labor was in here joining the rest of us, pointing out that a bill like this was inhumane and cruel and could not be justified. And now, when they're sitting on the government benches, what do? They pass it, and even worse. Why, Labor, are you working with the Liberals to stoke fear and division in our community? This bill will have sweeping powers. It will allow the minister to determine whether a thing in the legislation is a prohibited item in an immigration detention facility. That's the language here, a thing. If the minister thinks that this thing might be a risk to the health, safety or security of persons in the facility or to the order of facility, they can ban it. The bill explicitly says that mobile phones, SIM cards and any device that can connect to the internet can be determined to be prohibited things. Like, how is it that something that is simply the ability to connect with the outside world is somehow a threat? Like, it could only be considered a threat if Labor had something to hide about what is happening in these detention facilities. Like, why is Labor now saying it is a threat for people who are stuck in these facilities to expose what is going on? Like Labor and Liberal are so fond of saying to everyone when it comes to security legislation that if you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't be concerned. Well, why is it that when it comes to some scrutiny about how Labor and Liberal are running these detention prisons, they now say it is a threat to let anyone talk about what is going on inside? I mean, and think about the logic that is in this bill that Labor and Liberal are now trying to rush through. On this logic, the way they've drafted it, you could ban a toothbrush because it'd be sharpened to a point. You could ban deodorant because it could be flammable in an aerosol can. That is what this bill allows. This bill, as I've said before, is almost exactly the same bill that Labor voted against in 2020, following a public outcry concerning government overreach and human rights violations. The Australian Human Rights Commission said at the time, no one held in immigration detention has forfeited their human rights, and immigration detention must never be imposed.
For Melbourne, I'm sorry to interrupt. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the debate may be resumed at a later hour. You will be granted leave to continue your speech when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Whitlam Orthopaedic Research Centre held a fundraising dinner on the weekend to help raise funds for the purchase of a much-needed bone density scanner, an important piece of equipment to help diagnose and treat osteoporosis with the diverse communities in Fowler and South West Sydney. I would like to thank the organising committee, Professor Ian Harris, AM, Director of the Whitlam Orthopaedic Research Centre, Professor Justin Naylor, also Director at the Centre, Dr. Tui Anboy, Senior Research Fellow there, and Mr. Ian Wells, Director of the Saigon Sydney Entertainment, for putting together a truly impactful night, raising awareness about the lack of resources to tackle issues affecting our ageing population in Fowler. I understand that many families are facing the challenge of their loved ones experiencing falls, fractures, and difficulty walking, which impacts their quality of life. I call on our government, both state and federal, to ensure that our ageing population is not forgotten when it comes to the distribution of health funding. Thank you once again to the Whitlam Orthopaedic Research Centre for hosting a wonderful dinner and bringing awareness to this issue. And I wish them great success in getting the funds they need for the scanner, the bone scanner machine. And I can assure them that as long as I'm in this House, I will continue to call and advocate for funding for our hospitals and health needs in Fowler and in Western Sydney. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, on Saturday, it was my great pleasure to attend the annual celebration of St Michael at Debre Genet St Michael Ethiopian Orthodox Church. A very significant proportion of Melbourne's Ethiopian community identifies as Orthodox, and a massive crowd was in attendance on the weekend, despite temperatures soaring into the mid-30s. Can I acknowledge Father Maleki Tsay, who, among with other fathers and religious leaders, led much of the service. We were also in the presence of a senior member of the church visiting from Ethiopia. Haile Gabriel Selassie OAM, who does so much for the broader community, was also a key part of the celebrations and indeed making them happen. St Michael is one of the most important figures in the Orthodox tradition. He's one of the archangels and symbolises the conquest of Satan and the dragon. He symbolises protection and healing. The Ethiopian community in Victoria is the largest in Australia, with over 20,000 people claiming the ancestry. It is a young community, with over half under the age of 24, based on the last census. One of the most uplifting aspects of Saturday's celebration was the presence of numerous leaders from the Indian community across Melbourne's west to offer support. Events like that on Saturday offer an opportunity for people to come together to celebrate their faith, as well as to strengthen community bonds across the community.
Member for Leichhardt.
Deputy Speaker, Cairns Airport has been named the Major Airport of the Year at the Australian Airports Association National Airport Industry Awards for 2024. This marks the second year in a row that the Cairns Airport has received this prestigious recognition. This year's awards is particularly meaningful as it recognises the airport's determination and resilience during an unprecedented flooding in December last year, following Cyclone Jasper. For the first time, floodwaters breached the airport's levee, forcing its closure and creating an enormous challenge for the team. Within 2 days, they'd pumped the water off from the runway, cleared the debris, inspected critical infrastructure, allowing the airport to reopen and serve our region. Beyond the immediate recovery, Cairns Airport has continued to deliver significant international growth for our region. This achievement reflects the airport's commitment to innovation, resilience and its role as key gateway to tropical North Queensland. I'd like to commend Cairns Airport's Chief Executive, Richard Barker, and his entire team for their unwavering dedication, their efforts during the flooding and their ongoing focus on excellence. They are certainly set a very, very high benchmark in the aviation industry. Congratulations again for a job very well done.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Last week, hundreds of kids descended on Maryborough in Victoria to put themselves and their vehicles to the test at the 2024 Energy Breakthrough. This edition continues the tradition of innovation, excellence and overcoming epic challenges. Since 1991, the Energy Breakthrough has provided opportunities for students, teachers, parents and local industry to work together to design and construct human-powered vehicles. The program is unique that all teams must complete across 3 areas of assessment: design, construction, display and presentation, as well as doing trials. School groups work throughout the year to design, build and test machines with detailed specifications. In the A2 class, which is primary schools aged students from schools with above 200 students, our Lorimer Primary School again took the chocolates, with the Lorimer Phoenix taking out first place and delivering the holy grail of a three-peat. The Lorimer Griffins finished 7th and the Lorimer Dragons finished 10th. The Mernda Central College Samurais finished 19th and the Spirit of Diamond Creek Primary School finished 30th. In the triathlon, New Gisborne Primary School finished 8th. In the energy efficiency vehicles pedal electric, Mernda Central College finished 1st. With temperatures in the cars soaring up to 47 degrees during the 24-hour trial, it's a testament to the tenacity and spirit of these young people. They all enjoyed their custard showers afterwards. Not sure how that'd go on such a hot day, but this is a very special event that brings the whole state together for a great lot of fun and innovation.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Whatever your political views, there's no denying one fact: young people are the future. And in my electorate of Bonner, we have over 40 schools, each dedicated to nurturing the many bright minds that call Bonner home. This year, I had the privilege of hosting over 20 students from across the electorate as part of my Bonner Youth Advisory Council, or BIAC for short. Each member has excelled in their schooling and extracurricular activities, and I applaud their commitment to our local community. One of these outstanding students is Araminta from Rochdale State High School, a driven young lady who cares deeply about our community, and I was proud to recently present her speech on youth mental health as part of the Raise Our Voice in Parliament initiative. BIAC is a vital forum for me to engage with Bonner youth on the issues that matter most to them. Since I was first elected in 2004, it has been a platform for open, frank and meaningful conversations. I'm grateful to all the students who dedicated their time over the school holidays and weekends to participate in BIAC this year. These meetings have been invaluable in staying connected with students and to understand the issues shaping our future leaders. I look forward to continued success in BIAC throughout 2025, and I thank the House.
Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday afternoon, a rugby game and other sports took place in Canberra. And while we all love a Sunday arvo kick around with mates, this game was more special than any other. The inaugural Jack Fitzgibbon Trophy, here it is, was played between Pollies and Defence to commemorate and honour a great Australian serviceman and the son of our former colleague and lifelong mate, the Honourable Joel Fitzgibbon, the former Defence Minister. Jack Fitzgibbon was an outstanding young Australian who served his country with distinction. The Fitzgibbon family are justly proud of his accomplishments, as are his mates in the 2nd Commando Regiment. Yesterday, the Prime Minister attended with his good mate Joel Fitzgibbon and a roll call of former Wallabies, including Senator Pocock, Stephen Larkham and Ben Mowen, who all played, and Joe Roth was there as well. The member for Solomon and I laced up our boots and played on opposite sides in a fine spirit. And we also raised 20 grand for the Commando Welfare Trust. Thanks, Andy Turnbull. The members of the Australian Defence Force do us proud every day. Events like yesterday give us the opportunity to reflect on the sacrifices they and their families make. So on behalf of the nation, we thank them severely. To Joel and Jack's family, we hope that yesterday's rugby match is the first of an annual fixture, won by the Pollies yesterday, as the member for Solomon would acknowledge, and we hope that future games that honour Jack Fitzgibbon add to the memories that honour and give you comfort, some comfort as you grieve Jack, lest we forget. And I won't mention the school.
Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, or CSIRO as it's more commonly known, delivers critical scientific research that serves the national interest and benefits the Australian community. This, of course, includes being a leader in climate change research, undeniably our biggest and most serious generational concern. Why then, Deputy Speaker, do we find ourselves again in the unfortunate position of the CSIRO looking down the barrel of yet another round of job cuts, this time in the vicinity of 500 research support roles, likely including CSIRO staff in Tasmania? Deputy Speaker, these cuts are on track to being the worst in the last decade, so it's simply baffling that Australia can position itself as a global leader in scientific research while simultaneously gutting the capacity of CSIRO in a trend of scarcity which began over a decade ago under the Abbott government and continues full steam ahead today. Yes, CSIRO staff have pleaded with Minister Husic to intervene, but sadly it appears he's washed his hands of the process, deferring instead to the CSIRO board and chief executive. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government either has a pro-science agenda or it doesn't, and my interpretation of these latest round of cuts is that priorities lie elsewhere. With climate change outpacing our capacity to adapt, the Australian community, both today and especially in the future, deserves much, much better. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, as Black Friday sales take place here in Australia and in many other countries, Amazon workers will face undeniable pressure and stress to fulfil orders right around the globe. I and my colleagues on this side of the House believe that it's time to stop lower-paid workers being exploited by multinational companies like Amazon. Sadly, the race to the bottom on wages and secure jobs is a global problem, and Amazon is a prime example. It's real and it's still happening here in Australia. This government's reforms to gig work, labour hire and casuals are important steps in addressing Amazon's exploitation of Australian workers. There is still much more that needs to be done. This week, the SDA and TWU and unions across the world are calling for an end to poor working conditions and low wages for Amazon workers. Amazon exploits its workers in Australia, including by hiring warehouse staff as casuals and through labour hire, and its delivery workers as gig workers, and by imposing punishing productivity targets and workplace surveillance. By ripping off workers and evading tax, Amazon undercuts good Australian businesses. As a union for Amazon online retail workers, the SDA is working tirelessly to stop the Americanisation of wages and working conditions in Australia. And the TWU is working hard to provide safe standards for transport workers who deliver Amazon's goods to consumers. It's time to make...
Member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year I had a great debate with the leaders at St Saviour's Primary School. It was wonderful to sit down and talk with them and hear their thoughts and ideas, and I committed to them if they wrote to me, I'd raise their concerns in the Parliament, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Ruby Lola Boxall wrote a wonderful letter talking about the dual concerns she had for our environment and the pollution that we're causing and the way we're treating ourselves, cancer rates particularly in regional areas. I think that idea of looking after the environment and looking after ourselves speaks so much to the care that's coming through so loudly and clearly from our next generation. Akira Dole wrote a really good letter that could have come off any regional kitchen table. She writes, something needs to be done about Australians in remote areas not being able to access internet or Wi-Fi because of costs or not knowing how to use it. And these are issues that are raised to me in regional telecommunication forums all the time. So it's great to see such a switched-on young person raising these issues. Aya Doherty wrote one that I think all of us will pause and think on. She wrote about homelessness. And if you're in Toowoomba, watching the rates of homelessness increase, watching people on the streets that have never been there before, I can only imagine what it must be for a young person seeing this change happen in their own city. And she writes very, very importantly on the issue, that the impact on youth crime that this has had in our area. And the last one for our Treasurer in Training, Georgina Sullivan, writes about the issue of inflation causing the cost of living to increase. Look, I'll send you down a membership straight away. Thank you very much, kids. A great school effort.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the incredible Hilary Ward-Hoff, who currently works for AUSPIC here in Parliament House and helps us all to look good. She is an extraordinary photographer whose talent and vision have been recognised both on the international stage and recently as this year's Canberra City News ACT Artist of the Year. Back in 2022, I had the honour of presenting and tabling in this House the Everyday Climate Crisis petition. This unique and powerful petition was conceived and produced by Hilary, inviting women and non-binary Australians to document and capture their perspectives on the climate crisis through compelling visual storytelling. The petition featured 1,248 striking and thought-provoking images that laid bare the profound impacts of climate change on our daily lives. Hilary's motivation was born out of a desire to transform feelings of helplessness into meaningful action, and through her art she inspired countless others to engage, reflect and act. The images she curated are not just visually stunning, they were hauntingly poignant, offering a raw, unflinching look at the climate crisis we all face. I was very excited to hear recently that this body of work will soon be showcased at the Australian Embassy in Berlin. This international platform ensures that visitors from across the globe can witness and reflect on the powerful stories captured by Australian women. Thank you, Hilary, for your dedication, artistry and vision. Your work continues to leave an enduring mark.
Member for Lyne. Member for Lyne has the call.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I would like, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to present a petition to the House that has been considered by the Petitions Committee and was found to be in order. Over 300 people within my electorate have signed a petition to remove the moratorium on nuclear power in Australia. This position is a clear indication of the sentiments within Australia. Not everyone has bought the government's renewables-only energy policy. Most Australians recognise that in order to have affordable, safe and reliable energy, we must have a constant baseload source of power that can replace outgoing traditional fossil fuel plants, and that is nuclear. Labor would have you believe that nuclear is some fanciful pipe dream, but this petition reveals that Australians don't think that's the case. They recognise its invaluable role in our future energy mix. It doesn't mean we're opposed to renewables. It's not a binary choice. It simply means that we have to put our eggs in more than one energy future basket. So I call on the government to take heart of the wishes of 335 people in the Lyne electorate and start counting and start a conversation on the removal of the current prohibition on enrichment, fuel fabrication and construction and operation of nuclear plants in Australia. The government's failure to even have a discussion on this matter is an affront to the Australian people who hold a very legitimate, albeit different...
Speaker, this year students in my electorate wrote speeches about issues they are passionate about for the Raise Our Voices campaign. Today I want to read another speech from 13-year-old Ella, who has written about the important issue of sexual harassment in Australia. I want to make a change in Australian communities and regions. Sexual harassment is a major issue and is largely overlooked. Women should feel safe in their own homes, schools and most of all their communities. Research has shown that young women are more likely to experience sexual harassment and stalking than older women or men. The sexual violence statistics show that approximately 1 in 8, or 1.3 million Australian women, have experienced sexual harassment in Australia. We need to instil confidence in our young women that their voices will be heard and safety will be ensured when they seek help against sexual harassment, as many young women today fear speaking up due to threats or fear of being oppressed. As a young woman who has experienced sexual harassment, my greatest hope is that in 10 years women feel comfortable and safe in their community, but they can't happen if we don't come together as a nation and act now. Thank you for your speech, Ella. It is an important issue that we all must listen to. I have 2 young daughters myself and I would hate for them to have to feel this way as well. So we need to make sure we do our best to be able to do what we need to make sure that women and everybody else is safe in our community. Thank you very much.
Member for Mitchell.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to express my deep concern since I last raised this topic on the Rouse Hill Hospital and the New South Wales State Government's failures to secure and fund a birth unit for a new public hospital in one of Sydney's fastest growing areas. Northwest of Sydney has been doing the heavy lifting for growth, and indeed the state government's new growth projections have doubled, in some cases tripled, the number of dwellings that will be in place in this fastest growth area, not just in Sydney but in Australia. So the last government, the coalition government, announced a new public hospital at Rouse Hill, affecting my electorate, the electorate of Greenway, all of Northwest Sydney. A fantastic initiative, $700 million to be spent. But the Health Minister in New South Wales has announced that in one of the fastest growth corridors in Australia, there will be no maternity unit built at the new public hospital. This is an absolute shambles, Deputy Speaker. In fact, the private hospital, which will be constructed across the road from the public hospital, will have maternity facilities. If we're going to go to the trouble, and we are, of building a $700 million public hospital, how can we not have a maternity unit there? I call on the New South Wales Labor State Government to announce a public hospital, fully funded maternity unit. Even if they don't want to do it now, think of the cost saving. In 10 years, you go back and try and put this in, which they'll have to put this in, it'll cost 5 times as much. We need it now. It's the fastest growth area of Sydney, and I call on the State Labor Government to fully fund the Rouse Hill Hospital.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the things that I love about my job is having the opportunity to spend time with Swan community members, and very occasionally they actually get to come to Canberra. I just had the privilege of meeting an amazing woman, Caitlin. She lives in the heart of Swan. She's a mum, she has a son and a daughter just like me. She was a part of a renters delegation, and she was telling me about some of the challenges that she had been experiencing. She had an amazing rental history. She had had, I think, 3 successful 2-year leases. She was about to negotiate the next lease, and the property manager almost turned like a switch. They were like, we don't negotiate 2-year leases. And then she felt the tone of the relationship change. And so what she basically saw was a systematic approach to basically get her out of her home. When her lease ran out, they basically wanted to increase her rent by $190. Pretty outrageous. Single mum. When she left, her neighbours cried. They had had really strong relationships. And the thing that I'd say is that what we've seen under the coalition government is that they did not have a housing minister. We do. We are listening. We have a housing policy. And what I'd love to see is our Help to Buy scheme actually passed in the Senate. Please listen.
Member for Page.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of despair in my community, and I know a lot of communities around our whole country at the moment, about the cost of living crisis that is in this country. Now, they're not my figures, Deputy Speaker, they come from a lot of independent organisations. The average family in Australia over the last 2.5 years is now $35,000 a year worse off than they previously were. Now, 20,000 of that, Deputy Speaker, as you'd understand, we all understand, is the increase in mortgage costs on the average mortgage of an Australian family. So that's over $20,000 of a family's increased costs. And the other $10,000, over $10,000, is increase in groceries, increase in energy bills. And in fact, it's been the biggest fall in disposable income since that's been measured in over 60 years, all overseen by this hapless government, Deputy Speaker. And what is the government, you might say, well, what has the government been doing to correct this? Well, unfortunately, very little, Deputy Speaker. And in fact, they've been making it a lot worse with some of their reckless spending, the water buybacks for the Murray-Darling Basin, which will make food more expensive, their reckless renewable energy policy that will make energy costs as well more expensive. They're focusing on they focused on things like the voice. They've been focused for the last week on things like the misinformation bill. They need to get back to focusing on cost of living for Australian families.
Member for Parramatta.
I stand here today in the Australian Parliament to advocate for January to be designated as Tamil Heritage Month across Australia. January is significant to Tamils worldwide as it marks Thai Pongal, the traditional 4-day harvest festival that honours the sun, land, rain and agriculture. Recognising Tamil Heritage Month would celebrate a culture over 5,000 years old, providing younger generations with an opportunity to connect with their roots and inviting the wider community to appreciate Tamil contributions to art, philosophy and language. It would also honour ancient Tamil works like the Thirukkural, which continues to inspire us with its timeless insights into ethics, governance and human values. This recognition would highlight the contributions of Tamil Australians in fields like business, education and public service, while fostering pride within the Tamil community. Tamil Heritage Month would benefit local businesses. Grocery stores, restaurants and clothing shops, for example, would see increased activity as the community prepares for Pongal. Recent Tamil cultural festivals have drawn strong support, with thousands attending, showcasing the enthusiasm for cultural celebrations and the demand for a dedicated Tamil Heritage Month. This is an opportunity to celebrate Australia's rich multicultural tapestry, honour Tamil contributions and ensure the ongoing vibrancy of Tamil.
Time has expired. Member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Victorians are driving on third world roads thanks to second-rate Labor governments. Now, road safety is everyone's responsibility. And as we approach the busy Christmas season, I urge all road users to consider their responsibilities and their own behaviour. In the same vein, I urge the Victorian government to consider its behaviour. Victoria is the state with the biggest budget blowouts and the biggest potholes in Australia on our neglected regional road network. Now, Speaker, I drove the Monero Highway on the weekend, and you know you're back in Victoria because the first sign as you cross the border is uneven surface, and reduction in the speed limit is 60 kilometres an hour. And all the way to Cairn River, you encounter traffic hazard signs warning drivers to slow down because in the middle of a cost of living crisis, Gippslanders are paying for expensive repairs to ruptured tyres, windscreens and suspension damage due to hitting crater-like potholes. Now, Deputy Speaker, even when the money is available, the incompetent bureaucrats and ministers at state and federal level are failing to act with any urgency. It's hard to believe, but more than 3 years ago, I secured $10 million to upgrade the Mallacoota-Genoa Road. Now, as I said, more than 3 years later, we've had consultation and money wasted on a whole bunch of reports, but not a single new piece of bitumen or improvements have been made to the road itself. The Mallacoota-Genoa Road has not been touched after more than 3 years, and this government has failed to get the Victorian government to actually deliver on $10 million. Now, I say again, Victorians are driving on third world roads thanks to second-rate...
Time's expired. Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The community I represent is one of the most disadvantaged across the nation. The North already does it tough, and that's without the cost of living and housing pressures we're currently seeing. So my constituents look to us in this place for support that they desperately need. And what are they getting in return? They're getting a Liberal Greens coalition, the LNGP, trying its absolute hardest to prevent housing supply in this country. They're getting elected members doing everything they can to shoot down housing reform to keep costs high. They're getting Liberal and Green parties trying to make people suffer so they can become their saviour. And it's absolutely disgraceful that a party like the Greens would do this willingly.
Shame.
They know full well their compromise on the housing bill is unlawful and unworkable. But still, the Greens choose to keep playing games with people's lives. They choose to do that because every single day that a family in Elizabeth struggles with their rent, they see it as an opportunity. Because every single time a Salisbury family decides between paying their bills and feeding their kids, those in Green see it as a win. They see housing not as an issue to fix, but as another bit of paper in the ballot box. Stop hurting my community. Stop playing games and start helping Australians.
Member for Moncrieff.
Election. And if things don't get better quickly for this flailing Prime Minister who has no political judgment, then many suspect he'll call an early election. And one thing I know for sure is that there are no guarantees for anyone in this place. So this may be the last opportunity I have to speak directly to Australians about what is most important to our future. You have the power to exercise your democratic right and vote for a change at the next election. But before you do, I want to ask you a few simple yes-no questions. Have those promises made to you by the Prime Minister come to fruition? Are you better off now than you were 3 years ago? Are your power bills lower? Are your mortgage payments lower? Is your life actually easier now than in 2022? And if the answer is no to these questions, and I suspect so, then it's time for a rethink. It's time to readjust the course of our nation. You can choose a different way, a future where fairness, opportunity, enterprise and prosperity are within reach for all Australians. A country with strong leadership, where inflation and interest rates are lower, where more houses are being built for Australians, where people of the Jewish faith do not fear for their lives in their own suburbs, in their own homes, and where entrepreneurialism is thriving. Not to 24,729 insolvencies in 2.5 years under this.
Call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Speaker, congratulations to the Airport Development Group on winning the prestigious Infrastructure Prize at the 2024 National Airports Association Awards for the transformation of the terminal precinct and the hotel development at Darwin International Airport. Please come up to Darwin and check out the fantastic new lagoon pool that joins two great hotels into one beautiful big top-end resort. This award recognises the innovative approach ADG undertook, delivering with minimal disruption. Well done, Tony and the team, for your professionalism and efficiency. Now what we need to deliver is more competition and more seats in and out of Darwin to drive lower airfares for Territorians and tourists alike. Airfares are a glaring cost pressure for most families, especially as we approach the holiday season, and the effect on tourism, obviously. Our government has acted with the ACCC, price and service monitoring and measures to reduce anti-competitive behaviour. We know that increased supply of seats drives lower airfares, and I'm working with proponents that want to make Darwin an even bigger regional and international aviation hub. We've got some increased flights happening now to Singapore and to Melbourne.
Concluded.
So better.
I just called order. I'm just going to call the acting leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Leader of the Opposition will be absent from question time today due to family reasons. I will be representing the Leader during question time.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today, as we mark the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the start of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we pause to remember all whose lives have been lost to domestic and family violence. We think of every woman robbed of the future she had every right to live. Every death is its own universe of devastation. We think of all who live or grow up in the shadow of violence. We think of those who live with abuse, with fear. And we think of all the First Nations women and children who have been murdered or have disappeared. This is a stain upon the soul of our nation, and it cannot stand. We all feel grief, we all feel anger. All the stories we read on the front page and those that should be on the front page but are not. But rather than let this overwhelm us, we must be energised to keep acting and working for change. Since our very first day in government, we've been focused on ending gender-based violence. We've put a particular focus on economic security so no woman has to choose between her safety and her financial security. We've acted to introduce paid domestic and family violence leave, expand the single parenting payment and cost of living support, and invested almost $1 billion to establish the leaving violence payment. We're making major investments in crisis, transitional and social housing so women know they have a safe place to go. Our investment in the Housing Australia Future Fund will provide 4,000 social and affordable homes for women and children affected by family and domestic violence. We're strengthening the way the legal system responds to gendered violence. We've implemented all 55 recommendations of the Respect at Work report, and we're making the family law system safer. And we've sharpened our focus on prevention so we can end violence in a generation. This year I've called 2 National Cabinet meetings where we've concentrated on delivering much-needed funding for frontline specialists and legal services and strengthening our focus on high-risk perpetrators and serial offenders to stop violence from escalating and prevent homicides. I'd particularly like to acknowledge the hard work, the dedication and the courage of the Minister for Social Services, Amanda Rishworth, and the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence, Justine Elliott. As Assistant Minister Elliott put it earlier this year, fear of violence should not be a normal nor accepted part of womanhood. This has been a year where I know many across the community have felt a sense of urgency, anger and frustration that 50 years after the first women's shelter opened in Australia, we're still grappling with this challenge. It's been a year where we've had to renew our commitment, sharpen our focus on what more needs to be done and accelerate our action. We cannot be satisfied until women feel safe, until this is no longer an issue people need to mobilise in the streets about. But I do have hope that we can get there. All of us have to be part of the change. We can break the cycle, but only together. I know we have what it takes, so let's keep working.
And on indulgence, the acting leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his words. We once again come to this place to recognise the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. As we do so, Australia continues to see unacceptably high numbers of women and girls being killed. I want to begin my remarks by talking about Isla Bell, because it is another shocking example of attacks that are occurring on Australian women and girls. Isla Bell was just 19 and had her whole life ahead of her. It is alleged that she was bashed to death in an apartment in Melbourne. Her body was loaded into a fridge and moved several times before being dumped. On the day that she should have been celebrating her 20th birthday, Isla Bell's body was being hidden from view by men seeking to hide their crimes. The sad fact is these events, the killings of women and girls, have been a constant presence for as long as I can remember. Countless women and girls have been killed, attacked, coerced and manipulated. But today, thanks to the progress and sacrifice of so many women, and the efforts of men too, we're talking about it openly and addressing it. And today we don't just condemn the violence, we go further and recommit ourselves to the aim of eliminating gender-based violence, because we cannot and should not accept this violence, and today is about committing ourselves to that task. We know that violence is at the end of a chain of events across someone's life. We know that with the right decisions and the right interventions, we can break the chain of violence and save women and girls, not only from the most extreme end of violence, but also from disrespectful behaviour and coercion. And we know if we get this right, we will not only save women and girls from being killed, but that our society will be a safer, happier and healthier place. So I join in supporting the words of the Prime Minister to mark International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. There is no excuse for violence against women and girls in Australia. UN Women's statistics show that 1 in 3 women experience violence in their lifetime. That is many of us in this chamber. We know that the health of Australian women and girls is absolutely critical to their overall well-being and ability to fully participate in society. Women should feel safe, everywhere, always. They should feel safe in their homes, and where matters of domestic violence arise, they should feel safe and supported in their decision-making, including when leaving a violent relationship. This 16 days of activism is a time to reflect on Australia's sobering statistics and renew our efforts to combat this awful scourge of violence. Over 60 women have lost their lives already this year to domestic violence. Children left without mothers, family members without sisters, friends lost forever. In my home state of New South Wales, the police are called to a family violence incident every 4 minutes. The rates of domestic violence-related assault have risen by 6.5% in the year to June 2024. And violence in the home takes up 60% of a general duty police officer's time. I also want to make this point too. Improving the safety of women and girls is above politics. It requires all levels of government from all political persuasions to continue to work together. The policy levers span across Commonwealth and state lines. We support many of the government's policies in this space and look forward to further announcements. We support a renewed focus on engaging with men and boys in violence prevention, because we must see men and boys as part of the solution, not just part of the problem. The Coalition will continue to work with the government and the sector to combat this scourge and help women and children escape the violence they're facing. And I want to thank Senator Karen Little and Senator Jacinta Price, in the other place, and the member for Cowper in this place, all working hard and well in this cross-party effort. In the same way, Mr Speaker, we must all demand greater action. The government has a responsibility to Australians to get this right, and the opposition has a responsibility to hold the government accountable for its commitments. We will continue to ensure that policies are announced, implemented and delivered to keep our women and children safe. Too many women have been killed as a result of violence in 2024. Too many others have been assaulted, and there is no excuse for violence against women and girls.
Thank the Prime Minister and the Acting Leader, and I wish to inform the House that tonight, from dusk in support of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, Parliament House will be illuminated in orange. The annual campaign, as we've heard, aims to bring together individuals and organisations around the world in the prevention of violence against women and girls, and I invite all members to join me for the building illumination at 7:30. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Acting Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor has refused to announce when it will release its 2035 emissions reduction targets. At COP29...
Order. The Minister for Climate Change is warned. It's a different day, but it's the same standards that we are all looking towards, which is no interjections whilst someone is on their feet. So the Acting Leader will begin her question again.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor has refused to announce when it will release its 2035 emissions reduction target. At COP29, Minister Bowen said, "Next year, when we bring forward our nationally determined contributions, we must all strengthen efforts and deliver our highest possible ambition." Why is the Albanese Labor government keeping its target a secret? And can the Prime Minister guarantee that it won't lead to increased energy prices for Australian families?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I really do thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for the question. We passed legislation in this House for 43% by 2030, opposed by those opposite, and net zero by 2050, opposed by those opposite. When we passed the 43% by 2030, one of the provisions that was carried with amendments was that the Climate Change Authority had to give us advice about future targets. That is the law. That is the law. So it was passed by this Parliament, passed by the Senate in both chambers, and so the Climate Change Authority gives us the advice based upon the science, and
Order. The member for Herbert.
And then we announce the target based upon the science consistent with getting to net zero by 2050. That's the process. That's the process. But for those opposite who don't have a 2030 target, to actually stand up and say, what's your target in 2035, that is after 2030,
the member for Deakin.
is just extraordinary. Just extraordinary. So the Climate Change Minister will be giving his annual statement, again consistent with the legislation that was carried in this Parliament. He'll be giving that at the end of this week. But I'll give you a preview. I'll give you a preview. We are on track. We are on track for achieving the targets that we have established. Not only have we got a target, we've told you how we'll get there. We'll get there through the safeguard mechanism, firstly, taking the top emitters.
Seriously. Order. The Assistant Treasurer will withdraw that remark. The Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, a very specific question. Can the Prime Minister guarantee it won't lead to increased energy prices for Australian families? If he can't give that guarantee, he should admit it.
Order. The question contained, why is the government keeping targets secret? Now, if the Prime Minister is explaining part of the question about the member for O'Connor will leave the chamber under 94A. If we're dealing with points of order, particularly from your manager, I would expect that you'd want to hear and show that respect. So the Prime Minister is being directly relevant. He wasn't asked about alternative approaches. He wasn't asked about alternative policies. He hasn't gone into that space. So I'm just going to listen carefully to make sure he's being directly. But he couldn't be more directly relevant if he's articulating why the government is pursuing what they're doing.
Speaker, the short answer is I'm complying with the law. That's right. That's the short answer. That those opposite, of course, don't have a target. We not only have a target of 43%, we've told you how we'll get there. The safeguard mechanism on the top emitters that's working, and the capacity investment scheme that is working even better than we envisaged. So we have a plan, we have a process to get there to that objective. Those opposite don't have a target for 2030, oppose net zero by 2050, and have a nuclear plan sometime in the 2040s, and no idea how you keep reliability of energy supply in the meantime. None. No idea, no costings, no plan.
The call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government providing cost of living relief and building more homes, and is there anything standing in the way?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Gilmore for her question. Of course, our number one priority every day is relieving cost of living pressures. And there are three key ways that we're doing that. We're getting wages up, opposed by those opposite. We're bringing costs down through our cost of living measures, and we're getting inflation back to where it should be. We inherited inflation on the rise with a 6 in front of it, and now it's going down with a 2 in front of it. And that is important. And we know that housing is one of the big costs causing stress for Australians. Labor's Help to Buy program will help 40,000 Australians buy a home of their own. People who've worked hard and saved but still can't get a deposit. Now we're stepping up to help more Australians buy a home. We want to help with social housing through our Social Housing Accelerator, through the Housing Australia Future Fund. We want to help people who are renters through the increases that we've had in rental assistance. But we also want to help more people to buy their own home. Now, those opposite, right across the board, both there and down in the corner there, some of them, are teaming up, the Liberals and the Greens, to get in the way. The clue's in the title for why they oppose, Help to Buy, because the Liberals never want to help and the Greens never want to buy. Now, Australia's housing shortage didn't happen overnight. It took a decade of a coalition government that for most of the time they were in office didn't even bother to have a housing minister. Didn't even bother to have a housing minister. But now they're still standing in the way, blocking help, playing politics instead of making progress, and in this case in the Senate, teaming up with the Greens political party. Well, there'll be a vote tomorrow in the Senate on the Help to Buy scheme, and that will be a test of whether the Greens political party will vote for something that's their policy, that they took to the election, a shared equity scheme. Because you can't actually build if you're just focused on protests and not focusing on progress. And that is what we are doing. They see issues to campaign on, we see challenges to act on. Now, blocking bills in the Senate and blocking housing in your respective electorates helps no one. So we think that this legislation should be carried. We're not waiting around for the Liberals and Greens, but it's a big test tomorrow in the other place to see whether the coalition continue to combine with the Greens to become the no-alition in just opposing good policy.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Given emissions have gone up under the Albanese Labor government, how does the Prime Minister expect Australians to take this government seriously on climate action?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Order. The Minister has the call. The Manager was heard in silence. We're going to show the same respect to the Minister. The Minister has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and we on this side of the House welcome that question. You know, chutzpah is a wonderful word, Mr Speaker, and we've seen a wonderful example of it from the opposition today. A party and a coalition which presided over 10 years of denial and delay, which had 23 energy policies and couldn't land one, which can't tell the Australian people what its 2030 target is, or let alone its 2035 target, and which argues that renewable energy should be paused and we should rely more on coal and gas, Mr Speaker, while we wait decades for nuclear to come forward, has the temerity to ask this government a question about our policies, Mr Speaker. When we have legislated a Climate Change Act, when we've legislated safeguards reforms, when we've legislated new vehicle efficiency standards, which the member for Bradfield tried to do and got rolled by his cabinet, Mr Speaker, we've done it, which he couldn't deliver. He said we'll reduce emissions and he couldn't get it done. We've gotten it done.
Order.
We've got it done and we're continuing to get those things done. And as the Prime Minister has foreshadowed, this week I will release the government's annual climate change statement in accordance with the Act. Now, that is world's best practice in terms of transparency and accountability when it comes to emissions reductions reports. I'll be releasing the Climate Change Authority's annual progress report, Mr Speaker, which I've received and will table in the House. And it will make clear, together with the government's projections—
Look, the question was broad in anyone's example, so the Manager will be able to take a point of order. But if it's on relevance, when you ask a question about how can the government be taken seriously on climate action, and the Minister is going through a detailed list of things about how the government is being serious on climate action, it's going to be difficult to take on relevance, but I'll hear the point.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is on relevance. The fact is emissions have gone up.
No,
can the Minister—
The Leader of the House. The Leader of the House.
Just point of order, Mr Speaker, that was clearly an abuse. You advised that the Minister was already relevant. He then took a point of order on relevance and then added nothing but a comment, added nothing to consideration of the standing orders at all. It was complete abuse.
This behaviour has been creeping in more and more, and you can't have a situation where I don't like the answer, so I'm just going to jump up and say something. That's never the way question time has been run, and it's not going to run that way now. I like to give everyone a fair go, and people are entitled to take a point of order and relevance, and particularly for the high office that the Manager holds, but that's just taking the mickey. So the Manager is now warned, just as I warned the Leader of the Opposition last week, we're not going to have that. It's not fair on everyone. The Minister, in continuation.
Mr Speaker, all these things the government has done, in addition to the capacity investment scheme, which is underpinning 32 gigawatts of new renewable and dispatchable energy, all of which has been opposed by those opposite, and all of which are contributing to emissions reductions in Australia, as will be outlined in the Climate Change Authority's advice and the forecast that will be released this week. And I look forward to the opposition's detailed policy response, which will outline, no doubt, the full costings of their nuclear plan, no doubt the emissions impact of the nuclear plan, which will see emissions balloon under their nuclear plan, Mr Speaker. I look forward to all those details from the opposition on Thursday. No doubt they've had plenty of opportunities. The member for Fairfax will have a lengthy opportunity to respond, and I'm sure it'll be jam-packed full of policy detail.
When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians with cost of living pressures around housing, and what is standing in the way?
call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the fantastic member for Macarthur for his question. And it gives me a great opportunity to update the House on Labor's bold and ambitious housing agenda, Speaker, an agenda that comes after a wasted decade under those opposite. As the Prime Minister reminded us, Speaker, a decade for most of which those opposite did not even have a housing minister. That's how tapped out of this problem they were.
Order.
Now, Speaker, the election of our government changed that attitude. We have a Commonwealth government stepping up, leading the country and working with the states to get better housing options for Australians. We're working to get the country building more homes. We're getting a better deal for renters, and home ownership, Speaker, is a critical part of that agenda. Now, in your electorate, Speaker, and in mine, there are low and middle income Australians who have been locked out of the housing market, key workers who need and deserve government's help to get into a home, childcare workers, teachers, nurses, cleaners, and Labor's Help to Buy bill is part of the puzzle in addressing this. Now, I'm asked what stands in the way. What stands in the way, Speaker, are those opposite. They say no to everything. For every good thing our government is doing, there is nasty negativity and reckless opposition, and on housing, it is no different. But the biggest hypocrites of all, Speaker, are the Greens. For everything our government has tried to do on housing this term,
I'm going to just to invite the Minister to withdraw that comment.
I will withdraw that if you like. Absolutely, Speaker. Withdrawn. For everything our government has tried to do on housing this term, the Greens have worked in partnership with the opposition to block and delay. And the net effect, Speaker, of the Greens' presence in this parliament on housing is thousands of Australians who have been denied a home and fewer homeowners. It is not a record that I would be particularly proud
Leader
of.
of the Australian Greens.
Now, they have a chance this week, Speaker, to redeem themselves by allowing our housing bill's passage through the Senate. Remembering, Speaker, remembering that the Greens bought a scheme just like Help to Buy to their platform in the last election. We know that they support this scheme, and the only reason that they have blocked and delayed home ownership for childcare workers and nurses is because every time the Greens choose politics over progress for Australians. It is time for this juvenile charade to come to an end. The bill before the Senate will help tens of thousands of low-income people like nurses and childcare workers into home ownership. And the Greens must stop working with those opposite to deny these people those opportunities. Now, Australians will remember the actions of the Greens this week on the housing bills. Do the Greens want to go into the election having blocked and delayed everything and having stood in the path of childcare workers owning their own homes? Are they anything more than an ineffective party of protest? We'll soon find out, Speaker. The ball is in their court.
Before I call the honourable member for Kooyong, I'd like to welcome and acknowledge some special guests today. We have the Mayor of the City of Greater Dandenong, Councillor Jim Mehmedi, His Excellency Mr Adrian Mara, the Ambassador of the Republic of Albania, and also Her Excellency Mrs Yetmira Bedejnaraja Shala, the Ambassador of the Republic of Kosovo. And I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery up there today are representatives from Mater Little Miracles, whose work to improve outcomes for mothers and babies in neonatal care helps give our tiniest and most vulnerable patients the best start in life. Oliver and his mum Louise are sitting in the gallery today. Oliver is 6 and was born at 25 weeks. And in the special visitors gallery today are the nearest and dearest of the member for Kennedy, his family. They're here to celebrate his 50 years representing the community of Kennedy at state and federal levels, including his lovely wife, Mrs Susie Catter. Welcome to you all. And I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Environment and Water. Minister, a recent review found that major supermarkets are in some cases charging more for unpackaged fruit and vegetables than they are for plastic-wrapped produce. One example was loose potatoes, which cost 53% more than bagged ones. With Australians already struggling with the cost of living crisis and some really trying to do the right thing by reducing their plastic waste, how is the government going to hold supermarket chains accountable for fuelling Australia's plastic pollution?
Give the call to the Minister for the Environment and the Minister for Water.
Thanks so much,
Mr Speaker, and thank you very much to the member for Kooyong for that excellent question. It really is quite outrageous that the supermarkets are actually making it more expensive for families to do the right thing when they're doing their shopping. Bananas come in their own packaging. Oranges come in their own packaging. They don't need to be wrapped in plastic as well. The supermarkets have also walked away from their responsibility for recycling soft plastics. As the member for Kooyong knows, the supermarkets have been much too slow in reinitiating the collection of soft plastics at supermarkets. So we're continuing to work on the supermarkets to roll out the collection of soft plastics again. We are opening soft plastics recycling facilities, including for those very difficult plastics like food packaging to be recycled. In fact, the member for Adelaide in his electorate has recently seen the opening of a new soft plastics recycling facility, one of 60 soft plastics recycling facilities that we've rolled out across the country as part of our $1 billion investment in upgrading recycling facilities across the country. And we're also, of course, working with state and territory governments on packaging regulation. We need to create less of this waste in the first place. We need to make sure we're making demands on packaging makers, like upping the level of recycled content in packaging, reducing unnecessary packaging, getting rid of those particularly bad additives. Of course, we're also banning the import or severely restricting the use of around 500 of those PFAS group of chemicals from the 1st of July. Again, that'll make a huge difference on this side. And we're working internationally because, of course, this is an international problem. We're working with countries in our neighbourhood like East Timor and Indonesia to deal with issues like the ghost nets and the ocean plastics that are washing down from our neighbourhood, to take those plastics out of the ocean. And right now, today in fact, in Busan, the negotiation on the Global Plastics Treaty has started in Busan today. This is the final stage of the negotiation. Australia has been advocating very strongly for an ambitious treaty that restricts the production of new plastic and focuses much more on recycling the plastic that we've already got in circulation globally. We are absolutely determined to reduce the amount of plastics being used. It's such a shame that those opposite teamed up with the Greens in the Senate to actually disallow the cost of licences to export our waste overseas. It was your policy when you were the minister. Why would you disallow it?
Order. The acting leader and the Minister for the Environment will cease interjecting. Give a call to the honourable member for Paterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians with the cost of living, and what obstacles stand in the way, Treasurer?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Paterson as well for always maintaining a focus on the main game, which is the cost of living. The member for Paterson knows that when we came to office, Australians were going backwards. And that's because inflation was higher and rising, wages were lower and real wages were falling quarter after quarter. There were huge deficits and enormous debt, and that altogether meant that Australian living standards were falling. And we know that people are under pressure. We know that people have got a lot of ground to make up in their household budgets, and that's why it's our primary focus on this side of the House. And we have made some good, substantial progress. Inflation is now less than half what we inherited. It's back in the Reserve Bank's target band, and real wages have grown now for 4 quarters in a row. We'll get some monthly inflation data on Wednesday. That monthly number bounces around a bit, but really anything with a 2 in front of it will show the kind of progress we've made since it was north of 6% under those opposite, Mr Speaker. Now, despite good progress we're making in the national numbers, we know that that doesn't always automatically translate to how people are faring or feeling in the economy. We know that it's not mission accomplished because people are still under pressure, and that's why our cost of living help is so important. Getting inflation down, getting wages up, tax cuts, energy bill relief, rent assistance, cheaper medicines, cheaper early childhood education. And we've done that at the same time as we've delivered 1 million jobs and delivered 2 surpluses in 2 years, when those opposite couldn't deliver a single surplus in 9 years, Mr Speaker. Now, worse than that, those opposite, when they had the opportunity to support cost of living help, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. And that means, because they oppose cost of living help, it means that people would be much worse off today if those opposite had their way. On this side of the House, we've come at the cost of living challenge from every responsible angle. And at every single turn, those opposite have argued for and voted for lower wages and less cost of living help. And that means that people would be worse off today if they had had their way. So this is the risk they pose, Mr Speaker, because this is their record. They left behind higher inflation and falling real wages and more deficits and debt, and we have been working around the clock to turn that around. And those opposite are a risk to the progress that we have made because of that record of coming after wages and cutting Medicare and rorting the budget, Mr Speaker. Now, this side of the House, we know that Australians are under pressure, but more than acknowledging that, we're actually doing something about it. And what that means is Australians would be worse off without our cost of living help, and they would be much, much worse off under those opposite. The biggest risk to household budgets is a coalition government, Mr Speaker. This is why they haven't come clean on any alternatives, because the alternative over there is more inflation, lower wages and less help.
Call to the honourable member for Nichols.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Former ACTU President and member for Throsby, Jenny George, has written in relation to your government's failure to deliver a promised $275 reduction in power bills, and I quote, "With each broken promise, trust diminishes. Social licence has fallen away in regional areas carrying the burden of the transition. Prime Minister, why should Australians trust your government on energy prices after this broken promise?"
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank very much, and I thank the member for his question. Jenny George was indeed a fine president of the ACTU, who represented working people day in, day out while she was there. And then, of course, she came into the electorate of Throsby, and now she's an Australian columnist. Sometimes people change, Mr Speaker. Sometimes they change. Sometimes they change, Mr Speaker. It happens. Mark Latham once sat as Leader of the Opposition. Sometimes that happens, Mr Speaker. And when it happens, that's okay. And when it happens, that's okay too. But what we have done, Mr Speaker, is to make sure that we are delivering on our commitment that we made to take action on climate change. And we know that from those opposite want to have a debate about our plan for renewables, firmed by gas, with their plan for I don't know what, in between now and the 2040s, when nuclear will come in. Well, a couple of little facts. Nuclear energy peaked as a proportion of global energy in 1996, and it's been falling ever since. The number of nuclear reactors worldwide peaked in 2002, 22 years ago, and last year the world added 460 gigawatts.
Pause. The member for Nichols is seeking a point of order.
Mr Speaker, it was about reduction in power bills and broken promises and trust diminishing, and the Prime Minister is not addressing that.
Well, if the Prime Minister is talking about energy prices, and it's a pretty broad question with a preamble about a newspaper article, it wasn't a short question, and I think would be a fair statement. So we're just going to listen to the Prime Minister to make sure he's being directly relevant. I believe he is, and he's entitled to, if you ask about energy prices, he's going to, I don't know what he's going to say, but he's going to give an answer on that topic.
Mr Speaker, and there are a number of articles. This is a regular columnist for the Australian, and good luck to Jenny George, and I wish her well. But when we're talking about a plan to go forward, as the world is, that plan is being driven by renewables and the shift that's happening with the transition to clean energy. That is what is happening. And that's why the world last year added 460 gigawatts of new non-hydro renewables, while nuclear energy generation went backwards by 1 gigawatt. The United States added 39 gigawatts of new renewables last year and no nuclear. And last year, China added 217 gigawatts of new renewables and only 1 gigawatt of new nuclear. Now, the reason why the world is transitioning to clean energy is because they understand not only is that good for the environment, it's also good for their economies. And that is why Australia is a part of that global transition that's occurring. Those opposite want to press the pause button, don't have any plan for between now and 2040s, and won't tell us how much their plan will cost. That will contribute some 4% of our energy needs in the 2040s.
Concluded. We call to a member for Blair.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to lift wages? Are there any threats to the pay of Australian workers?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Blair for the question and for his commitment to getting wages moving in Australia. This government's committed to lifting wages, to fighting inflation, to strengthening Medicare and to building more houses. Those opposite, throughout all of the arguments we've had with respect to lifting wages, have opposed us every single time. Every single time, right from the election campaign, when the Prime Minister was asked whether or not wages should keep up with inflation, and he answered with one word, which was absolutely. Absolutely. And when those opposite heard it, they thought it was a mistake. They couldn't picture the concept of conviction for working people. They had no way of handling it. So they then came up with their different arguments when we introduced the legislation to get wages moving. First, they claimed it would be inflationary, and yet while wages have been rising, inflation has halved. They then claimed there'd be crippling economy-wide strikes. Strikes are now running at 1/6 the rate they were under the previous government. That's right, the final quarter for the previous government, the number of days lost to industrial action was 6 times higher than it is now. So why would it be that they voted against pay rises for Australian workers 48 times? Why would it be that they've done that? Why would it be that they are so committed to oppose a concept of people earning more and keeping what they earn? Because they've done it every single time. Our approach to the minimum wage, the annual wage review, has been to go in every time and argue for wages to be improved so that people don't go backwards. We've done it every single time. They had a complete opposition to that approach. Instead, their approach was for low wage growth to be a deliberate design feature of their economic management, and they delivered it. Successfully for a decade, wages flatlined. But as a result of the changes of policy of this Prime Minister, as a result of the changes of law of this government, what have been the outcomes? The minimum wage over the 3 annual wage reviews has now gone up by 18.5% in the life of this government. That's for the people who are the lowest paid in Australia, earning $7,451 extra a year. On award wages, 14.8% increase over the life of this government. Aged care workers on a 15% increase, opposed by those opposite. Early educators on a 15% increase, opposed by those opposite. The gender pay gap at the lowest level it's ever been since records began because of legislation, opposed by those opposite. Mine workers, cabin crew, meat workers, all earning more and keeping more of what they earn.
Call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The recent Council of Small Business Organisations Australia report has revealed that 3/4 of small businesses are concerned about energy price rises. The report also notes half of small businesses are worried about paying their bills in the future. How are small businesses meant to survive under this energy and cost of living crisis driven by the Albanese Labor government?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Order. Order. Members on my right. Just going to wait. The member for Lindsay was heard. Order. The member for Lindsay was heard in silence and she was given respect. So we're just going to give the same respect to people on their feet, no matter where they're standing in the chamber. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And of course the government's acutely aware of the concerns of small business when it comes to energy prices. That's why we've delivered 2 rounds of energy bill relief to small businesses, Mr Speaker, opposed by those opposite, opposed by the member for Lindsay. Two successive budgets delivering energy bill relief not only for households but for small businesses. Because when we say small business is the engine room of our economy, we mean it, Mr Speaker, and we deliver for them, Mr Speaker. All they deliver are slogans and platitudes and contempt for small business. We're also delivering our support for small businesses through the CFC and other programs to help them invest in their own businesses to reduce their energy prices and bills, Mr Speaker. That's what we're doing. We're getting on with the job of practical projects to help small businesses, as well as energy bill relief. We deliver, while the opposition delivers nothing but slogans.
Call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport. How are the Albanese Labor government's boost to wages and once-in-a-generation aged care reforms improving the lives of older Australians and the people who care for them?
Give a call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Dunkley for her question and for her advocacy for older people in her beautiful part of the world. Since the election of the Albanese government, we have worked relentlessly to fulfil the mandate required by the Royal Commission to restore dignity and quality back to aged care. There is now a registered nurse on site in aged care 99% of the time. Older Australians are receiving an additional 3.9 million minutes of care every single day. And so far, 136 of the 148 recommendations of the Royal Commission have been directly addressed. And today marks the passage of the most impactful aged care reforms in 30 years. Today, our rights-based aged care bill passed the Parliament, creating a law that puts older people and not providers back at the heart of aged care. Older Australians will receive compassionate and person-centred care delivered by skilled workers who are respected and fairly paid. The aged care system will be sustainable, with those who can afford it making contributions towards the cost of their own care. I want to share with this chamber a story about a duo named Joan and Michelle who exemplify exactly what these reforms are about. Michelle is a personal care worker on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. She is one of the 250,000 aged care workers who received a pay rise and a tax cut from the Albanese Labor government. And through our fee-free TAFE, Michelle is now doing a diploma of nursing to further her career and become an enrolled nurse. Michelle supports Joan, a 96-year-old pensioner and home care recipient. Joan and her husband John lived and worked in Avondale, raising their family of 10. And after her kids left the nest to have families of their own and her husband John passed away, Joan moved to a retirement village in Nambour. And like a growing number of Australians, Joan wants to live in her own home for the rest of her life. And under Support at Home, that will now be possible. Support at Home will ensure Joan has faster access to assistive technology like walkers or wheelchairs and increase the maximum level of support from $61,000 up to $78,000. Support at Home will offer a temporary boost in funding available to Joan if she has an accident or needs restorative and allied health support. This is how the Albanese Labor government's once-in-a-generation aged care reforms are improving the lives of older Australians and the people who care for them.
Good call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister please advise how much taxpayers' money the Albanese Labor government has committed to spend on agreements arising from COP29?
Order. Give the call to the Minister for the Environment and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Order. The acting leader of the opposition just going to listen to the answer. Minister,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to take the question from the member for Fairfax. The answer to his question is 0. Mr. Speaker, last week the government was requested by other governments to enter into certain agreements and arrangements, which we did agree to. We joined, for example, the Global Energy and Storage Bridge Pledge, which is a very good thing to do. We joined the call to action for no new coal at the request of and suggestion of the United Kingdom government, and we signed the Australia-UK Climate and Energy Partnership, Mr. Speaker. And after I signed that with Secretary of State Miliband,
members on my left, the member
he said, and I quote,
Fairfax and the member for Page, hang on a sec. The minister is listing specific answers to the question that he was asked about, and he's going through a list. We've got to be able to do this respectfully, and if you've asked a question and there's detail involved, I would have thought you wanted to listen to that. So can everybody just make sure we're taking the temperature down and we're just listening to the minister? The minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Fairfax asked me about agreements we'd entered into. After I signed the agreement with the United Kingdom, Secretary of State Miliband said to the media, and I quote, "In Britain, we so admire what Australia is doing on renewables, the drive this government has shown, and we want to learn from Australia in terms of solar, for example, Mr. Speaker." That's what the Secretary of Energy in the United Kingdom said. And it also followed the agreement signed by the Prime Minister of Australia and India for closer cooperation in that most important economy when it comes to not only economic matters but the world's transition, because we work with governments across the board on renewable energy, agreements that those opposite would not be able to sign and enter into. And the member for Fairfax implies that there was a cost. There was 0 cost.
The call to the honourable member for Bean and Opposition Whip.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to build a better and fairer education system and support students with the cost of living? Are there alternative approaches?
I should correct myself as the government whip. And give the call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the cracking government whip, for his question. See what I did there? Last week, the ACT became the 4th jurisdiction to sign on to the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. That follows Western Australia, Tasmania and the Northern Territory. That means more funding for public schools, $256 million more for ACT public schools over the next 10 years. That extra funding will start to roll out from July in just over a month's time. But as I've said before, Mr. Speaker, this is not a blank cheque. That money will be tied to real and practical reforms to help children who fall behind when they're little to catch up and to keep up, help more young people finish school. And this week, the Senate will debate legislation that we have to pass to make this happen. Today, the Senate is also debating legislation to create, for the first time, paid prac. That's financial support for teaching students, nursing students, midwifery students and social work students while they do the practical part of their degree. These are people who've signed up to do some of the most important jobs in this country. People who teach our children, who look after us when we're sick or when we're old, look after women in domestic violence, refugees. And that same legislation will wipe $3 billion of student debt for more than 3 million Australians. It'll mean for someone with an average student debt today of about 27 grand that their debt will be cut, when that legislation passes, by about $1,200. And that's just the first step. If we win the next election, we'll wipe a further 20% off all student debts. Combined, these two reforms will mean that for someone with that average student debt of about 27 grand, we will wipe $7,000 from their debt. And that's real help for a lot of young Australians, just out of uni, just out of TAFE, just out of home, just getting started. And what does the Liberal Party think of all of this? Well, they say that it's
Order.
a terrible thing to do. They attack a 15% pay rise for childcare workers. They attack extra money for public schools. They attack making TAFE free. And they attack making university degrees cheaper. I've heard more no's and more dribble from the Liberal Party in the last week than I have from my 3-year-old, and less sense. This reckless and arrogant Liberal Party that seem to not understand the power of education or what it can do, but we do, and so do the Australian people.
Call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. As you know, the community in Goldstein and across Australia has been shattered by the tragic deaths of Holly Bowles and Bianca Jones due to methanol poisoning in Laos. The community's priorities are to provide Holly and Bianca's families with every support we can, to make sure the girls are returned to Australia as soon as possible, and to make sure that a proper process occurs to prevent this from happening to other young travellers. Prime Minister, can you update this grieving community on what the government is doing to bring Holly and Bianca home?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Goldstein for her question and for her leadership of her local community, which is devastated, as are other Australians, by the tragic loss of these two young women, Bianca Jones and Holly Bowles. Two young Australians who had such bright futures ahead of them, travelling as young Australians do, and unfortunately not coming home in a way in which their parents and their community and their loved ones would have wanted to see. There has been a flood of grief in your local community, where both young women were so widely admired and well liked. They were best friends, and the best days of their lives should have been ahead of them. I know all Australians are thinking of their families at this moment who are facing a grief which is every parent's worst nightmare. There's no crueler arithmetic than adding up all the years not lived, the potential not fulfilled, the dreams not lived, all that might have been. My government continues to support Holly and Bianca's families, just as we continue our efforts with local authorities on investigations into this tragedy. Our officials are working closely with Bianca and Holly's families to bring them home. The Foreign Minister has been in direct contact with her Thai and Laos counterparts. Minister Wong has underscored our expectation that the investigations are thorough and transparent. Australian officials in Laos and Thailand are working closely with local authorities, including offering assistance in relation to the investigation that's underway, and that includes, I can confirm, an offer of assistance from the Australian Federal Police. Our officials have also brought together representatives from other countries who have citizens impacted. They include, tragically, Denmark, the United Kingdom, the United States and others, to coordinate approaches. And we'll also examine what way this tragic incidents that have affected so many can be averted in the future. And we want to work with other governments based upon this experience to see whether any action can be taken. Obviously, it's a sovereign nation, Laos, but I know that they are devastated, as are the governments of other countries who've been impacted by this. And I undertake to certainly keep the member for Goldstein informed as these investigations progress, and also to work with across the Parliament. I mean, this isn't a party political issue. This is something that, if it can be averted, we should be a part of any action that can do just that. But I conclude where I began, both by expressing my extreme and sincere condolences to the families of these two fine young Australians who tragically left our shores with the best of intentions, I'm sure full of joy and hope, and tragically will not be able to return due to this incredibly sad tragedy.
Call to the honourable member for Aston.
My question is to the Minister for Immigration.
What measures are the Albanese Labor government pursuing to address net overseas migration? What has been the response, and does this represent a consistent pattern?
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Aston for the question, and this fits in with the fourth of those issues that I referred to before, the government's determination to lift wages, to fight inflation, to strengthen Medicare and to improve access to housing. And I think we were all a little bit astonished last week when a measure that the Leader of the Opposition, the Opposition generally, had connected to improving access to housing, that is, starting to hold back the net overseas migration numbers, particularly with respect to student visas, when we discovered that the opposition would be opposing that strategy. Opposing it notwithstanding they had called for it, opposing it notwithstanding that they had welcomed it. And the member for Aston asks if there's a pattern here, and I think there might be, Mr Speaker. I think there might be. Because, yes, they said that they wanted to fix the migration system. Yes, they said that international students overstaying visas, they described that as a modern version of the boat arrivals, and yet they ended up voting against the government having the power to put caps in place.
For Bowman.
It's part of the pattern of reckless arrogance that we see from those opposite, because there are policies like one I referred to before, where they're upfront, they're opposed to it, and when they give all the speeches opposed to wage rises, we know they're going to vote against wage rises. But the other half is, if they give speeches in support of something, they're going to vote against that too. And it's been fairly consistent the whole way through. So they said they cared about the housing crisis, but they vote against every single measure to build more houses. They said they cared about the cost of living, but when cheaper medicine's put in place, what do? They vote no. They said they cared about energy bill relief. When energy bill relief is put in front of them, what do? They vote no. They said that they cared about getting the skills there for people in the trades to be able to build more homes, but what do when we bring forward free TAFE? They vote no. They gave speeches about young people being in debt, but what do when there's legislation brought in by the Education Minister that's about reducing student debt? They vote no to it. What do they do when it comes to each issue here, particularly of all the ones, migration? When there is something to contain migration, it doesn't matter how many speeches they've delivered about it, they vote no. The reckless arrogance of those opposite is consistent as it is that you know. If they say they're against something, they probably are, and if they say they support something, they're against that too.
The call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. South Australian Rick Valheim lost both his legs to diabetes and now relies on electricity-powered devices, including his motorised wheelchair. His wife Lynn said that without power, they can't lift him out of bed. Their electricity bills have increased from around $900 to $1,400. Why are Australians paying the price for Labor's reckless energy policies?
Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you. Well, the question for the member for Sturt is why the member for Sturt voted against energy price relief.
Twice.
Not once.
Order. Members on my left.
Not once, but twice voted against energy bill relief. And I hope that the member for Sturt, whose electorate I was in just a few weeks ago, launching our education policy to take money off the debt of young Australians with HECS. I hope that the member for Sturt has told his constituent, and indeed all of his constituents, that firstly they concealed a 20% rise in their electricity bills. It was before the election that indeed the member for Hume introduced a special regulation to make sure that that was hidden. from the constituents in Sturt, and I hope that the member for Sturt has apologised to his constituent for voting against the Energy Bill Relief Scheme. I hope that the member for Sturt has told his constituent as well that when this government worked with state and territory governments to put caps on coal and gas prices and the support for rebates for households and businesses as part of that plan, that he voted against it. He didn't want it. He regarded that as an intervention into the market that was unnecessary, even though that global spike in prices was having an impact. And I hope as well that the member for Sturt, because I know that Claire Clutterham will certainly be telling the member for Sturt's constituents that your party policy is to invest unknown billions of dollars of their taxpayer dollars in publicly owned nuclear reactors sometime in the 2040s. And between time that there's no plan whatsoever to ensure security of energy supply.
Call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Communications. How will the Albanese Labor government's social media reforms help support parents and protect children when it comes to online safety?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. The Albanese government has introduced world-leading legislation to establish a minimum age of 16 years for social media. Now, we acknowledge that this is complex and novel reform. As the government has outlined, this bill is about supporting parents and protecting children. And it's about making sure children have a childhood and parents have peace of mind. And it's also about the Parliament working together to progress important reforms that will set a new community standard. Now, I can assure the House, Mr Speaker, this legislation is centred on the key principle that supports parents to say no. This is a powerful reference point for society. It also centres on the principle of protecting young people, not isolating them. Social media in its current form is not a safe product for them. Access to social media does not have to be the defining feature of growing up. There is more to life than constant notifications, endless scrolling, and pressure to conform to the false and unrealistic perfectionism that can be served up by influencers. Social media is having a detrimental impact on our young people and their mental health, and that is why we are acting. Now, it's important that we support young people and their digital inclusion. The legislation before the Parliament and its associated rules will exclude messaging, gaming, educational and health support apps from the age limit. Examples of excluded services include, but are not limited to, Google Classroom, Kids Helpline social platform, Reach Out's Peer Chat and YouTube. And in protecting children, the legislation features stronger than typical data and privacy protections. Platforms will be required to ring-fence and destroy data collected for the purpose of age assurance when the age assurance check is complete. Not destroying data would be a breach of the Privacy Act with penalties of up to $50 million. And we have made clear the digital ID framework is not in scope and will not be used for age assurance. The government is also providing additional resources to the Information Commissioner to ensure it's equipped to oversee this legislation as it relates to privacy. Mr Speaker, this legislation will deliver greater protections for young Australians during critical stages of their development. It places the onus on social media platforms, not parents, not young people, to take reasonable steps to ensure these protections are in place. I welcome the prompt review of this bill by the Senate Committee. I look forward to its assessment, and we will consider further steps in response that the bill should take in the protection of Australian children.
Give a call to the member for Wentworth.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Australians are the biggest per capita losers on gambling. 18 months ago, Peter Murphy's review recommended a ban on online gambling, and this is widely supported in my electorate, including by a mum I met in King's Cross who's working as a cleaner, desperate to help her son escape online gambling and the damage it has done to their family. This parliament had a once-in-a-generation opportunity to stop online gambling advertising. Why have you abandoned it?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. I thank the member for Wentworth for her question. Well, we've done more in 2 years to tackle gambling harms than has been done by any government since Federation. We've also made it very clear that the status quo is untenable, but we continue to engage with stakeholders on our response to what is an important issue. We have established a mandatory customer ID verification for online wagering. We've banned the use of credit cards for online wagering. We've forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses. We've introduced new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising. We've provided direct funding for specialist financial counselling to support people affected by problem gambling. We've introduced nationally consistent staff training.
The Prime Minister will pause. The Prime Minister has concluded his answer. Give a call. Order. Order. And the House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia. How will the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia create more jobs in the resources sector with the introduction of the production tax credits for critical minerals, and what is standing in the way of those new jobs?
The call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the hard-working member for Hasluck for her question, because she knows Australia's critical minerals and rare earths are in demand right around the world, and that demand will only grow as we create more green technology, and of course they are integral for defence technologies that need our rare earths. The production tax credits for critical minerals are the biggest single investment any government in this country has ever made in the resources sector. The Treasurer this morning introduced the 10% tax credit for processing critical minerals that will create highly paid jobs, good jobs and wealth for future generations of Australians. Now, industry was active in its development, and indeed that's why industry has lined up to support it. And if I could remind everyone here of the support we have from the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies. The CEO, Warren Pearce, has said, after months of detailed consultation with industry, companies and key stakeholders, it is clear this vital assistance has been well designed and will be effective. It provides confidence to the growing critical minerals sector and demonstrates to the market and investors that Australia is open for business and serious about developing a value-added industry right here in Australia. The CEO, Warren Pearce, goes on to say, talking a good game isn't good enough. We need real action, and the production tax incentive is exactly what industry is seeking. And then the CEO of the CME, the Chamber of Minerals and Energy in WA, has said, this measure recognises the federal government's commitment to supporting industry to level the playing field in what is an intensely competitive global market. Passage of the legislation would set an important investment signal for further value-adding activities and provide certainty for industry. I am asked by the member, well, what is standing in the way of the production tax incentive? Well, you don't have to look far, because it's all over there. It is the members of the opposition, the coalition, the Liberal and National parties standing in the way of jobs in this country, of jobs in their community. On budget night, the member for Hume thought he was onto a winner with a new three-word slogan when he set to oppose the production tax incentives. The coalition have voted against tax cuts, against energy relief, against cheaper medicines, against higher wages, and now it's the resources sector's turn to cop the reckless thoughtlessness of the modern Liberal and National parties. By their words and deeds, Mr Speaker, in opposing this support for the critical minerals industry, the coalition are showing themselves for exactly what they are: anti-Western Australian, anti-Queensland, anti-jobs in communities right through your electors. They are anti-resources and they will pay a price. Well, I say to the opposition, why don't you support production tax credits for critical minerals? Well, it's because you are anti-resources.
Call to the Prime Minister.
And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask further questions placed on the notice paper.
Last Wednesday, the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Local Government and Member for Ballarat raised as a matter of privilege whether an action by the member for Barker constitutes a breach of privilege. The specific action the Minister referred to is the filming by a staff member of the member for Barker without permission of an interaction that day between the member for Barker and the member in her ministerial office, and associated filming in a ministerial wing corridor. The Minister presented as supporting information an email from her to all members and senators advertising a drop-in session to her office on Wednesday, which I understand is a regular occurrence and I believe she should be commended for. I have had the opportunity to review the matter raised by the Minister, and as I noted at the time, I accept the matter was raised at the earliest opportunity. The task for me under the standing order is to determine whether there is a prima facie case that the action by the member for Barker amounts to or was intended to likely to amount to an improper interference with the free exercise by the member for Ballarat as her duties as a member. I note that the incident complained of occurred during a drop-in session held by the member in her capacity as Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government on subjects within her ministerial responsibilities. I appreciate the Minister's concerns about the discourtesy shown by the member for Barker through this action and acknowledge that she may consider it to be a significant interference in her ministerial work and as an affront to her. However, I do not see evidence that the action by the member for Barker amounts to or was intended or likely to amount to an improper interference with the free exercise by the member for Ballarat as her duties as a member, such as would allow me to find a prima facie case of a breach of parliamentary privilege. Therefore, I do not propose to give precedence to a motion to refer the matter of the Standing Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. Even though there is not a prima facie case of a breach of privilege, other considerations are relevant in these circumstances. The evidence of the Minister raises serious concerns about breaches of the media rules applying to everyone in Parliament House. I take this opportunity to remind all members that filming interactions in the private areas of Parliament House without appropriate approvals and the express permission of those captured in the images are a breach of the media rules for Parliament House. These rules apply to everyone, visitors and building occupants alike, including members and their staff. I consider it to be the responsibility of members to ensure that their staff follow these rules. Further, I take this opportunity to remind members of the Parliamentary Behaviour Standards and Code, which were approved by the House and the Senate in October. Every one of us is required to understand and comply with the standards and code. As the Behaviour Code for Parliamentarians states, and I quote, "All parliamentarians have a shared responsibility as employers and leaders in the community to ensure that our workplace meets the highest standards of integrity, dignity, safety and mutual respect." I would hope that any member who has caused offence to another member would exercise that respect and apologise for their actions. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you for this indulgence and for the manner in which you've dealt with this matter. Over the course of Wednesday, the 20th of November, a new staff member from my office recorded footage of me in various locations in and around Parliament House, including in the ministerial corridor. These recordings, while taken in error, were in no way covert. I acknowledge the error. I note that I have apologised to you and through you to all occupants of this building for those actions. I have now re-familiarised myself with the rules for media-related activities in Parliament House and its precincts and have, as requested, brought those media rules to the attention of all of my staff. I note, however, that in raising this matter, pursuant to Standing Order 51, Minister King has alleged, amongst other things, that I filmed in the ministerial suite, her ministerial suite, and that I downloaded the footage onto a laptop. I reject those allegations. Unbeknownst to me, after capturing footage in the ministerial corridor, my staff member continued recording as I entered the reception and meeting room of the minister's suite. On returning to my office and having been made aware of that footage, the member of my staff was directed to delete it. That fact was contemporaneously confirmed when the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms spoke with my staff member, who apologised, accepted responsibility and confirmed that the footage had been deleted. I have apologised to Minister King. The filming in her suite should not have occurred. and I accept responsibility for my staff members' error.
Non-indulgent, the Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and in the manner in which you have handled the matter. And as you know, the matter does relate to an incident that occurred in my ministerial office last week during a drop-in session, which I do hold on a regular basis for all members of Parliament, regardless of political persuasion, to come and talk to me about projects that you have in your electorates. And it's something that I feel is in the legacy of Simon Crean, who used to do that when we were last in government as well, and I've continued that tradition. As I've already outlined to the House, I do consider it was a significant breach of the rules during the drop-in session when it did become evidence that there was filming taking place during that without any prior request or any consent from me. I accept the member for Barker subsequently rang me to apologise. I accept the apology which I note has been made on behalf of his staff member. If that's how he'd like to explain it, then that is a matter for him. I do want to make the point that in the last week of the parliamentary calendar, that Australians do expect and deserve and to see parliamentarians conduct themselves in a manner befitting this place. That goes to respect for each other and for the rules we've established as we go about our jobs. We've now codified that behaviour, and I do hope that the member reflects on that as he goes forward in doing his job.
We shall move to papers. I present the Commonwealth Ombudsman Quarterly Reports under Section 712F6 of the Fair Work Act 2009 for the periods 1 July to 30th September 2023, 1 October to 31 December 2023, 1 January to 31 March 2024 and 1 April to 30th June 2024. And the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I give the call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I was confronted with a blank screen when coming to write this speech, and when blank screen brain freeze would happen to me when I was a journo, we were told by our editors, just start typing what's in your head. So that's what I'm doing, and that's what you're hearing now. And this is a stream of consciousness, more than it is a speech, so my apologies for the incoherence. Now, did you hear the member for Higgins' incredible speech last Monday? That demonstrates what a loss Michelle will be for this House following the Electoral Commission's decision to abolish her seat. It was a speech full of intellect, insight and compassion. Don't expect much this time. And I say to the Commissioners, it's not too late. Reconsider. Abolish the seat of Melbourne instead. Or better yet, Deakin. Either would be a definite improvement. Speaker, I'm giving my valedictory today not because my seat has been abolished, but because our great party has chosen a candidate other than me to represent it at the next election. It's a decision I understand and a decision I support. As members and candidates, we all believe that we will definitely win our seats at every election we face. We need that self-belief to survive. But the brutal mathematical fact is my margin sits on 0.9% or 1,344 votes. It's a margin significantly slimmer than myself. My heart tells me I've worked hard, I'm well liked, that I can definitely retain this seat. But my professional political brain tells me the seat's on a knife edge. That Lyons is exactly the sort of seat the opposition leader is targeting, and that while I'm a hard-working member, I'm not a terrific campaigner. And at elections, seats can and do change hands, despite the incumbent's self-belief and best efforts. So when the potential arose for another Labor candidate to emerge, my good friend Rebecca White, the former leader of the Tasmanian Labor Party and a state member for Lyons, I won't go into the detail of Tasmania's Hare Clark, the opportunity was too good to pass up. Now, I've quipped to a few people over the recent weeks that if I'd been on the pre-selection panel and I had to choose between White and Mitchell, I'd have voted for White too. And I'm Mitchell. I am confident Rebecca will be the new member for Lyons, and she will be a great addition to the caucus, to this parliament and to this nation. Now, when I cast my eye around this caucus, I see an incredible bunch of people from all walks of life. We have dairy farmers, miners, teachers, factory workers, academics, police officers, lawyers, engineers, doctors, nurses, journalists, social workers, allied health workers and soldiers, and a sprinkling of trade union officials. We have a majority of women in our ranks and MPs from all walks of life and multicultural, linguistic and faith backgrounds. I am proud, enormously proud, to be part of a federal Labor caucus that reflects the diversity of the Australian population better than any caucus or indeed any government has in our nation's history. This group of people I've had the privilege to serve alongside is passionate and committed. In conversations and meetings, all the talk is about how we can do things to make life better for the people we represent. I've never had a Labor minister turn me away, nor be dismissive of my concerns, and I've been struck often by the compassion and the care shown by members of this group and indeed by members of this parliament towards each other when someone is having a tough time, especially when a loved one has died or if a member has had a rough trot in the media. This is a group of people that cares about each other. That's reflective of how this group cares about its communities and the nation as a whole. Amongst this group is a new generation of Australian political leadership, and I leave this place knowing the country's in good hands, with people of this calibre to carry the torch. I will miss being part of this very fine group of Australians. I consider myself privileged to have been amongst you. Speaker, there are many things I wish I'd further progressed before leaving this place, but there are three in particular that I'll mention. First, the need for government to take a much more active role in the preservation and propagation of quality journalism. Quality journalism is increasingly replaced by clickbait because that's what drives eyeballs for advertisers who have stuck with legacy media. And I do take my hat off to the efforts of the Communications Minister, who's worked so hard in this space. Organs dedicated to quality journalism struggle because they don't get the critical advertising mass they need to pay the bills. Increasingly, the only people accessing quality journalism are those who care enough to pay for it via subscriptions, and that makes it a niche and boutique proposition. The people who most need access to quality journalism simply aren't being exposed to enough of it. If we really believe that all Australians deserve access to quality journalism, which provides them the information they need to make informed judgments, it's going to have to be publicly funded. Now, before the Treasurer and the Finance Minister have conniptions, I think it can be done without adding too much to current expenditure. One model is to guarantee a minimum level of government advertising and sponsorship in established media, especially regional and independently owned newspapers, TV and radio that can demonstrate genuine newsroom bona fides. It shouldn't end up costing the budget much more than is currently spent on myriad government information campaigns and job ads already in circulation. But it will mean a dedicated effort to redirect advertising resources towards the primary goals of supporting quality journalism and diverse media ownership, rather than simply dumping advertising dollars with the big corporates and platforms that do not offer journalism. It won't be easy. Guardrails will be required and any regime will have to be adaptable to changing technologies and practices. But we simply cannot leave journalism to the crippling brutalities of market forces. As a nation, we acknowledge that justice and defence require substantial government expenditure. We don't expect them to survive in the market. We must acknowledge journalism's role as a cornerstone of our democracy, just as justice and defence are. It's too precious to allow to crumble. Another issue I would have liked to pursue, and the Treasurer will get nervous here, is getting more dental and mental and Medicare. I acknowledge the incredible leadership of the Health Minister, who has done so much in 3 years to repair the damage done to Medicare over the previous 9. He really has done a magnificent job creating Medicare urgent care clinics and improving bulk billing rates. But I would love to see more mental and dental and Medicare firmly on the Labor agenda. The wonderful Carmen Lawrence got dental care into Medicare in the dying days of the Keating government, but it was promptly ripped out like a healthy tooth by John Howard, and there's been no serious attempt since to restore it. I have no illusions about the expense or the difficulty, but it's time to commit to starting a process Too many people, our people, the old, the sick, the poor, are suffering from poor dental and mental health for us not to turn our attention to it. In the words of the great late JFK, we do these things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. One last thing for the Treasurer to crack a smile about is I would love to see some far-reaching reform on the taxation of alcohol. As you know, I'm the co-convener of the Parliamentary Friends of Australian Spirits group, which I'd started not least because there are nearly as many distilleries in Tasmania as there are in Scotland. There are some deeply ingrained inconsistencies and injustices in the way alcohol taxes and excises are levied, and we do need some serious reform there to both create a level playing field in Australia amongst distillers, brewers and vintners, and to make Australian spirits more competitive in the global market. The budget might take a hit in the short term by getting fewer dollars per litre of spirits sold, but I do think it would make more over the long term by growing the pie overall. Distilleries, and for that matter breweries and wineries, are terrific employers and generators of economic activity across regional Australia, and we should not underestimate their significance. The other issue that keeps me awake at night, other than all known life in the universe being reliant on a thin strip of atmospheric gas separating us from the infinite vacuum of space, believe me, it keeps me awake, is the rise, and this is serious, is the rise of the extreme political right across Western democracies and the rapid mainstreaming of fascism. What was unthinkable 10 years ago is accepted now and will be firmly entrenched tomorrow unless we do more to prevent it taking root, particularly amongst disaffected young men. Fascism is corrosive to who we are and the values of our country, values that Australian men and women have died to defend. I know it's an issue being dealt with at the highest levels of our security apparatus, but we do need to sandbag our institutions, our media, regulators, police, courts, infrastructure, to ensure they are protected from this insidious, cancerous menace. And despite the concerns I outlined above, I am genuinely optimistic. We do live in a wonderful country. It is not perfect and it has dark elements to its history and its genesis, but that is true of all nations. No country has been forged without blood being shed or injustice being meted out. It is important, vital, that we acknowledge the truth of our history in all its facets, both the dark and the light. I reject the proposition that it is a black armband view of history to acknowledge the darkness, but I equally reject the proposition that we cannot or should not be proud of the nation that has been forged and which continues to be tempered, the values that this nation stands for, even if it does not always live up to them, and the bright promise that it holds. There is so much to be proud of, but there is an unceasing duty to keep striving towards the light, towards humanity's better nature and ideals, a duty that falls most heavily, if not exclusively, to those of you who remain within this chamber. Colleagues, I never came to this place with that baton in my knapsack. The member for Grainler had nothing to fear from me. I only had a passion to serve, to make a contribution, to be part of a team, and I'm proud of the part I've played. Our government's decision to change the Stage 3 tax cuts from being weighted towards high-income earners to become tax cuts for every worker, with tax cuts for low-income workers and bigger tax cuts for average wage earners, is something I'm really proud of helping kick into gear, however marginal my role. That one decision, amongst many others, has made a material difference to the living standards of millions of Australians, and 9 out of 10 Tasmanians have more money to spend as a result. I'm proud of this government's achievements in so many areas in such a short time. Cheaper medicines, fee-free TAFE, higher wages for aged care and childcare workers, and so much more. We've achieved a lot in 3 years. Let's see what you lot can do in 6 or 9. As a local member, I've been able to achieve, or 12, thank you. As a local member, I've been able to achieve things for my electorate, not least the siting of a Medicare urgent care clinic in Bridgewater and a new Services Australia Centre in Sorell, both of which officially open today. I'm not there, it really bums me out. There are many others, sports facilities, factory funding, communication upgrades, irrigation funding and more. But those two I'm especially proud of, and I'd like to thank the Minister for Health and the Minister for Government Services for their support. Over my time as the member for Lyons, around $2 million has been dispersed to local non-profit community groups and talented young athletes, with grants ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands of dollars. And every single dollar has benefited the communities of my electorate and the people who live in them. And I'm sure all members have similar experiences. And speaking of achievements, the Prime Minister announced the other week $150 million for the South East Irrigation Scheme in my electorate. Now, I've been advocating for months for this project, but it was Rebecca White who sealed the deal. Rebecca grew up on a farm in the South East and she was able to make the strongest argument. She's not even in the Parliament yet and she's already delivered a $150 million project for Lyons. Not as an election commitment, but funding that will be delivered this term. Speaker, I've got people to acknowledge. My Tasmanian Federal Parliamentary Labor colleagues, Julie Collins, Carol Brown, Anna Urquhart, Katrina Billick and Helen Polly, for being such great Tasmanian teammates. And of course I acknowledge Ross Hart and Justine Kay, who were elected with me in 2016 to Bass and Braddon, but who sadly left the Parliament in 2019. The class of 2016 is a great class. And here. As is 19 and 22, that's right. Leave no one out. I thank the Prime Minister for his leadership and his vision. I thank former leader Bill Shorten for his service and his support, the Leader of the House for his intellect and his enthusiasm, the members for Fremantle, Perth and Chifley, who I knew long before I came to this place from other lives, and so many of you for the chats and catch-ups and advice and support. It's all treasured. Thank you to the member for MacArthur for trying to keep me alive a bit longer. Across the aisle, there are the members for Riverina, Gippsland, Bonner and Bass, who I've very much enjoyed catching up with. The members for Indi and Mayo have always been delightful company, and the members for Goldstein, Flinders and Parkes, who have been thoughtful and positive contributors on my Comms Committee, alongside our own members for Macquarie and Corangamite. There is so much more that unites the people in this place than divides us. It's important to have the fights, as the member for Maribyrnong said in his speech the other day. It's important to have the fights, to test what works and what doesn't, to stand up for your beliefs and ideals and poke holes in the other side to expose the fault lines. But I know most of us would prefer that we were able to do it while being just a little bit nicer to each other. I must thank the many volunteers and supporters who've door-knocked, made calls and allowed me to litter their yards with posters. There are too many to count, both volunteers and posters. What do you do with old call flutes apart from line your chook your pen? I don't know. I'll find out. And of course, my staff. Lara von Stieglitz, Ben Dudman, Anthony Cork, Lyndall Jones, Mel Franklin, Tom Price and Shannon Ahern, who just last week gave birth to Harrison, a new addition to her beautiful young family, and I'm pleased to say I won the office sweep on the most likely date of arrival. Thank you all for your service and dedication to our community. My name is on the door on the letterhead, but I've never forgotten. This is a group effort. I'd like to thank my former staff too for their invaluable contributions, especially the late Sharon Carnes, Darren Clark, Janet Lambert, Margaret Watson, Lockie Gray and Natalie Maple, who left me earlier this year after nearly 8 years' service. She really lost the lottery there, and after nearly 8 years' service, to look after her health. We love you, Nats, and we miss you and wish you all the best. Staff are the unsung heroes who none of us can do without, and assisting our constituents with their concerns and grievances and helping them navigate bureaucracies and achieve just outcomes is our bread and butter. I recall not long after I was elected that Margaret dealt with a man who'd been struggling for years to access his superannuation. He was a bit aggro in his manner, and it was clear that the people he'd previously talked to just wanted him out. He was too difficult to deal with. But Margaret stuck with him, patiently teasing from him the details she needed to chase up his super. He'd grump and harumph, but she would brook no nonsense. She got the details she needed and she got his super for him. $400,000. This guy was couch surfing. It only happened because that remarkable woman stuck by that difficult man and because I'd been in a position to give Margaret a job. Margaret changed his life. There have been so many other cases where my staff have won results for our constituents through dogged determination. I won't take credit for their work. They deserve the acknowledgement and I wish them all well in the next stage of their journey. I thank the Australian Labor Party for pre-selecting me 3 times and the people of Lyons for electing me for 3 terms. It has been the privilege of my life to serve in the National Parliament. I know I have my communities across Lyons, I know I leave my communities across Lyons in the best of hands with Rebecca White as our new federal Labor candidate. And I must say before I leave, I thank the attendants here and the Comcar drivers and everybody who assists us in this role, the cleaners of this place. Just wonderful, Dom at Aussies, everybody you come across just makes your life easier and better, and I thank everybody for their service. Last but not least, never least, my family, my wife Tanya and our 2 remarkable children, who have allowed me the freedom to do this job, which comes with such heavy demands on time and on bandwidth. My family is everything to me, but as the wonderful Kim Beazley remarked in his valedictory many years ago, the fact is that with this job, our families come second. I will miss this job, and I'll miss you all, but my time here is done. In the immortal words of Gautier, now I'm just somebody that you used to know.
The call to the Prime Minister.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We have just heard a remarkable valedictory from a great Australian who has given us an insight into his character, the generosity of his spirit, the way that he spoke about his staff assisting people and refused to take credit apart from saying his name was on the letterhead and on the door. But what we know is that a great parliamentarian it has to be that in order to attract great staff and loyal staff. I opened Brian's electorate office after he was elected in 2016. And throughout the last almost 9 years coming up, whether it was going to a community centre in Deloraine or a footy game in Longford or a pie shop on the road between Launceston and Hobart, Ross, we want to get that on the record, very much recommended, scallop pies down in Tasmania, or whether it be a distillery that was even better than the pie shop, I've got to say, Mr Speaker, there in Tasmania. New Norfolk, Sorrel, Perth, Swansea. I went to all those places with the member for Lyons because it's an electorate that basically starts when you land at Lonnie Airport, that's in Lyons, and you go all the way to Hobart and you're still in Lyons. And every bit in between, in the valleys and the coastline, there as well, of what is a remarkable seat with a very diverse community, agriculture as well as services sector, manufacturing there as well, and the tourism area, of course, providing some beautiful spots along the way. Brian worked really hard to win his seat in 2016 and to hold it in 2019 and 2022. We've got an insight today with this speech into how much he cares about that community that he was able to represent. And during those 3 election campaigns, where he took a seat off the then government, which is of course hard to do, and then to hold on to it as he did. We know Tasmanian seats have a bit of a history of swapping around a bit. He can take particular pride in the urgent care clinic there at Bridgewater, the Services Australia Centre at Sorrel, the Sorrel Jobs Hub, the new base for the Royal Flying Doctors there in Launceston, the new Norfolk community sports upgrade, something he's fought for a long period of time. But more importantly, the integrity as well that he's brought to the job. Brian and I, when we had a discussion about whether he would contest Lyons again, he was certain that he could win, but he was absolutely certain that Rebecca White was someone who he wanted to see in the House of Representatives. And it's a remarkable thing. I can't think of a precedent whereby someone says, I think I'm a good member, but I think that Rebecca White will make a great cabinet minister in the future. And I have no doubt that she will. She is, as Brian said, Rebecca White is a once-in-a-generation politician. And so, on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, I thank you, Brian, for your contribution. On behalf of the Australian people, I thank you for your contribution as well. You are a generous, principled, hard-working Australian who wants the best for this country. And you entered into Parliament as you leave it. Someone who came here to make a positive difference. And I have no doubt that in your future endeavours you will continue to make a positive difference in the community in which you'll continue to reside, but also in whatever endeavours you choose to go into in your future life. I also take the opportunity to thank your family for their sacrifice, to thank your staff for their loyalty to you personally, but also to the electorate, and I wish you all the very best for your future. Yeah.
I'll give a call to the honourable member for McPherson.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. For more than 14 years, I've had the honour of representing the electorate of McPherson in the Federal Parliament, and today I rise to give my final speech in this place. During my time as the member for McPherson, I've experienced firsthand the many challenges and the great rewards of serving the Australian people. I've had the privilege of representing those who live and work on the southern Gold Coast and making a contribution to our nation as a Minister of the Crown in areas that I'm very passionate about: industry, science, technology, skills and national security. As I leave Parliament, I do so with a deep sense of pride in what has been accomplished and with enormous gratitude for the opportunity to serve. The work that we do in this place matters. It matters a lot. And the impact that we have on the lives of Australians is something that I have always taken seriously and will never, ever forget. When I first ran for office in 2010, I did so with a great sense of commitment to my community, where I've lived and worked for many years, and to the values that have always guided me: hard work, integrity and a strong belief that government could and should improve the lives of ordinary Australians. During the 5 parliamentary terms that I've served in this place, I've seen the impact of good policy and the importance of listening, understanding and serving those who have put their trust in me to represent them. To the people of McPherson, I say thank you. Thank you for entrusting me with the responsibility of representing you and being your voice in Parliament. Together, we have achieved so much. Around $2 billion of federal funding flowed into McPherson during my time as the member, including to upgrade transport infrastructure, especially the widening of the M1 south from Mudgeeraba, to help local manufacturers purchase new equipment, to assist Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary to enhance their tourism offering, such as through the new Australiana-themed precinct, and to the Wildlife Hospital to treat injured wildlife. to support our veterans and RSLs, to improve road safety by fixing black spots, to improve mobile coverage, to support our aspiring young athletes, to provide beach safety equipment to save lives, to provide much-needed funds to our sporting clubs and community organisations, and to help victims of family and domestic violence. And that is just to name a few. But none of this would have been possible without the backing of my community. Now, whilst these achievements have all helped my local community, my greatest satisfaction has come from helping individuals, many who have tried multiple ways to solve the problems for themselves, but have come up against roadblocks. One of those was Tammy Hamawi, who was fighting to save her daughter Bianca's life after Bianca was diagnosed with a rare and life-threatening blood disease, AUS. 10 years ago, that drug, the one that could help Bianca, was considered to be one of the most expensive in the world, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars for an annual supply. Tammy had done everything possible to self-fund the drug Bianca needed to live, but time was running out. Financial support came from Bianca's former school and generous donations, but an ongoing funding supply was needed, and we needed an interim solution while we continued to fight to have the drug listed on the PBS. I made a call to a local hospital that gave us the breakthrough Bianca needed, and I'll be forever grateful to the hospital for agreeing to provide the life-saving drug that Bianca needed until we were able to secure its listing on the PBS. Now, many people played a part in helping Bianca and others with AUS, and I thank them. To me, power and influence is something to be used wisely and for the betterment of our communities. In my first speech, I spoke about the importance of local transport infrastructure, and without a doubt, the most significant transport infrastructure I've been able to deliver federal funding for is the widening of the M1. Firstly from Mudgeeraba to Varsity Lakes, and then from Varsity Lakes south, where construction is currently underway and hopefully will be completed in the not-too-distant future. When the widening is complete, it will serve the dual purpose of enabling residents and visitors to get home faster and safer, and enhancing the freight corridor between Queensland and New South Wales. And I do remain committed to the extension of heavy rail south from Varsity. Whilst representing the people of Macpherson has always been my priority, there is much valuable and essential work that is done by the Parliament, often in a non-partisan way. I'm very proud to be on the Speaker's panel, so thank you, Speaker. And over my time in this place, I've been on several committees and participated in multiple friendship groups, and today I'll speak briefly about a couple of those. At various times through my parliamentary career, I've been a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Public Works, including as chair. As one of the oldest investigative committees of the Parliament, it's responsible for inquiring into and reporting back to the Parliament on public works across a wide range of portfolios to ensure, amongst other things, that the proposed projects are cost-effective. Public works is not a tick-and-flick committee, and we have demonstrated this on many occasions, including when the committee insisted on a rescoping of work that resulted in a cost saving of tens of billions of dollars to the Australian taxpayer. This, in my view, demonstrates the importance and value of our committees in delivering a good and better outcome on behalf of Australians. I've co-chaired Parliamentary Friends of Science along with the Deputy Prime Minister since it was first established in 2012. And it's a friendship group that I'm very committed to because of my love of science. The Deputy Prime Minister and I have always tried to find ways to inspire the inner scientist in all of our colleagues. And with enormous assistance from the Australian Academy of Science and Science and Technology Australia, Parliamentary Friends of Science was launched with a masterclass in astronomy by Australia's Nobel laureate, Professor Brian Schmidt. Optical telescopes were set up on the roof of Parliament House, and at the allotted time, an eager group of parliamentarians and guests burst out of the lift onto the roof. They looked up and they saw cloud. Not a star to be seen. But we were not perturbed. We were not deterred even. The official speeches went ahead. Professor Schmidt was invited to speak. We looked up, the clouds parted, and there was Alpha Centauri. So I don't know who was the most relieved on that night, but I'm very sure that Professor Schmidt was very happy to be able to speak about Alpha Centauri that evening. It was certainly a fabulous night, and from there, Friends of Science has certainly gone on from strength to strength. Now, in my view, when parliamentarians are engaged in meaningful dialogue with scientific leaders, we get better policy outcomes, and Parliamentary Friends of Science plays a very key role in this. As a mechanical engineer, science, technology, engineering and maths, so STEM, has long been a part of my life. As a parliamentarian, I've actively advocated for more students to study maths and science at school for multiple reasons, including that many of the jobs of the future will require strong STEM skills. And empowering girls to see a future for themselves in a STEM career was a key part of my work to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to benefit from the jobs of the future. I was first appointed to the ministry in 2014 and served as an Assistant Minister in Industry, Science and then Skills before being appointed to Cabinet in 2018 as the Minister for Industry, Science and Technology. When I was appointed to Cabinet, I became the first female Federal Cabinet Minister from Queensland. I also became Australia's 26th Cabinet Industry Minister and the first female to hold that position, as well as the 30th Cabinet Minister for Science and the only female Science Minister to hold a STEM qualification. I was the 7th Cabinet Minister to hold the technology portfolio and the second woman. Now, whilst those figures are historically important, what was important to me was the opportunity to bring together industry with science and technology and build a strong industrial base in Australia that would boost our economy and provide the jobs of the future. Highlights of my time as Minister for Industry, Science and Technology include the release of a roadmap to inform government's approach to artificial intelligence and the development of guidelines alongside industry to ensure that AI is developed and applied ethically in Australia. Delivering the $1.5 billion modern manufacturing strategy, which was a whole-of-government strategy designed to support Australian manufacturers scale up, become more competitive and more resilient. The strategy put manufacturing at the centre of Australia's post-COVID recovery. 6 key priorities were identified where Australia had a comparative or competitive advantage and were targeted for support. And they were resources, technology and critical minerals processing, food and beverage, medical products, recycling and clean energy, defence and space. Now, expanding the space sector to boost our economy and create high-value jobs was another highlight. Creating the Space Discovery Centre and Mission Control in Adelaide, the growth of the Australian Space Agency and strengthening our engagement with NASA through the Moon to Mars initiative. Establishing the National Science and Technology Council to bring science and technology together to provide independent advice to government on key science issues for the betterment of our nation. And appointing the first Women in STEM ambassador and establishing the Boosting Female Founders Initiative to support women entrepreneurs. COVID-19 was a global seismic event that challenged the status quo and disrupted lives right across the world. And here in Australia, we weren't immune to its devastating impact. As the Industry Minister, I worked closely with our manufacturers to assist where possible with supply chain issues and help them make the products that we so desperately needed. Many of our manufacturers pivoted their operations to produce invasive ventilators, PPE, hand sanitisers, vaccines and surgical masks. And whilst there were many amazing stories about our manufacturers, the one that I'd like to speak about today is Medcon and surgical masks. As COVID took hold, Australia needed surgical face masks, but our supply chains were cut and we had only one mask manufacturer in Australia, a company called Medcon that was based in Shepparton that was producing 2 million masks per year. Clearly not enough to meet our pandemic demands. Many people told me we couldn't lift our capacity to produce more masks and that we just had to keep trying to source more from overseas. They were wrong. At the start of the pandemic, Medcon had 3 production lines. The first line was operating for 8 hours, 5 days per week. The second line wasn't in use, and the third line just wasn't operational. I spoke with Medcon several times, and whilst they were prepared to do everything possible, it would take them time to scale up, and that was time that we didn't have. We sent an engineer to Medcon to look at the equipment and advise us on timeframes and capability to boost production. It wasn't good news. We needed people and technical expertise, and we needed it urgently. I remember the early morning call with our engineer when he returned from Shepparton, and it was clear that the only way we could do what we needed to do was to call on the Army. It was a Saturday morning. I called the Defence Minister and asked her for assistance. Well, that afternoon, the Army rolled into Shepparton and into Medcon's manufacturing facility, and when they left a few weeks later, all production lines were running around the clock, new staff had been recruited and were trained and operating the machines, the Army had scanned all of the equipment parts, and new machines were being manufactured in Echuca, where the original machines had been produced many years before. By year-end, Medcon's manufacturing output had lifted from 2 million masks to more than 59 million masks. Other businesses pivoted to mask manufacturing, and by year-end, the advice I received was that Australia had produced around 400 million masks. So Australia went from 2 million to 400 million masks production in a year. What an amazing effort from our manufacturers. There are many similar stories about the extraordinary work done by Australian manufacturers during COVID, so I know that we have the capability to continue to grow our manufacturing and our industry sector here in Australia. But too many of the manufacturing success stories from COVID have a sad ending. When supply chains reopened and the market was again flooded with imported goods that were readily available at a cheaper price, contracts were cancelled. Buyers bought elsewhere, and Australian manufacturers slowed production, with some stopping altogether. Australia, we can do better than this. If we want to have an Australian manufacturing industry, we have to buy Australian-made products. Every day, I wear something that's made in Australia. I read the labels in supermarkets looking for Australian-made, and I buy Australian products whenever I can. And I urge everyone, whenever they can, to support Australian industry, manufacturers, growers and producers, because one by one we can make a difference. Protecting Australians and safeguarding our way of life has always been the highest priority for me, and it was an honour to be sworn in as the Minister for Home Affairs in April of 2021. It was a tremendous honour to lead the men and women of the Home Affairs portfolio, and I know from first-hand experience that Australia has the best operational law enforcement and security agencies in the world. During my time as Minister for Home Affairs, strong law enforcement action, enabled by record funding and new powers, saw record seizures and arrests by the Australian Federal Police and Australian Border Force. Child protection arrangements were significantly improved. A new national strategy to prevent child sexual abuse was launched. The Australian first technology detection dog program that trained canines to sniff out electronic devices hiding child abuse material was expanded. And the Stop the Stigma initiative to encourage victim survivors to speak out was launched. And there were several significant cybersecurity improvements directly benefiting all Australians, including by supporting industries to grow online by launching the National Plan to Combat Cybercrime, cracking down on the cyber criminals by funding a dedicated AFP-led cybercrime centre, securing landmark reforms to national security legislation to better protect our critical infrastructure, making all Australians safer through passage of important legislation to revolutionise the way Australian agencies investigate and prosecute cybercrime, ensuring our law enforcement agencies have much-needed powers to combat crime on the dark web, cracking down and protecting Australians from ransomware through the Ransomware Action Plan, facilitating the exchange of digital information with US authorities by signing the Cloud Act agreement with the United States, and launching a public information campaign to increase Australia's cybersecurity. Speaker, Operation Sovereign Borders was strengthened. I finalised the regional resettlement arrangement with Papua New Guinea, signed an important agreement with Nauru to establish an enduring regional processing capability to protect our region from maritime people smuggling, and reached an agreement with New Zealand to resettle refugees. Counter-terrorism arrangements were strengthened, and I listed the entirety of Hamas and the entirety of Hezbollah as terrorist organisations. Speaker, I would have loved another 3 years in Home Affairs, but the outcome of the 2022 election meant that that was not possible. While my time here is coming to an end, my commitment to this nation, to its people and its future remains absolutely steadfast. I look forward to what comes next because I know that the values that I've fought for will continue to guide me in whatever lies ahead. So, I conclude this chapter of my career with immense gratitude, pride and hope for the future. Serving the people of Macpherson, working alongside some incredibly talented individuals and contributing to the shaping of Australian policy have been some of the greatest privileges of my life. But I could not have achieved this on my own. I was fortunate to have the support of so many people during my time as the member for Macpherson. To those who put their trust in me and selected me to stand for the seat of Macpherson in the Federal Parliament, I thank you. To those who spent hours, days, months and years supporting me during 5 election campaigns, who worked on polling booths, door-knocked, letterbox dropped, helped at listening posts and roadsides, I thank you. To those who have supported me in my electorate office and in my ministerial roles, I thank you. To the public servants at the departments and agencies I had responsibilities for, I thank you. To the Australian Federal Police, close personal protection team that looked after me and kept me and my family safe, I thank you. I had the privilege of working with the best of the best. To our lifesavers, clubs and supporters, community groups and volunteers, I thank you. To those I had the great fortune to meet over the last 15 years, I appreciate and value the time you spent sharing your stories with me. I thank you. To the wonderful people of the Southern Gold Coast, as your longest-serving member for Macpherson, I thank you for giving me that honour. Speaker, my final thanks go to my family who have been beside me throughout this journey, and without them, I could not have done this job. My parents, Bill and Moya, taught me the importance of hard work and persistence, that success isn't handed to you, but earned through effort, discipline and persistence. They taught me how important it is to do what's right, even when it's difficult or unpopular. I thank you. My sister Anne, who was the first in our family to go to university and our very first STEM graduate, has been a consistent and steady source of support and encouragement throughout my life, and I've always looked up to her. I thank you, Anne. My husband, Chris, his commitment to my political career has been exceptional. I did ask him if there was anything he wanted me to say in my speech. He originally said no. When I persisted, I said, are there any memories, any highlights? His response was, I didn't think it'd be this long. He was there, rock solid, for the best days, the worst days, and everything in between. Thank you, Chris. My final words in my speech, in my first speech, were to my daughters, and today my final words are to you, Emma, Jane and Kate. The life of political children is not easy, and I'm enormously proud of the way that you've navigated growing up under a spotlight. In my first speech, I encourage you to grasp every opportunity that came your way with both hands. You've done that and more. I encourage you to believe in yourselves because I believed in you. But it was your belief in me that inspired me to never give up and always do my best. You've grown into capable, kind, generous women, and you stand up for what you believe in. I could not be more proud of you. So Emma, Jane and Kate, I think the world of you. You are my world. I thank the House.
The call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Karen, to you today, that was an exceptional speech and exactly what we would expect of you. You had an incredibly accomplished career. You have the dedication to the people of McPherson as much as you do to your own family, and the beautiful words that you finished on to your beautiful daughters, I think sum up what's in your heart and the approach that you've taken to people in your parliamentary career. I want to particularly acknowledge, and we had quite a good discussion in Shadow Cabinet last week, where we were able to talk through some of Karen's accomplishments and her achievements and her career highlights. She's gone through some of that today, but I do want to say that as Queensland's first female Federal Cabinet Minister and first female Home Affairs Minister, that is something that the LNP, the Liberal Party, is incredibly proud of. We recognise that milestone and congratulate you for the dedication and determination that it's taken over a lifetime of career highlights to achieve. In particular, might I say, as a Home Affairs Minister and somebody who maintained an active interest in that portfolio probably to this very day, the way that you again led that department is a great credit to you. It's tough in this place leading an operational portfolio. There are issues day and night here in Australia and around the world that you need to contend with to make decisions to keep Australians safe, and you did that with great aplomb. And I want to say thank you very much for the lives that you saved, the Australians that you protected, the work that you did in the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation and everything in between. It's a great credit to you, and I wish you every success in the next phase of your career, and I look forward to keeping in touch with you. But thank you so much for what you've done for our party, for the people of McPherson, for our great state of Queensland, and for Australia. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Give the call to the Honourable Member for Braddon.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and it's an absolute honour to rise on your call. I said in my first speech that this place is a daunting place. Well, it's still a daunting place, and rightly so. The customs and traditions that surround this chamber remind us of the history and the very reason that we sit here in this parliament. The fact that you, Speaker, sit from an elevated position and control both sides of the argument and both sides of the debate mean that you are the fulcrum of the scales of justice when it comes to that great Australian principle, that of a fair go. And that's what I'm about, a fair go. The fact that we all sit on an even level means that we are selected by the majority of our constituents to come from the four corners of this nation to represent them without fear or favour in this place, in this fair go place, in a fair go country. And it's important. The mace is your instrument of appointment, Speaker, with its crown pointing towards the government. And long live the crown, only once we are the government. And the Australian national flags. The Australian national flags, to me, symbolise the four corners of the nation. And that flag means everything to me. And I'll explain as I go through, summing up what is important for my service, not only here, but in serving the nation in the Defence Force. But that flag means everything to me. And I look at it for daily inspiration, and it gives me strength. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues today and all the help and support, the friendship that you've given me over the 6 years that I've been here. It doesn't only limit to this side of the chamber. There are some decent people from all over the chamber, and I want to acknowledge that. I want to recognise that. Mind you, I've seen some dead set shockers come through here. I want to recognise our leader, and more about that later. I have my family, and that was a surprise visit. My family are up from the great state of Tasmania. Megan, thank you for bringing the kids up. Megan, you've been an incredible strength to me over the last 2 terms, the last 6 years. And I'm the bloke that's been sneaking into your house late at night when the kids are asleep, sleeping on the couch and then leaving before they wake up. But I want to acknowledge all spouses, all partners, because they're part of our team. The work that they do, the rubbish that they have to put up from time to time, the support that they give us, and sometimes they live a lonely life because we live a life in pursuit of this place and our country. So Megan, you're a dead set champion. I thank you for that, and I couldn't have done it without you, Megan. Next to Megan is my son Hamish, with the Matthew McConaughey haircut, mind you. Hamish, I'm so proud of the young man that you've become. You were just 8 years old when we lost Mum and my beautiful Amanda Jane. And I stood with you at her funeral. I held you. And I've stood with you ever since. And I'm proud of the young man that you've become. You know what it's like to be knocked down, but in the great Australian spirit, mate, you know what it's like to get back up again. And sometimes you need mates to do that. And that's important. I remember at Mum's funeral, I gave you a little dove to release. Mainly because you're a farm kid and you needed something to do to keep you out of mischief. But as that dove flew away, I made a promise under my breath to the universe. I promised myself that I would never put earning money, paying the farm off, and my job come between that and my family. And yet here I am, many years later, doing exactly that. So I'm sure that everyone in this place will understand. So Hamish, thank you. I'm proud of you and I love you. And then there's little Isla. Where are you, Isla? When you were born, you represented a new chapter in our lives. You're a beautiful kid, you've got a beautiful soul, and I want to acknowledge that you've had to do a lot of things and a lot of achievements at school without Dad being there. So hopefully we'll fix that from now on. I love you, Isla, and you've got a great future in front of you. And then there's little Elsie, and Elsie's had a big trip. Elsie's a little determined, a little grumpy. She's very focused. It's marvellous what genetics does, and I'm glad she's thrown to a mother. But to my family, I want to say thank you for all that you've done, not only for me, but for the electorate and all those long hours that you've had to endure. I also want to recognise my staff. Now, I haven't had a big turnover of staff. I've had the same staff more or less the whole way through. And whilst it'd be remiss of me to break that communication security and release that call sign on an unsecure network, they know who they are, and I know who they are, and more importantly, the electorate knows who they are. And just when we speak of staff, I want you to look at your own staff as we go into Christmas. I want you to recognise the fact that they're on the end of those phone calls, dealing with those hurt people. And we all know that hurt people can hurt. We don't think that that comes and has some impact onto our staff, then we need to think again. So I recognise all the staff, and I mean that sincerely. We couldn't do it without you, and you live a very necessary role in doing our job. As I said before, the customs and traditions around this place remind me of my job and my role and what is important. And as I look to that flag, I look to the fly quadrant of the flag, to the Southern Cross. The Southern Cross is important. It's been our navigation tool for many tens of thousands of years. Now, the small star in the Southern Cross, that is called Epsilon. It is the smallest star, but it's somewhat brighter than the others. It's actually two stars combined. And that reminds me of my state of Tasmania. The smallest state. In fact, Tasmania is less than 2% of Australia's landmass. But we receive more than 13% of Australia's rainfall. It's captured in 54 hydro dams, and we have 30 power stations churning away. They've been like that for more than 100 years, generating clean, efficient, reliable energy, baseload energy. In fact, at the moment, we are exporting from the great state of Tasmania by Basslink 278 megawatts of energy, and that's going into Victoria. I hope they don't waste it. The greatest determinant for any civilisation is the production of reliable and cheap energy. It attracts industry and it moves a nation forward. And our nation is at a critical juncture when it comes to the production of cheap, reliable, environmentally friendly energy in this state, in this country. Now, Tasmania is somewhat different. Our energy needs are different to that of the rest of the country. There out of our 10,400 gigawatt hours of energy that we consume each year, about 86.5% comes from our hydro power stations. The remainder comes from wind and solar. And we've also got a line as a backup, because we're practical people down there in this great state of Tasmania, a line into the mainland of Australia which can import energy if we require it. We've also got a 47 petajoule gas line that comes from mainland to Tasmania into Bell Bay, and that powers our backup generator, because we know that we need options. We know that we need reliability, but we also need survivability. So when one technology doesn't work or is running low on water, we've got others to fall back on. And that diversity, that technology-agnostic approach is what I believe strongly in. We can't simply go down the ideological road of excluding one technology over another, and that technology mix will be different all over the country. We need to be smart about it, and as the member for McPherson rightly pointed out, we need to apply some science to that. We shouldn't be frightened of new technology. We shouldn't be frightened of nuclear energy. After all, the beams of sunlight that come through that skylight up there come from a thermonuclear ball of gas in the middle of our galaxy. If you have a look at how much radiation surrounds the Earth, then have a look at the CSIRO report on radiation levels across the globe. The CSIRO are indeed a fantastic organisation. And the CSIRO deemed that in my electorate, the electorate of Braddon, at a place called Cape Grim, is the cleanest air on the planet. The cleanest air on the planet. We also have the purest water. But as I'll explain in a minute, we are also the powerhouse when it comes to the production of industry, the production of agriculture, the production of forestry, the production of advanced manufacturing, defence manufacturing, all these things. We are the engine room of Tasmania's economy. And yet here we are at the same time, simultaneously, contemporaneously, having the cleanest air and the cleanest water. Yep. What does that tell me? It tells me that we can achieve that balance. Just like you, Speaker, achieved that balance of fairness across the chamber. We can achieve that with an energy mix also. Balance is important. Nature believes in balance, and so do I. The electorate of Braddon is like no other, and one of the reasons that I put my hand up to serve the electorate of Braddon is because I was basically fed up. I was fed up with previous members from all different parties, right across the board, talking down our region. We've got the highest rates of welfare. We've got comorbidity rates through the roof. This is bad, that's bad. Give us some more federal money. As I look at my kids up there, I point out to them how bright their future can be if only they take hold of it and take that first step. Well, it's no different with the electorate. And those young people were leaving in droves. They were moving away from our great electorate, away from our great state to the mainland, and sometimes never returning. So I started with my great team of staff and my family, talking that region up and working hard every day to ensure that they had the enablers that they needed to make their life and their futures better. And we did that. In my first term, Braddon received the highest amount of federal investment in its history. The highest amount in its history. And that didn't just go on wasted pork barrel. That went on roads and freight installations. It went on cool rooms. We built a university. Now, I'm a bloke that left school before he'd turned 15. I did an apprenticeship, and then at 18 joined the army. They put me back through school. But I didn't just go back and finish my education. I went back and found education. And I found how transformative that was and how many doors that unlocked. And I know how important education is. So the University of Tasmania Cradle Coast campus was funded and built, and now it specialises in training health professionals and allied health professionals in Burnie and the northwest coast of Tasmania. It's fully subscribed. We're training RNs, we're training psychologists, we're training physiotherapists, we're training GPs through the Royal College, and they work in a ward environment, and I'm extremely proud of what we've been able to achieve there. We've also unlocked our great agricultural industry and our advanced manufacturing sector. In the northwest coast of Tasmania, we also have defence manufacturing down there, with Elvingston producing the hulls for Land 400, Land 8116, our mobile 155mm howitzer. Every day, those people in my electorate are working hard. Every day, those people in my electorate are taking risks and spending money and investing in themselves. Robert Gordon Menzies mentioned the forgotten people. Later on, Howard called them the battlers. Morrison, the quiet Australians. I call these people that are working hard every day, I call them the real people. And I've always called them the real people. And they're the ones that I take the most notice of. They're often the ones that say the least. They rarely whinge. They rarely write a letter to the editor. They rarely stage a lobby on the lawns of Parliament House or glue themselves to some bridge somewhere. But these real people are the ones that are driving this country forward. These real people are the ones that simply roll their eyes. These real people are the ones that are getting up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, producing 11% of Australia's fresh milk on the northwest coast. These real people are already awake, so they don't need to be woken up by anybody from here. It frustrates me sometimes, and I mentioned at the start that we are elected here by the majority of our constituents. And here we go. We come to this place and we waste copious amounts of energy and time, and money for that matter, because money is time, on a noisy minority. Well, all the while, these real people are screaming for help. So my message today is we need to start taking notice of the real people in this world, the real Australians, and applying some real solutions for them. Speaker, I had the huge honour of spending 2 decades of my life in the Defence Force, in the Royal Australian Corps of Signals, and I had the honour of serving with literally thousands of this country's best young men and women. And that has indelibly etched the way I am as a person. And I make no apologies for that. I've worked with some damn fine leaders also. And so, for me, those veterans, those of us that have served, are important to me. And I'm very proud to be able to say to you today that on the North West Coast now has its own wellness centre. And Andrew Clark is up. Put your hand up, Andrew. Andrew and I served in the army together. He was a bomb technician, an explosives expert. Oh, he worked with explosives anyway. But on exiting defence, they said to him, Major Clark, what would you like to do? And he said, well, I want to continue to help fellow human beings. So now he's a GP. He's one of our greatest GPs. And he heads up that Veterans, Family and Wellness Centre in Burnie. He does a fantastic job. There we reconnect veterans to a new family, because that is absolutely important and critical when it comes for them making the transformation from the military family to their new employment. We find them a job, but you don't do it with kid gloves either. Andrew has got a no-nonsense policy where veterans are required to take the first step themselves. The pity parties have ended, and we say to our veterans, get off the couch. Someone is always there to help you. Someone will always be there to help you, and you need to take that first step. And it's working fantastically. I've always said, and I want to raise this point very strongly, that I believe the key to our veterans making a transformation from the military to their new life is through their families. Because those kids are affected by that trauma that sometimes we go through in the military. Those kids need to understand why mum or dad feels the way that they do. Those kids will actually help the veteran through. And so Andrew is working on a plan where that family moves through that treatment process. And then at the end of it, when dad or mum gets off the rails a little bit, there's nothing like a gentle reminder from a child out of the mouths of babes that bring you back onto track pretty quickly. And I learnt that in that story I told you of Hamish earlier. I've had the absolute honour and privilege of also serving with many fine leaders. And in my third speech here, my maiden speech, I told the story about Major General Cosgrove. And we were on the border between Indonesia and East Timor in 1999 during Interfet. And he was fed up in a orders group. He got fed up with some of the staff officers. And he banged the table and he said, I am sick to death of some of you people telling me why I can't do things. You need to start telling me how I can. Isn't there something in that for all of us here? And those real people that I talked about, that's what they're looking for, so desperate. They're not looking for excuses or laws or anything else. They just want their problem fixed. I was asked by a journalist following the last election whether I was right or left. And to me, that's not how my mind works. And I told the story of a lady that I know that works at Simplot, at our vegetable factory. She stands there all night sorting carrots. It was the middle of winter, and she'd pulled an extra shift because they couldn't get enough people for the next shift. So she did 2 8-hour shifts on her feet sorting carrots. She thought about, it was going into winter, those kids needed a new winter uniform. The little girl needed a new tunic, the little boy needed a new jumper. They both needed new shoes. She got in the car after those 2 back-to-back shifts and drove home in the rain. The car needed new tyres. Oh, that's right, the insurance and the registration's due. And that was confirmed to her when she got home to make those kids their lunch before they got to school. And the magnet on the fridge wasn't strong enough to hold the bills and they all fell off. And as she's picking them up, she said to me, I just bawled. I bawled my eyes out. Everything I touch has gone through the roof. Everything I touch makes me give up. The only thing that drives me forward is my family. She was a real person. She had real problems. She had real issues. She had real kids. And she couldn't care less whether I, as her representative, was right or left. She just wanted her stuff fixed. Now, isn't that right? The real people of this world, I sometimes agree with Robert Menzies, and they are forgotten. And on this side, we know that they will be put front and centre once again, because we really do need to start listening to them. I mention leaders, and when I mention leadership, I describe it in 3 words, and they all start with the letter F. You nervous, Speaker? The 3 Fs I use to describe leadership are firm, fair and friendly. And you need to be all of those things in equal measure. And if you are, doesn't matter what severity you are, as long as they are equal, you'll get on in life when it comes to military leadership. And military leadership is not exclusive. Leadership is important. I've seen many different leaders approach leadership in many different ways. And one of the blokes that I want to mention here today, I want to acknowledge, is a bloke that's touched my life not only in the military but also in this place. And that is Major General Jim Mullen, or Senator Mullen, and I miss him every day. Jim used to talk about defending the country, and he used to say that it takes more than a defence force to defend a country. It takes a country to defend a country. And ain't that coming true now? As we look at the rising issue when it comes to geopolitical situation across the Indo-Pacific, when it comes to our cyber grey zone operations of state-based actors, we often, and I know this from my work on the Defence, Foreign Affairs and Trade Committee, we often focus on the shiny things in life. The shiny things, the AUKUSes, the Land 400s, the precision strike-guided missiles. But again, I get back to those real people, because at the edge and behind and around each part of those shiny things is a person, is a highly trained individual. I've always said you can have the very best and finest rifle in the world. It's not until you put a well-trained and highly motivated digger on the blunt end of the thing that it turns into a lethal capability. Ain't that right, Phil Thompson? Absolutely. And so Jim was right. Jim was also a philosopher when it came to his love of not only the country but combining that with the defence of this nation and the national security strategy that we so desperately need. I spoke of Jim's funeral and I spoke of the flag that covered his coffin that day. So again, that flag is intermeshed and interwoven into everything that I think about. But blokes like Jim Mullen, every day of his life was spent in the preservation and the strength of that flag. And I think that that's why I have such a solemn focus on the power and the strength of that flag. Jim was a leader in every true sense of the word. And when it comes to leaders, Peter Dutton, I see that strength in you. You have the moral compass, you have the moral strength, and you have the moral support on those benches behind you. And I know that you'll stick up for that little girl that's too frightened to go to school just because she's Jewish. Well, that little Indigenous kid in Alice Springs that's too frightened to go home because Dad's been on the drink and she doesn't want to be bashed or raped. It's not very nice, is it? But it's real. It's real. And it's going to take real leadership and it's going to take a real plan. And no welcome to country in this place is going to fix that. Peter, I've got a lot of faith in you, and so do the people on the benches behind you. Finally, I guess I should close with some words about our flag and how important that is to me. And I think it's best summed up by a story that I read about following the Great War, when some school kids visited a museum and they found an old flag, a ratted and torn flag. And they asked the guide from the museum what that old flag was about. He was a veteran, he had his medals on. And he said to the kids, well, that isn't exactly a flag, that is called a guidon. And a guidon is the battle honours that our light horse, our Australian light horse have, Andrew Hastings. In the military we have colours, banners, standards, guidons, and they are absolutely sacred. They are the thing that the soldiers dress themselves off when they go into battle. It dictates the line of advance and the rate of advance. To lose one's colour or guidon is a fate worse than death. It's a disgrace. And these particular guidons, on the 31st of October 1917, were in the centre between the 4th and the 12th Regiments of the Australian Light Horse as they charged on those Turkish trenches in a place called Beersheba. They took those trenches and they took those wells and they saved literally hundreds of thousands of soldiers. And the old bloke that was in the museum looked at the kids and he said that it was simply a moth-eaten rag on a worm-eaten pole. Now, that does not do much to stir a man's soul. 'Tis the deeds that were done neath the moth-eaten rag, when the pole was a staff and the rag was a flag. Look after our flag and all the customs and all the history that it contains, because it will chart a way forward. Protect those real people that I talked about, because they've got real issues and we shouldn't be frightened to talk about them here. And finally, I want to say that I am the most humble, the most grateful and the most loyal servant of the greatest electorate, the greatest state, the greatest country in the world. And may it always be the land of the fair go. I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I want to pay tribute to the amazing Gavin Pearce. That was a fairly humble presentation, but there are a number of themes that ran through it. And what I know of Gav is that he was a soldier for 20 years, and he went into some detail but didn't do enough credit to his distinguished career. He's been a successful farmer and small business person, and I mean very successful. And he has had a distinguished career in this place for the last 6 years. He spoke of the love of his family, the loss and the accomplishments. Sometimes when you think about someone in this place, you can go to particular stories, and as we look back in the years ahead about our friends and the contribution that they've made to this place, there are different words that spring to mind. The word association with somebody. And there is no doubt in my mind that into the future, and whenever we think about Gavin Pearce, I will always, I believe, have the first word in my mind to be either patriot or digger or soldier. He's proud of his service here in 6 years, but not every day has been a joy for Gavin, because he has worn his heart on his sleeve. He's worked hard for constituents. He's sacrificed an enormous amount in terms of his own family and the time spent with them. But what is most in his soul and what is most, I think, within his DNA is his time having served in the Australian Defence Force. And he is somebody who has a great love for this country, our flag obviously, but he embodies the best of our country, and we should look to him for inspiration into the future, as I'm sure his children do today and will for many generations in his family to come. So Gavin, for what you've done for our party and for our country and for your great state, I say thank you. But importantly, and I know that, as I say, this is what embodies you most, thank you for your 20 years of distinguished service, the young lives that you've influenced, the correction that you've given, the harsh words that you've spoken on occasion, and the way in which you have provided leadership to those young diggers. You're a patriot, you're a true gentleman, and you're a great friend to all of us. Thank you so much.
Can I just remind members that are leaving the chamber to do so in an orderly and quiet fashion before I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It has been truly an honour and a privilege for me to serve the people of Lyne in this House, in the Commonwealth Parliament of Australia. And first of all and foremost, I'd like to thank the people of Lyne who have continued to send me here since 2013. For nearly 12 years I've given my best, but many of you who know me better than some of the others who know me okay realise that I haven't been my best during this past term. I've had my annus horribilis that I wasn't able to perform at my peak. Starting at the top, I'll just give you a quick run through. Vaccine side effects, followed by a serious bike accident, fractured ribs, sternum, vertebra, amnesia for a day or two, pneumonia, then pleurisy, kidney damage, and then the ignominy of crippling myself playing cricket. I now have the experience of driving a four-wheel buggy. It's a bittersweet moment for me, though, to be leaving, as I have really enjoyed my time as an MP in this House, and I'll enjoy it till the day this Parliament rises. But serving here in Parliament as a politician in a big country electorate comes at a cost to other really important parts of one's life, particularly as this is my second career and I had a full-on 33-year career doing even longer hours as a GP, followed by these 5 campaigns. Now, I've got a whole lot of thank yous to people who have helped me get here. Firstly, a massive thank you to my beautiful wife Charlotte, hiding in the back there. My greatest friend and confidant through this, which is our latest journey, but not our last. In fact, it's been a long journey since 1988. 34 years ago, 34 years ago, it goes in a flash like that. Now, Charlotte has been a constant support throughout all my careers, doing all the hard yards in my junior medical years, coping with me being away on antisocial long hospital shifts by day and night and weekends, and then coming home to sit in a room and study, and then study again and study a bit again, and keep doing exams till I passed. I didn't get it the first go, and that was the toughest lesson in my life, because I used to pass everything first up, but eventually you get there. And then she left her international merchant banking career to start our family, and then we moved up to Port Macquarie with Isabel, our little 3-month-old over there, to Port Macquarie, where we had no family connections, to start my gastroenterology practice. Soon enough we had Ollie and Alice as well, and Charlotte was doing it all, being a super mum, as well as running the practice and the day surgery, which we built for our sins as well, and together we also built our family cattle operation. Now, as many of us realise, after I volunteered, our family and my family were conscripted. And at the beginning of my political career, the kids, especially Alice, explained that they were being weirded out by seeing their dad on billboards, on buses and TV ads, like I was stalking them. Thankfully, they're no longer permanently scarred, and all 3 of my children are now confident young adults with careers of their own, and I'm so proud of you all. And Ollie, if you're watching or listening over in London, I'm proud of you all and what you've achieved. It's fantastic to see your children flourishing, and my deepest apologies for all your big moments, being absent from family holiday, school, university and sports celebrations that I've missed. Thank you, Shah, again for your patience, in particular giving me the time to pursue the latest outrageous idea, and that was to run for federal parliament. It is a challenge for families, as we all know. Many of you here in the chamber have had similar experiences, but once you put your head above the parapet and you declare yourself as running for a political party and parliament, you're breaking cover. And sometimes that can mean losing some friendships and groups that see the world totally differently to what you're committing your life to. But Charlotte has supported me through all those, usually with frank, fearless, and it's uncanny. She's always right. She's been my biggest supporter and wisest counsel. But I'm really looking forward to our next adventures that we will do together. I'd also up there like to thank my father-in-law Martin and my late mother-in-law, who can't be with us, Elizabeth Maynard, and all the Maynards for being great in-laws, great-grandparents and cousins, and have supported Shah in my many absences. To all the Gillespie crowd up there, my siblings Marianne, Mike, Andy, John, Jane, they're all there. Sadly, Pete, my brother, could never be here. Mum and Dad are both gone. They would have loved to have been here. Mum got to see me enter Parliament. To Patrick, to all the other in-laws, to Prue and Andy for all your support, for all my brothers and sisters who've encouraged me and supported me. I can't thank you enough. Next goes a big shout out to my staff members over the years. They've all been great, and they've all worked really hard and long hours, particularly during campaigns, but mainly solving problems for my constituents. They've been very well served by your efforts, helping them with federal, state, council regulations and bureaucracies. Now, many have been there from the early years all the way through, but long before I had any political office, Rob Nardella was there helping me as a newbie aspiring candidate, and he's been there from day one, and he sits here now. He's been instrumental in my time as the member for Lyne, but I'd like to thank all the others, including Georgie McDouling, Noel Atkins, Jane Corcoran and Bill Yates, from way back in 2009 and 10 when this journey started. To all the National branch members, National Party branch members across the original and slightly different distribution of Lyne and the current Lyne. And there's over 700 of those people that can call them proudly members of the Nationals. A shout out to them all. Together with my staff and hundreds of other supporters, volunteers and booth workers, they have combined to deliver me into this parliament for 4 terms, and I thank them. There's some who really went above and beyond. It's an awful lot that went above and beyond. They know who they are, and I know who they are, and a special thank you goes out to them. To all of my Nationals colleagues here that have sat in this House with me over the 4 terms, thank you for your support. For all my colleagues in the opposition, I thank you for all your friendship, counsel, advice, and the good times and the bad times. We've been through a lot. I'd like to thank the late Bruce Cowan, Mark Vaile, Wacker Williams, Warren Truss, Andrew Stoner, and also Tony Abbott, who for years we've plotted politics, and he gave me much wise advice and help. To thank you all. I'd also like to thank Barnaby, who called me into the ministry on 2 occasions. Now, being a member of the House of Representatives is a great privilege, lots of responsibility, and I've worked out that you need a lot of skills to be a good MP. You are not just a legislator, but you're a voice for your constituents. You're an inquisitor in committees, a policy maker, you're a negotiator, you're part parish priest, you've got to be an economist, you have to be an industrial advocate, a diplomat, a social media genius, a writer, and the list goes on. But it has been a journey and a half, full of highs and lows. As a rural member, there are far more geographic challenges, and all your rural members would know. The long distances and the thing that there are multiple communities that have their own economic drivers, their own view on what's important, and you've got to know them all, because you can be in one and upset the other. But tens of thousands of kilometres across between parliamentary sittings, it's a big job. But it's been worth in the seat of Lyme, because I've seen all these improvements that we have delivered in government for the people of the electorate. Lyme getting its fair share of our nation's infrastructure build has been fantastic. Now, before I announce my retirement, I asked my wonderful office to collate all the infrastructure that we've delivered in Lyme, and it's quite sizable. And I seek leave to table this list, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, if I may.
Is leave granted? Minister, leave is granted.
Thank you. Now, the big favourites are the 2 major Pacific Highway upgrades that bookend the seat of Lyme. North from Port Macquarie to Kempsey, delivered in the first term, and now the Hunter River crossing. But there's still unfinished business. There are 6 highway overpass interchanges and several realignments that will need to be completed for it really to turn into a full freeway. It's not only for safety, but there are major economic differences if we get those, because you get these huge bottlenecks forever. And I'll put Bridget on Senator McKenzie on notice. It's called the Pacific Highway Upgrade 2.0. It'll cost about $500 million, but please take note. Now, there's also been 2 major airport upgrades within the old line boundaries of Port Macquarie, where jets can now land. We've got a new terminal, a new taxiway, an apron expansion. Thanks to the help of Warren Truss, Michael McCormack, Luke Hartsuka, and now Pat Conahan. Now, at the southern end of the electorate, we have the big one, the Newcastle Airport, which is now going to be the Newcastle Truly International Airport, which we're able to secure 2 grants totalling $130 million. So I'd like to give a big thank you to former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, again, the member for Riverina and the member for New England, for listening and delivering the funds for that. It'll be the best value international airport in the country, not just for the 750,000 people in the Hunter, but also all the people on the mid-north coast region, which all of a sudden they will have their own international airport. All the inbound, outbound tourism that comes via Sydney can also come via us. It won't go to Brisbane, it could come to Newcastle. We've got huge inbound and outbound tourism capability. Now, look, I have noticed as a country MP, you see a lot of community and sporting infrastructure and arts funding totally skewed and massive amounts going into capital cities. So I worked really hard to develop sporting facilities in my electorate line, because sport in a country town or in a big town, it levels, all strata of society. If you're in the same sporting team, it's good. It's great for children's development, teamwork, and it unites all layers of society. We've got 2 major indoor stadium upgrades for basketball, one in Port Macquarie in the old distribution, and now a three-court expansion in Taree. New surf club upgrades scattered across the electorate, including massive Foster Surf Club. And again, I thank the member for New England for that wonderful grant that he organised for that. New grandstands and female change facilities and oval upgrades in Maitland, Gloucester and Cooroy, and they're just to name a few. Look, we expanded, courtesy of federal money, the Manning Entertainment Centre, and down the road in Foster, a massive project called the Foster Civic Centre, Civic Precinct, which is an exemplar library, conference centre, and it's the envy of other councils. I'm really proud of the work we did during COVID, particularly in the health portfolio, but also with the member for Bradfield when we got together a fund to keep Australian picture theatres, the genuine ones, staying alive. Another equally transformative institution from critical coalition policies is the development of the Taree University's campus. In 2019, I put together a proposal with education and community leaders, and they took to it like ducks to water. We were able to secure 2 funding grants to make a new campus a reality. It is the Taree University's campus with multiple universities for those that are looking to upskill, ensuring local young people who couldn't afford to go away, or mature age people who are upgrading their skills, or it's their first chance, not their second bite at advancing their education, their first bite. So Manning Valley, Gloucester, Foster Tuncurry and the region now have access to a multi-university community-owned facility in a permanent campus for the next 25 years. They have 500 students utilising it now. They've had 55 graduate, huge numbers of nurses, and checking this morning, they have another 65 coming this year. And everyone said this would never work. It'd be a white elephant, and I'm so proud of it. Look, for community, I was known as a doctor, but it was really cool for me to develop and deliver into my own electorate some really important health facilities. Now has a headspace in Taree, and the Manning Valley now has a public hospital MRI when I was rare as hen's teeth in Manning Base Hospital, and there's a new radiotherapy being built there. In Port Macquarie in my first term, when I wasn't in the ministry, with the help of Professor Leslie Foster of the University of New South Wales Rural Medical School, we developed a unique model that will allow a cohort of Port Macquarie students to train not just for 3 months or 6 months as a sampler course. They get to go from go to woe in Port Macquarie. And she went against the grain, so thank you, Professor Leslie Foster. She now is doing that with Charles Sturt Uni, but it has been an outrageous success. During this time in Parliament, we've had some major challenges. We have the devastating, record-breaking 2019 fires after years of really extreme drought. Everyone thinks on the coast it's always green and the rivers are always full, but most of them are salty. They're tidal. But we had a drought like no other. Some of the rivers on the coast stopped running. Except for the tide, they wouldn't have had water in them. And then a year later, we went the other extreme and we had the most massive floods since the 1960s. It was really distressing to see houses, lives and memories and animals literally going up in smoke. Hundreds of buildings were destroyed, many houses, and then in the flood, thousands of people were made homeless. Literally whole houses and huge amounts of livestock were literally washed away. And we had thousands of people, literally thousands of people, living temporarily in service clubs, like the local sporting club, the RSL, all sorts of things. I had a few hiccups and a challenge in 2016. We can all get the lottery and get a bad redistribution, but I had to speed date 48,000 new people, and they took Port Macquarie by home base, where I treated and practiced and treated about half the electorate, which literally, as a gastroenterologist, I knew inside out. For those that I hadn't met at a fete, I'd met them in the day surgery. But what I lost, I gained something even better. I now inherited all the territory down to the Hunter, across to Hawk's Nest. And just about every tourism and primary industry is now encapsulated in line. Plus I picked up the mighty Hunter River and Maitland and all that Hunter history, and many service industries, and even more people in the mining industry. On the coast there were 2 coal mines. I've got one left, but there's about 20,000 people that work because of the Hunter coal power stations, all the coal mines, and they all live in the beautiful part in line. But there are opponents and obstacles everywhere coming for all these primary industries. They are all at threat with the net zero agenda, whether it's these harmless sounding names like restoring our rivers, or nature repair, or a safeguard mechanism, like a poison pen in a soft cuddly name. But they are all coming. And we have a huge problem, because these are all the industries that make us our money. And we won't have an energy system if we don't have baseload. We've got a huge red tape reform agenda that we really need to start again. There's heaps of confusion in the federal-state fiscal relationship. It's totally unbalanced now. Originally, state and federal responsibilities were very clear. We had a good constitution. States used to do a whole lot more without getting out of bed to get a grant from the feds. It's a complex history. Their revenue and their regulatory arrangements were matched by appropriate fiscal ability. But it all changed in World War II, when a lot of the powers were temporarily ceded to the Commonwealth, and then they never wanted it back because of the war debt. They thought the states would have to. But now it's all confused. Half the money comes from here. It's like the proverbial structure of a plate of spaghetti if you try and do all the connections between who runs what and where the money comes from. Now, in his first term, Prime Minister Tony Abbott instigated a federation reform agenda, which I had been whispering in his ear for a long time. And in that context, without his knowledge, because there were other matters, I developed a tax reform paper and a parliamentary budget analysis to launch the push for the expansion and increase of a broad-based consumption tax. It argued for major reductions in income tax, company tax, and several other taxes and imposts, as well as increasing the welfare safety net, but it would provide extra revenue streams that better align the work that the states and territories have traditionally done, like running hospitals, police, schools, building main roads, dams, bridges, railways. Now, of those things that I've just mentioned, it's only about the police that we don't give money to run in states. So we're on the hook for everything. We did get lift off with that debate, and several states got behind it. It was really encouraging, considering I was a backbencher in my first term. I thought, wow, John Howard tried twice and I'm just in the backbench. We're going to get the GST up. But unfortunately, it didn't fly. And as they say in those blogs and lots of podcasts, the rest is history. But I think we need to readdress the red tape and green tape that is strangling both federal and state governments. And we have let the state governments, as well as us, I think we've left too much of the policy work to delegated authority in the public service. And in a few to-do jobs and suggestions for you, you're not bound by this, but I just thought I'd put it in there. The cost blowouts in infrastructure are scary. An extra guideline here and another environmental measure there, or another community consultation, and the next thing you know, to build a new highway roundabout, instead of taking 12 or 18 months, can take 8 or 9 years, and it costs 3 or 4 or 5 times more. We really have to stop and think, just keep it simple and make it all ruled by common sense. And it'd be really good if we did have a deregulation agenda in the next political cycle, and require all departments and agencies to begin putting proposals to remove 25% of the regulations that increase costs, and put in a new test, something like 1 in, 1 off, or 1 in, 3 off, similar to Paul Keating competition payments. He started that. It's not the sole preserve of this side to do these things, or Tony Abbott's asset recycling payments, but some incentive to get the states to get on board. Now, in my time as a minister in the health portfolio, I worked up many long-term projects that I'm really proud of, that, as the member Mark Coulton mentioned last week, things in the health system have a long gestation. Like, it's about 12 years to become a fully fledged doctor and hang his shingle. But while I was in there, I did establish the position of the Rural Health Commissioner, which is a vital role and doing good work. 2 of the 3 have been appointed by me, and they've done great jobs. We have created more holistic long-term benefits for rural centres so they can attract, train and retain doctors and nurses, like these end-to-end med schools, the HECS fee relief for nurse practitioners and junior doctors working in rural and remote parts of our country, the expansion for the Flying Doctor Service to secure its planning for over a decade, and, as I mentioned before, expanding the rural medical clinical schools, not just from sampler placements for 3 or 6 months, but end-to-end, from beginning to end. Now, everyone was clamouring for a Murray-Darling Medical School, but it was proposed to be at the expense of the established 17 rural clinical schools, which is a great legacy of Michael Wooldridge, which they had the sampler variety, maybe 6 months or a year. But I thought, hang on, perfect solution, what we did in Port Macquarie. So wheeler and dealing, getting the heads of the universities around the table. I organised for Melbourne Uni to set up a whole med school in Shepparton, in the seat of Nichols. And for La Trobe, I got them a deal that the top 12 graduates from their biomedical degree went straight into Melbourne Uni. And on that method, Monash did a deal with Albury and Bendigo. And then it started more of a chain reaction. I was able to convince UNSW to do what I'd done in Port Macquarie without any money, just rejigging it, for them to establish in the member for Riverina as electorate. So he's got an end-to-end one. And the member for Fisher and Fairfax will know the horse dealing that went into starting the Sunshine Coast Medical School. You were both there for the opening with Greg Hunt. And also Charles Sturt, one of the applicant things. I did the policy work, did the deals, and paired them up with Western Sydney Uni. And so there's the Sunshine Coast Medical School. Charles Sturt has got their own medical school. Wagga's got their own medical school. Shepparton, you name it. And when I came back next time with the call back to the ministry with the member for New England, I was able to secure more Commonwealth supported places so that the member for Leichhardt could get an expansion up in Cairns, and the member for Barker in the Riverland has got an extended training program for doctors. During my time in child service, it was a bit distressing. I was there during the time the Royal Commission into Institutional Response to Child Abuse, where I heard many harrowing stories. I also had oversight and insights into the state-run foster care system. Now, the children there are usually there as a result. It's the same thing. It's either drugs, alcohol addiction or both, domestic and family violence, or appalling child neglect, sometimes mental health. Back in the old days, it was because of the shame of being unwed and having a child, so kids were adopted out. But that doesn't happen now. These children are coming from, in many cases, a bad space, so you want them to have what every other child wants, and that is a permanent home. But what has meant to be a stopgap measure, namely fostering, and they're glorious people that do it, there's an inertia in the system not to change, and instead of it being a temporary housing till they're placed in a permanent parental arrangement, depending on the state, it's only New South Wales that allows adoption easily these days, but they have open adoption. There's now 46,000 children in permanent foster rotations. And when I was in the ministry, it was only 42,000. And it seems to be growing more and more and more. And I did have the temerity to suggest that adoption should be made easier and earlier with an open adoption model where the biological parents or parents know where the child is, the child knows where he or they are, or she, the mum and dad are, and the adoptive parents. So it's open, but they get permanent and they're not bounced around the system. And I hope there can be some positive arrangement done with the states. There is sensitivity about the stolen generation. Let's face it, it was a pretty scary and bad period. But permanence is what a child needs. Now, this experience in my own electorate gave me the resolve to get more children and family services into my electorate because there is certainly a need. And we got a big grant, again, courtesy of the member for New England, to finish off the most amazing building, wonderful, friendly, unique design building and a community organisation called First Steps Count, which is a child and community centre. It's got everything in it, all in a one-stop shop, from playgroups to hearing checks to eye checks to assessment for, autism spectrum through to, any childhood problem. And it's going really well. It's fantastic, and it will deliver long-term benefit. Another really exciting, but I had to be a bit subtle about this because I think I might appear on a list somewhere, but there was a bit of legislation when I was in the ministry, the Autonomous Sanctions Amendment, brackets Magnitsky style and other thematic sanctions, that was looking for someone to introduce it. And someone tapped me on the shoulder and I thought, hey, I've read Red Notice, I know all about this. There's a lot of mad and bad people doing very evil things and moving money into Australia or around. So we have that legislation. I'm pleased to see it's established. It gets reported on all the time, but I introduced it and shepherded it through this House, and then it went up to the Senate. So that was great. Now, being a minister has its pros, but gee, being a backbencher is a great honour and you can get a lot done. Other people have mentioned the parliamentary committees. They are a critical part of Parliament. They're an invaluable informal channel for diplomacy, exchange of ideas and perspectives, and they can get ministers and members and senators up to speed on issues that are really technical and important. A lot of these experts will really give you fearless and frank knowledge rather than fearless and frank opinion or policy, which is totally different. The net outcome is the parliamentary friendship groups, as well as the formal committees, are a really valuable part of this. Now, in the friendship group, because of my medical background, I was on every one or every second one of Parliamentary Friends of Medicine, and a long list that the member for Macarthur would know, but we've done a double date on so many things. I'd like to thank him for all his assistance. Also, the member for Macon, we've been on a tour through batteries, and I can tell you there is not enough minerals in the world, there's not enough mines in the world to deliver the amount of batteries that will last 10 years. And the idea that this world is going to run on electric vehicles is one of the most biggest naiveties ever. Look, all the EVs We've looked at them in Korea, we've looked at them in Japan. Amazing technology, but so material rich, it's scary. Like, we will have to mine more copper than has been mined since records began just to get enough copper to get this transition, in inverted commas, up to about 2030. And so the markets are responding. Not everyone wants an electric vehicle. So I think nature and people's needs will sort it out. But that's the importance of these committees, because you find this stuff out. This whole transition thing really should be described as an addition. Electric vehicles are just the latest and greatest new form of transport. If you really want to electrify transport, get our inland rail up and then electrify it. Get our high-speed rail up and electrify it. Get more mass transit in our big cities, rather than mass transit means everyone buys a smaller car and there's 3 million cars instead of 2 million cars. So that was it. Now my best thing ever, and probably my most substantial non-parliamentary or non-legislative role, is setting up the Parliamentary Friends of Nuclear Industries. And I must say it's been great fun. I was a nuclear sort of child. In my medical career, you do physics at uni as well as high school. But my first job was injecting radioactive isotopes into people. Can you play the dark, scary music over there? Isotopes. ABC sign from the left, please. But anyhow, radiotherapy and isotopes have allowed medical practitioners like me to diagnose, to treat, to cure, to do amazing scans. I've had more radioisotopes in me than I can poke a stick at, but I'm still here, and it's only too much radiation that's dangerous. And this idea of any radiation is bad is a totally debunked theory. It's called the linear no threshold theory, whereas actually it's not a straight line. 0 being nothing, that being really bad, anywhere along that is just less bad. No, to get bad it has to go up and then it straightens out. But that's a bit of an aside. So ANSTO, as the Minister for ARPANSA, Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety twice, I got to see what our amazing capability is in this country, and it is sizable. It's far greater than I even realised. In the news just the other day, the announcement that we're not part of this UK-US Gen 4 group. We are actually the chair of it, and we've been the chair of it since 2017. And it is a research and a safety standard setting organisation for 6 different types of advanced reactors. They're the ones that you're hearing a lot about in the SMR space. But they don't boil water and act like a kettle and a steam engine that spins an electric generator. They boil salt or lead or helium or just really high temperature. And our guys at ANSTO's have been setting standards for molten salt reactors and high temperature gas reactors. So there we go. But we also have developed, that same place, ANSTO, has developed this amazing industrial final waste repository system. It's a big factory, world-leading. It's called SIMO, named after Synrock, which is a technology ANSTO developed, and it will take permanent transuranics, all the really bad EMs that you can't do anything more, that are side products of all the medical isotopes and stuff they do at ANSTO, and that will deal with our own waste. And it is world-leading. I've had American professors, I've had Canadian big engineering firms say, can we be your agent? We'll sell 11 of these around the world. It is world-leading. And this idea that we don't know what to do with waste is absolute rubbish. But anyhow, I divert. I would like to thank the member for Hinkler. Where's he gone? He started my electrical engineering tutorials back in the first term. He's taught me a lot about grids. I've joined the ANA, the American Nuclear Society, been to as many conferences as I can, and along the way I've met some amazing people, and I want to give a huge shout out to my probably hugest tutor, Rob Parker, who's up there doing a great job with all the lectures and information around the country. Robert Barr, who's been a sidekick on our tours to North America. Tony Irwin, who's built, operated 8 nuclear plants, and he went over when Chernobyl happened and taught the Russians how to really run it, and he lives in Australia. To Helen Cook, Stephen Smith, Dave Collins, and to all my turbocharged pro-nuclear Argonauts out there in big wide Australia, being marshalled by Peter Shoquist. A big shout out to Peter. He has got to get the award for the most WhatsApp group messages ever. I'd like to thank Tim Stone in Britain and Professors Jacopo Bongiorno and Andrew Whittaker in the USA, all the engineers at Hatch Engineering and Atkins Realty that build the CANDU reactors, and Ontario Power Generation, which is the second biggest power utility in North America, and guess what? It's government owned. It used to be like the it's like our New South Wales Electricity Commission. The second biggest one in America is Tennessee Valley Authority. Hey, presto, guess what? It's owned by the Tennessee Valley Authority. Funny name about that. Another government-owned power utility. They have been very helpful too. So I think the Friendship Group has had liftoff. The aim of educating and convincing members and senators on the nature of nuclear energy and its potential here in Australia has been reached. We in the Nationals, we've been ahead of the curve. We've seen it and saw the light, and our membership and Federal Council adopted this many years ago. I'm so pleased and proud that my Liberal colleagues are now on board, and that is the way to go. I know there's lots of members on the other side who secretly are pro-nuclear, but they chickened out once they got into government and they're strictly following orders, but they're welcome back. You can always change your mind when the facts change. That is quite okay. We won't criticise you at all. But it is bipartisan anywhere else in the world, and there's now 31 countries that have signed up to triple their nuclear energy. Now, one of the other great friendship things that we run in this country is the nation parliamentary friendship groups, and I reckon that's one of the best gigs going because you get to meet a lot of really interesting people that are in the embassy, but you get to meet a lot of people that come out from whatever country, and I've signed up for so many of them, I just can't get to them all. But the one that I've really tried to make a difference on is the Australia-Japan Parliamentary Friendship Group, because Japan and Australia are really important to each other. You know, Japan in 1862 or something like that, at the start of the Meiji Restoration, when they decided to industrialise, their first load of coal came from somewhere down in the Illawarra, and we've been sending them ever since. Energy. They have built, industrialised that industrial powerhouse with gas, with oil and coal from us. And they don't have it, and they can't have solar panels. And so that's why they need us. And places like Korea, they're exactly the same. And we shouldn't feel guilty at all. It is absolutely rubbish what our sort of eco-warrior extremists trying to make out that Australia is bad for the world. We power with food 100 million people besides ourselves, but we're only 25 million. We supply energy for over 1 billion people. India, billions. Yet we're measured on our carbon footprint as though we're using all the energy and all the food. It's really not logical. But I would like to acknowledge His Excellency Suzuki and Ken up there in the... Thank you so much for what Japan has done for us, because your investment in Australia after the war, started by Blackjack McEwen, we made peace and moved forward ever since. And your technology is the bread and butter technology that we all use in Australia, and your investment has developed our mines, our energy systems and everything. And it'd be so cool if we could get a high-speed rail gumming up the north coast once we finish the inland rail, and we'll go from strength to strength. I would like to keep going, but I've got to run out of time. I just want to say thank you, Peter, for your leadership, particularly your common sense approach to policy development, including nuclear energy, and I think you'll make an excellent Prime Minister. It is lucky, I found out from Bill Shorten's speech the other day that I am probably the 220th MP to get to make a valedictory, which sounds a lot more exclusive than the 1,244 that came in and made maiden speeches. It has been a pleasure, Mr Speaker, to work with you on the Trade and Investment Growth Committee. It was also a pleasure to serve on the Speakers panel in the last Parliament. I would have loved to have done more, and one recommendation I can say to first termers is do some time on the Speakers panel, because then you know all the procedure and you're not walking around like a dazed sort of person in your first term. You know what all the terms mean and what the procedure is. I'd like to thank the presiding officers and all the assistant clerks and parliamentary support staff who've assisted me in my duties here in this place. I would just like to leave you a couple of to-dos for when hopefully we do get into Parliament. We've got nuclear and electricity covered. It will take time, but the urgent necessity for this nation now is we've still got an electricity system that works, but it might tip over the edge. But where we are really skinny, really thin, is on liquid fuel security. And we have got to, as President Trump said, drill, baby, drill, because we need to get liquid fuel security in this country. And again, the 10 biggest oil and gas businesses aren't BP, aren't Shell. They're state-owned enterprises. So if Australia's really going to develop our oil security, take a leaf out of INPEX, which is publicly owned, but the golden shares are owned by the nation of Japan, and maybe that's something that we should look at. But I would also like to thank all the coalition leadership team for all the work you're doing. It is really important that we all have our ducks in a row for the next election, but I'll just be helping whoever wins the pre-selection on the weekend get to be the next member for Lyne. Timing is everything, and as Kenny Rogers said, you've got to know when to hold them and you've got to know when to fold them. So I've been incredibly fortunate to serve the incredible communities and people of the Lyne electorate for the past 12 years. I'd like to thank them again. They put their trust in me for over a decade or more to travel down here and fight for the issues that they thought were important. I've thoroughly enjoyed being your MP and meeting all of you and everything else in this wonderful building. And for those of you who've had my 3 times a year newsletters, you've seen this little catchline: he listens, he cares, he's delivered, or he listens, he cares, he delivers. But I can quite happily stand here, cross my heart and hope to die. I listened, I cared, and I did deliver. Thanks.
I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Mr Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise and acknowledge the member for Lyne, or what we affectionately know as the Doc, for what was a great speech and highlights the legacy that he has left for the people of Lyne. His legacy extends well beyond just the infrastructure that he's been able to deliver for the people of Lyne. It goes to the heart of his beliefs, his experience in the medical profession. In fact, he missed one. When I first became the member for Maranoa, I fought very hard for the Heart of Australia bus, and he was the Assistant Health Minister, and he delivered funding to that bus that now has gone from 1 to over 6 buses that goes throughout rural and remote areas checking out people in rural and remote areas for heart conditions, and has literally saved lives. And it's a great legacy that Doc has left, but his indelible legacy will be that of nuclear energy. He's been one that has been passionate from the outset and has driven the debate, not only internally within our party, but also the coalition party room. So to Doc and to his family, to Charlotte, we wish you all the best. We're losing two of our greatest, also with the member for Parkes, who's here today as well, who's leaving us as well. The great experience, the calmness that you've brought to our party rooms, the pair of you, is something that we'll miss and we respect, but the legacy that you've left with us is one that we'll be custodians of in ensuring that the next Parliament respects what you've both achieved. So on behalf of the National Party family, we wish you all the best in your retirement. We thank you for your service. We thank you for your legacy.
And now I give the call to the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And I stand here today in the chamber, probably one of the last occasions I'll be doing so in relation to speaking in my career. I can't help reflect on a journey that has spanned more than a quarter of a century. A little bit of nostalgia here too, Mr Speaker. You'll see something and don't be too shocked. This is for the first time this term I'm actually wearing a tie. And I thought, nostalgia. I'd wear something that I wore back in 1996. Something that was very bright and certainly reflected my electorate, but also made sure that as an early politician, people knew who I was and knew that I was in the room. And I have a great collection of them. I'm hoping I can eventually make a quilt out of them and donate it to charity. But I thought today was a very special occasion. For the first time this term, I've wore a tie, and it represents the Great Barrier Reef. It's certainly been an extraordinary privilege to represent the people of Leichhardt for over close to 26 years, actually. And I owe my deepest gratitude, of course, to the people of my electorate whose trust in me has allowed me to serve for so long. From my humble beginnings as a lad porter in the Mareeba railway station at the age of 14, I never imagined that my path, my life's path, where it would take me. Cleaning toilets in the railway station, serving in the Royal Australian Air Force, selling real estate, catching crocodiles and rounding up a few feral bulls. For most of my life, politics wasn't even on the radar. But life has a funny way of leading you to places where you never ever expect. And it certainly led me here. In my maiden speech back in 1996, I spoke of the need for better infrastructure, better connectivity, a better future for far north Queensland. And at the time, there was virtually no mobile coverage in the region. Many of our roads remained unsealed, and the idea of sealing the Peninsula Development Road was just a distant dream. But today, that dream has largely become a reality. Connectivity, mobile coverage, the NBN has transformed our region. We are well on our way to sealing the Peninsula Development Road through to Weipa, and I'm proud of the progress that we've made through, though of course there's always more to do. One of my earliest tasks in this place was working on native title reform with Senator Nick Minchin. There was concerns about native title, the impact it was having both on Indigenous and non-Indigenous residents in Cape York, and that's what actually motivated me to first get involved in politics. The grievances were fierce, the debate was heated, and it was through this challenging work that I found my calling in this place, actually. A drive to seek balance, fairness and solutions that actually benefited everybody, not just one side of the argument. There have been many moments through my career when I look back on with pride, but actually two of the earliest successes still stand out. I'd only been a member for a matter of a couple of months, and the first of those, it was actually securing $40,000 for portable cattle yards in Weipa to support the live cattle export and through the Cook Shire Council. The second one was even more significant, and again was in 1996, where I secured $500,000 in funding for a banana farmer north of the Daintree River. who had been devastated by black sigatoga, a fungal disease that had wiped out his entire crop. It was the first time an Australian grower had been able to get compensation for a crop lost through the loss of exotic disease, and I remember calling the farmer, Tony Reichelt, at Christmas, on Christmas Day in 1996 to deliver the good news, and the gratitude of his voice still stays with me today. It was quite amazing. Not long after I was first elected, I was involved in a debate about gun control, following that tragic massacre at Port Arthur. Prime Minister John Howard had decided to utilise such a sad and powerful moment in time to bring about profound cultural shift in the attitude of our nation towards firearms. There was a perception, Mr Speaker, at the time that, given my background, that I would fall in behind those advocating for the status quo to remain. But that certainly wasn't the case. I supported John Howard's push for reform, and I think quite clearly now, when we look back and say that those important changes have made Australia today a perfect example of what sensible gun control looks like, and I'm incredibly proud to have played a role in bringing in such important reforms. On a less serious note, I recall in 2000, as our nation prepared for the Sydney Olympics, the Cooktown community was left disappointed when the Sydney Olympics Games Organising Committee, so-called, decided the Olympic torch relay couldn't be coming to Cooktown. They claimed it was too difficult to include us. But anybody who knows the people in far north Queensland knows that we just don't give up that easily, and instead of lamenting the decision, my dear friends Peter and Kathy Stapley, who owned the Cooktown Local News, and I decided to do something about it. Together we created our own alternative, NOCOG, not the organising committee of the Olympic Games. What began as a tongue-in-cheek response very quickly grew into something far more significant. With the help of local ingenuity, we crafted our own Olympic torches, including a beautiful crystal torch manufactured by Mitsubishi from Cape Flattery silica sand, and a symbolic aluminium torch forged by Rio Tinto in Weipa. To keep the spirit of a remembrance alive, we borrowed the eternal flame from the Cooktown RSL. These torches become the centrepiece of our own relay. Our NOCOG torch relay was truly an epic journey. The torch travelled across every Cape York community by road, by foot, by horse, dinghy, light aircraft, even helicopter. And along the way, we shared the stories about the Olympics, giving kids in some of the most remote parts of the country a chance to be part of the excitement. At the same time, we raised money for the Royal Flying Doctor Service, ultimately collecting over $200,000, a remarkable effort that speaks of the generosity and the spirit of our community. Of course, NOCOG wasn't just about raising money, it was also about having a bit of fun and showing our resilience. And we hosted what we call the Relaxation Games in Cooktown 1 week before the actual Olympic Games, with events such as watching the grass growing competition, fishing without bait, wave counting, provided you had no numeracy skills, and the now famous or infamous armchair sleeping competition. And I've got to tell you, you're looking at an Olympian. I had the dubious honour of being part of NOCOG's first doping scandal. And I say that with a little bit embarrassed. After my gold medal performance in the armchair sleeping competition, I was disqualified when it was deemed that alcohol was a performance-enhancing drug. In the end, NOCOG was recognised with a national award for creativity and success, including cash prize. And would you believe it? One of the original torches. So we did very well out of it. Now today those treasures are proudly displayed in the Cooktown RSL, a symbol of what can be achieved when a community comes together with determination and of course a sense of humour. During my time in the Parliament, I've had the opportunity to serve in various roles. First of all as the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister for Industry, Science and Resources, and then the Minister for Industry, Tourism and Resources, a position I held for 8 years. Working with Joe Hockey, we delivered the first tourism white paper and secured one of the largest investments in tourism. And in spite of the challenges we faced at the time, and I backed Joe 100% on this, the Treasurer at the time was not real keen on releasing funds. We were still looking at paying back debt. But we both said that we were going to step down from our roles unless it was supported. And to John Howard's credit, he not only gave us what we were asking for, but he actually gave us significantly more. Mr Speaker, as you would expect from a member hailing from the far north, I've also been actively involved in bringing in all things Northern Australia. I've been involved in the production of the white paper on developing Northern Australia. I've also been the long-standing chair and deputy, and now more recently deputy of the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia. It's been a labour of love and has been instrumental in unlocking and supporting our region and dealing with the unique challenges that we face. In my maiden speech, I also raised the issue of mental health. At the time, mental health services were in a crisis, and week after week I stood in the party room reminding colleagues of the dire need for more investment in this area. The deinstitutionalisation of mental health care left our streets and prisons as the new institutions for those struggling with mental illness. I read out stories from the media each week, highlighting the tragic outcomes of a system that just was not working. After relentless advocacy, Prime Minister John Howard announced a $1.9 billion investment in mental health over 5 years, crediting me with playing a very significant role in securing the commitment. It was certainly one of my proudest moments. My work in mental health didn't stop there. I've long been the independent chair of our local Headspace Consortium, and a big shout out to Gabrielle Gill and her team for the job well done, and I think the work that organisation does is absolutely critical. I'm also incredibly proud of being involved with the establishment of a Junction Clubhouse in Cairns. This facility provides a safe space for those transitioning out of intense mental health treatment, encouraging them to reconnect with their community and rebuild their lives. It's a fantastic model and it's had some amazing success. The Junction Clubhouse celebrated its 10th anniversary recently, and I'd like to thank Susie Pont and her team for their dedication, as well as all the members who make this the Junction what it is today. One of my more recent roles has been serving as the Special Envoy for the Great Barrier Reef. The 5 reports I handed down as part of that role challenged even my own government at the time, government's views on climate change. I've made a conscious decision to work only with the scientific agencies responsible for managing the reef, including the Grumpa, AIM, CSIRO and others. My work in this space has helped to certainly move us closer to our climate targets and played a role in securing our net zero by 2050 commitment. This work wouldn't have been possible without my dedicated advisor and researcher, Sam Batt, and I say thank you to Sam, who was instrumental in educating me, as well as guiding our efforts. Sam's hard work and expertise ensured that we remained focused on the science and delivered meaningful outcomes for the reef. The reef, like so much of our environment, is a legacy that we must protect for the future generations, and I leave this place knowing that we've made significant strides, but of course, like everything else, there's always more work to be done. Another significant achievement, of course, was the establishment of the Cyclone Reinsurance Pool, Northern Australia Cyclone Reinsurance Pool, which I'm proud to bring to fruition. It's backed by a $10 billion government guarantee, and the pool offers a solution aimed at reducing insurance costs for homeowners, small businesses and strata properties in high-risk regions. For too long, the cost of insuring properties in Northern Australia has been unsustainable, forcing many to go without proper coverage. While the Cyclone Reinsurance Pool is a major step in the right forward, it will require ongoing reviews, refinements and support to ensure it continues to deliver for those it's designed to help. Mr Speaker, there are a number of causes that have defined my time in the Parliament. One of those has been my advocacy for medical cannabis. Some of you may recall in 2014, a Channel 7 Sunday night program, there was a story featuring Lucy Haslam and her late son Dan. The challenge that they faced in accessing medical cannabis to support Dan in his terminal cancer treatment. They were truly, really truly national pioneers in this area, and after watching that program I reached out to Lucy and became very, very firmly committed in that cause. Another was my journey in advocating for the LGBTIQ community. This journey began actually in the late 1990s when a young naval officer from HMAS Cairns had approached me with concerns about discrimination he faced because of his sexual orientation. He had been promoted and was ready to be transferred, but because they were taking himself, all his furniture, his dog, his budgerigar and his car and his boat, but they wouldn't take his partner because they were same sex. I was outraged. I couldn't believe it was true. I went and seen the then Minister, Robert Hill, and he fixed it. And I thought everything was fixed, everything was done. But of course, there was still a lot to do. And I then found out, and I vividly remember, the story of John Charles and his partner, Arthur Cheeseman. John was a retired public servant with a defined benefit pension. Some of you may or may not know what they are. And Arthur was a retired pharmacist who'd worked during a time before superannuation was widely adopted. The couple had been together in a loving, totally monogamous, totally committed relationship for over 50 years. But because they were a same-sex couple, Arthur was not entitled to John's superannuation benefits should anything have happened to him. Together they had a modest apartment in Sydney, and again, if something had happened to either one of them, other family members could have disputed their estate. This held profound implications for both gentlemen and could have resulted in their homes being taken away from them with a significant reduction in their retirement income should either of them pass away. This injustice, like many like it, continued to drive me to push for the removal of the legal and financial discrimination against same-sex couples. Even my absence from this place, I was proud to see that the legislation that I had been working on for so many years for the removal of discrimination went through the federal Parliament unopposed in 2008, supported by both the then Prime Minister Kevin Rudd and Opposition Leader Brendan Nelson. As I just alluded to, many as would know, I voluntarily retired from this place in 2007. I made this decision so I could fulfil a commitment that I made to my son when he was quite young, that when he became a teenager, that he could come and live with Dad. It was Dad's time, and to spend quality time with him in his teenage years. I never expected him to remember it, but unfortunately he did. And a phone call from his mother when he turned 13 saying, "Are you ready to take your son?" I had to say yes, and I'm sitting in the gallery here, right there, the fellow with no hair and a beard. And so, you know, it was a very, very difficult decision at the time because I had a lot of work that I hadn't finished, but I believed that it was the right thing to do, and to walk away from this and leave this place behind me with the work that was left. But I've got to tell you, it's the best decision that I made in all the time I was in politics. And thank you, Jacob, for not forgetting that promise that I'd made to you. I certainly cherish the time that we had together, and I'm still proud that I could fulfil that promise to Jake, and eventually be one that it was Jake that actually convinced me to recontest Leichhardt in 2010 as he was getting ready to head off to university. And of course, I successfully did that at the 2010 election. On arriving back in Canberra in 2010, proud of the fact that I was not only the first Liberal member for Leichhardt, I'd now been elected twice over. I was informed by the then Speaker of the House, Harry Jenkins, that I had in fact set another record, insofar as I was the first member of the Federal Parliament to have voluntarily retired from politics, then recontested the same seat for the same party and won. Actually, that's since Federation. I can now proudly add a third record to that list. I'm now rapidly approaching 26 years served in the Parliament. I am now, by a margin of over a decade, the longest serving member for Leichhardt. Once I firmly got my feet back in the desk, I was determined to pick up where I'd left off and continue my advocacy efforts for removing discrimination against the gay community. However, this was 2010, and both Prime Minister Julia Gillard and Opposition Leader Tony Abbott had both individually committed to not dealing with the matter of marriage equality for the entire term of 2010 to 13. While I was prepared to respect the leader's position, I made it very, very clear to Tony that I would honour his commitment in the current term, and I asked him not to make the same commitment in the next parliamentary term. And to Tony's credit, he gave me that commitment, and he definitely kept it. And I say thank you very much, Tony Abbott, for that. So I served as the Chief Opposition Whip for 2010 to 2013, and I've got a whippette down there with Nola. She was one of my whips. As well, and in that period of time it provided me an opportunity for my first significant piece of collaboration, working closely with Graham Perrott and sitting over here and Sarah Hanson-Young. Together we established the first ever in any parliament in the world, the Parliamentary Friendship Group for the LGBTIQ community. I'm proud to say that in 2014 I remained the only remaining founding parliamentary co-chair of that group. Still very active to this day, and I'm sure they will continue their important advocacy efforts even after I've finished in this place. At 10:13 a.m. on the 4th of December 2017, I had the privilege of introducing the Marriage Amendment Definition and Religious Freedoms Bill 2017 into this place. And at 6 p.m. on Thursday, the 7th of December, the bill passed through the chamber, and the rest is pretty much recent history. So I say to those who stood beside me, both inside and outside this chamber, thank you. Together we've made history, and while I initially did not agree with the postal plebiscite process at the time, and I will thank our leader for that, because Peter came to me, and I'd tried to do it once before and unsuccessfully. Peter said, "What about this as a way?" And I said, "We'll try it." It was his idea. He went through it and got it up. Now, while as I said, I didn't agree with it at the time, I thought we could just go to a conscience vote. I'm certainly glad that we've done it now, because I do believe it was the right decision. Thank you, Peter. Because there's been absolutely no challenges to the legislation. What we've seen is very strong acceptance throughout the Australian community. Today in Australia, I'm proud to say we do not have gay marriage. We simply have marriage because in Australia, I'm proud to say we don't discriminate. And I think our society is a better place for that fact. Now, Mr Speaker, just as a brief footnote to that chapter, the gentlemen John Challis and Arthur Cheeseman, which I referred to earlier, they were able to marry. I'm very happy to and proud that we were able to enable them to do that, and they did that 5 years before Arthur's passing. On another one of my campaigns, and I think this next story might illustrate to members that if you focus and persist, you can move all sorts of mountains. After the passing of my very dear friend and colleague Don Randall in July 2015, I felt that it was appropriate for a fitting tribute for members who passed away while serving in office, and that they be commemorated within the parliamentary precinct. Given Don's love of roses, I put forward a proposal for a portion of the rose garden in the House of Representatives, it was known as the Zonta Garden, at the entrance of the Representative, to be dedicated for those members who died in office. At the time, I thought it was a very fitting and worthy idea. However, Mr Speaker, I soon learnt that even the gardens within the parliamentary precinct are in fact heritage listed and were not for change. Persistence. I was persistent, I was determined, and eventually it paid off. And I'd like to thank the former Speaker, Tony Smith, who worked with me and assisted in making it possible. It only took about 18 months, but we now have a beautiful rose garden at the House of Reps entrance dedicated to members who passed away in office. I was fortunate enough also to even convince them to agree to plant some of Don's favourite roses, the Dolly Pardons and the Double Deluxe. I won't say why they were Don's favourite, but nevertheless they were. And I actually visited the garden, in fact, this Thursday, and they look absolutely magnificent. And so, Mr Speaker, for those people who frown on plagiarism, on this occasion I'm happy to endorse the Senate's recent decision to install a memorial plaque in the same garden, recognising senators that also passed away in office. And I'd encourage members here to actually, who haven't had the opportunity of seeing what's been achieved at this beautiful gardens, to go down and have a look and enjoy the serenity. After 25 years of working to give my community north of the Daintree, I'd like to first say that members in this place often unfinished business and sometimes even regrets. And I do have one regret. After 25 years of working to give my community north of the Daintree River an option for Maine's equivalent renewable power, the project is at a crossroads. It's been a long time coming. The money for the project was set aside prior to the 2022 election. There has been an enormous amount of work done, both in the community, led by many years by Russell and Teresa O'Doherty, and strongly supported by Richard Schoenemann and Phil from Volt Advisory. Over time, the project has been able to achieve all the necessary approvals, the permits for construction, and they now hold all the necessary licences to proceed. This is quite extraordinary, given that where the area is. They did this in record time, and the project is nestled between two World Heritage listed areas, the Daintree Rainforest and the Great Barrier Reef. Finally, they've actually secured excellent, credible, experienced investors for the project. But unfortunately, our region experienced Cyclone Jasper at Christmas last year. It was absolutely devastating and impacted the commencement of the project. We're only now, nearly 12 months on, getting access to the site, and the impending wet season, due to permits from the Wet Tropics Management Authority, means that we couldn't start working on the commencement of the project until at least after the wet season, April next year. Mr Speaker, before the natural disaster, it seemed like the current government was on board. We had the Environment Minister Plebisek proudly declaring on her Facebook, and I quote, "We've ticked off a solar project that will power the entire Daintree community. The project alone will prevent 4 million litres of diesel from being burnt." The project proponents were deeply engaged with the Kuku-Yalanji traditional owners, and they were brought on as a major partner for the construction of this renewable grid. Even better still, the Kuku-Yalanji traditional owners were going to own the grid, be the operator, the wholesaler and the retailer. We're all set up for a unique and inspiring project that would be Australia's first Indigenous majority-owned renewable electricity grid. This was going to facilitate the opportunity for the Kuku-Yalanji people to start bringing home families that had been displaced from the area many years before, and ultimately help them to build homes in their traditional lands. But, Mr Speaker, Mr Bowen, his department and his bureaucrats have done everything in their power to prevent this project from going ahead. They bluntly refuse to release the money that has been set aside by previous governments. It's an absolute disgrace and, in my view, an act of political bastardry. The irony of this situation is that we've had the Prime Minister at Garma Festival declaring that his government is committed to, as a matter of priority, unlocking opportunities for Indigenous communities to be involved and to participate in the development of renewable energy projects right around Australia. But his own energy minister seems to be intent on undermining a fantastic project, ultimately ruining the Indigenous community's vision of self-determination and economic empowerment. The government has spent millions of dollars on the Voice referendum, but at the same time ignoring the voices that they claim that they've wanted to listen to. Quite frankly, it's a disgrace. Mr Speaker, Indigenous communities don't need slogans, they don't need hand-wringing. They need partnerships and a government that supports their aspirations. So I say to Minister Bowen, do the right thing, Listen to the voices of the Kuku-Yalanji people, the voices of the very senior elders like Auntie Frances and Auntie Kath Walker. Get out of their road, stop playing politics, release the funding and let them get on with the job. Mr Speaker, in my electorate I've been proud to secure funding for many projects that have transformed the area, from the Cairns Esplanade boardwalk to the Peninsula development, along with JCU's medical, dental and veterinary schools and the upcoming university hospital, to name just a few. These projects continue to have lasting impact on our community. But one of the causes closest to my heart has been securing the recognition for the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion. Their service during the Second World War went unacknowledged for far too long. Thanks to the tireless efforts of people like Uncle Etty Powell, Vanessa C. Key, and my three generals, Seriako Stephen, Carlos Ishua and Warika Adidi, in 2001 we finally were able to secure the recognition these brave soldiers deserve with the Pacific Star Medal, finally granted 54 years after their service. The last two of the 880 Torres Strait Islanders that served in the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion, Mebai Warrisam and Awati Mao, passed away within a week of each other. They had enlisted together on Saibai Island. They served together, but sadly their passing brings to a close a unique chapter of our history. The legacy of their service lives on, and I'm deeply honoured to have played a role ensuring that their service has been given the recognition it truly deserved. I also ensured that the Australian War Memorial has received the memorial videos which I had commissioned for both Mebai and Awati's funerals. They're now part of the Etty Power collection at the Torres Strait Light Infantry Battalion in the Australian War Memorial. Mr Speaker, reflecting on the Torres Strait, I would be remiss if I didn't also note the importance of the major infrastructure program. In 1998, Australian and Queensland governments came together to address infrastructure needs of the Torres Strait and the Northern Peninsula area through what they call the MIP. The initiative focused on delivering essential environmental health infrastructure, including water, freshwater supply, sewage systems, waste management, road sealing, etc., and much more. Helping to advocate and secure that funding for the MIP has been made one of the most impactful differences for this region. I'm very proud of my involvement, and over the years more than $300 million has been invested transferring these communities and significantly improving health and living conditions. So, Speaker, the relationships that I've built over many years has been some of the most rewarding aspects of this journey, and I'm deeply grateful for the friendships and bonds that have stood the test of time, transisting the political divide. People like my good mate Brendan Nelson, Paddy Secker, who was another one of the whips when I was the chief whip, Donnie Randall, who's no longer with us, Nicky Dondas, Jane Prentice, Jimmy Lloyd, Paddy Dodson, my mate from Broome, Teresa Gambaro, Bob Baldwin, Joel Fitzgibbon, Stephen Georgianis, who was sitting in the seat here earlier on, and Maria Van Vackamoo, Kay Hull, Russell Broadbent, just to name a couple, Warren Snowden, of course, they've been mates, and of course yourself. Anybody that's going to go on a delegation, if the Speaker leads those delegations, go with him. He is absolutely brilliant and has become a very, very good friend. Not sucking up to you too much, but nevertheless stating a matter of fact. Thank you very much indeed for your friendship. And these have been dear friends that I have maintained over many years, and there's others here. Scotty Bolkos is sitting over here nodding his head at the moment, and it's been great. Thank you for being part of my journey with me. The camaraderie that we've shared has made this experience all the richer, and it's all those friendships that respect and that I will carry for me as long as long after I've left this place. To both the Liberal and the National parties, and more recently the LNP, to all those amazing members and volunteers and supporters. Over 9 election cycles have provided amazing support for me. Each and every one of you can take credit for the success over those campaigns. And Mr Speaker, I won't start listing names, there is just simply too many. I just say thank you to all of you. To my staff, and I've got a couple sitting up here at the moment, And there have been many over the years. Thank you for all of your contributions. You've kept the wheels turning. I couldn't have done it without your hard work and dedication. The overwhelming success that we've had across the electorate is because of the work that you guys do. And while I've been the receiver of much of that credit, I keep saying this, you're the ones that actually make the magic happen, and I couldn't have done it without your hard work and your dedication. To my current team, Natasha Sambo, who's been with me over 14 years, Rosie Corman, sitting up there, she's been with me over 10, Sam Batts, back in the electorate office for 8, Tanya's up here, over 7, Zach, and then of course Zach Webster, Karen Hussey and Tay Lo Fu, who's the newest starter. Thank you for everything you've done for me and for the electorate. And of course, I cannot not go here without mentioning Tamara Sharoy. Although she's moved from my office, she has been amazing, and I have to say thank you very much. She's a very important part of my team for many, many years. To my family, particularly my wonderful sons, Jason, who's not here, and Jacob, who surprised me today, blew me away when he walked into my office. My beautiful daughter, Mackenzie Lee, your love and support have been the foundation that has kept me going through tough times. Serving in the Parliament comes with many sacrifices, as we all know, and none more so than the time spent away from our loved ones. And I couldn't have done any of this without your encouragement and your support. As I prepare to step away from this place, just one thing I'd like to say to a lot of the newer members here. You would note that I was actually on the executive for 8 years. I was the Chief Whip for 3 years, but there was for a long period of time I chose not to be involved in the executive because I had things that we're doing that weren't necessarily, unlike the other side, we can reserve our right, and particularly the work that I did with gay reform, etc. I couldn't do that had I been a member of the executive, but I was able to do that by staying as a humble backbencher, and those changes have changed the country, and I'm very, very proud of that. So remember that when you're sort of tacking out your political career. As I prepare to walk away from this place, I do so with a heart full of pride and with a deep love for my community. My hope is that the work we've done together, the big things and the small things, will have a lasting impact on Far North Queensland. Leichhardt will always be my home, and while I'm no longer your representative in the chamber, I'll always be there to advocate for the region. I look forward to what the future holds in Far North Queensland, and I know that the next generation of leaders will continue to work the work we've started. I've often said that my career has been a storied one, full of challenges, triumphs, and a few laughs along the way. I've had the privilege of being some of the greatest national policy shifts in Australia's history, whether it be the gun law reform, introduction of the GST, the establishment of the Future Fund, paying off our national debt in 2007 when the government changed. We didn't owe a cracker to the world, and although we've changed dramatically since then with the GFC and COVID and a couple of Labor governments in between, the point is I was, and still am, very proud to be part of a government that really flexed its economic prowess and has put us in a great position to the challenges that came from the GFC and, of course, from the pandemic. It enabled us to adequately support the economy, and particularly in my patch where we were able to deploy targeted support to a range of tourism entities that needed the financial life support. Whether it was JobKeeper, JobSeeker, zoo and aquarium support packages, large tourism operators support package to TDNQ specific package, chartering air freight for live coral trout and crayfish export. The extensive array support kept our region alive. And some of those packages were actually born out of my office, and I want to give thanks to the then Minister Simon Birmingham, who came up and worked with me, and of course Prime Minister Scott Morrison. The work that was allowed us to recover from the COVID crisis and has helped us to emerge from the global crisis as one of the strongest economies in the developed world at this time. Mr Speaker, I've secured millions of dollars of funding, commitments and support for my region. I've advocated for equality and strong environmental policy. Often I've found myself in a politically challenging circumstances, but I wouldn't change a thing. Can I say unequivocally, it's been one hell of a journey. I reckon it's not too bad for a 14-year-old toilet cleaner from the Mareeba railway station. Lastly, I remind people this is merely a retirement from politics, from political life. I'll be still around. There's plenty of things that I've got left to do. I will be maintaining my fierce advocacy for the eradication of tuberculosis, and so I'll be continuing my long-standing relationship with the Global Tuberculosis Caucus. I will also continue my work with another passion of mine, the National Threatened Species Institute, working closely with my dear friends Peter and Val Gowland up there and their son Daniel, breeding threatened native species, particularly small mammals and birds, for release back into the wild. I'm proud to say that we've been incredibly successful in these endeavours. We have a number of captive-bred New Holland and smoky mice releases, successful releases back into the wild. We're now one of the largest breeders of orange-bellied parrots in the country, and we have the only eastern ground parrots in captivity in the world. And after 2.5 years, they're absolutely thriving, and we're looking forward to the pitter-patter of small feet. I'd like to give a special thanks to the House of Reps staff, the attendants, the cleaners, the Comcar drivers, and all those that help make our great democracy function. Thank you to all for all your assistance over many, many years. It's been a pleasure getting to know you all and working together. Mr Speaker, I'll conclude by thanking the people of Leichhardt again for their overwhelming, unwavering support and the faith that they've placed in me. There is a part of me that will miss this place and the work that we've done here, but I'm certainly looking forward to the next chapter of my life. I wish you all the very best. Take care of each other and never forget the privilege it is to serve in this place. Thank you.
I'll give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to say to the member for Leichhardt that that was a fairly sanitised version of his contribution to the party room, I might say. My recollection is somewhat different. Enchi was a case study in tenacity and the ability to stay on message and to demonstrate passion about what was important to him. And he named a few of those topics, starting with mental health, and he did not give up. He didn't give up in relation to same-sex marriage. He didn't give up in relation to insurance for Far North Queensland. He didn't give up in relation to many other issues where he saw injustice and where he saw a desire to try and make a difference to the people of Far North Queensland. I want to say, and I don't speak, of course, on behalf of all of my predecessors, but on behalf, I'm sure, of John Howard and also Brendan Nelson, Warren Entsch was a tour de force in the Howard years. He had a particularly forceful way in the party room, as I say, and John Howard felt that. And it was as a result of his advocacy that he did make a very significant contribution. And similarly, Entsch, I might say your loyalty to Brendan Nelson was a hallmark of your character, and you stood by him, particularly at a time when he wasn't treated very well in this place. And I know that he will never ever forget that, and I'm sure that he'd want me to mention that today. Just finally, Warren Entsch came into this place with a CV that has never and will never be matched in the history of or the future of this country. When you come into this chamber, into this parliament, having been a crocodile wrestler and a bull rider, and many other things in between, and a cattle producer, which he was too modest to mention before, you knew that it was going to be a pretty interesting ride. And Entsch, for all of those who have worked very closely with you, have respected you, work over the same-sex marriage, but migration matters as well, where you wore your heart on your sleeve and really put an effort in for people who otherwise wouldn't have enjoyed time in this country that they deserved. You really have been an exemplar for the people of Leichhardt, for Far North Queensland. You've been a great ambassador of our party, and we wish you, and I'm sure that we'll continue to work with you in the next phase of your life. Mate, you have been a wonderful Member of Parliament, and we wish you every health and success into the future.
I've received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment: Cyber Security Bill 2024, Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cyber Security Bill 2024, and Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024. We give the call to Member for McEwen.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests, I present the committee's report concerning an application from Ms Theresa Harding for the publication of a response to a reference made in the Federation Chamber.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 6, Aged Care, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. And while he's still here, I just pass on my best wishes to the member for Leichhardt in his future endeavours. And I'm sure there'll be some great opportunities in front of you, Warren. So all the best. All the best. It's been fun working with you. Deputy Speaker, I've spoken before in support of the government's reforms into the difficult area of aged care. During our 9 long years in opposition, I was a frequent speaker on the former coalition government's failure to act on the issues in aged care that were outlined in that Royal Commission's interim report, the report that was bluntly titled Neglect. The Royal Commission's reports detail substandard care ranging from food, medication management and skin care. Respondents spoke of the mismanagement of health conditions such as dementia, and they also spoke about abuse, including physical and sexual abuse, and quite arbitrary restrictive practices. Deputy Speaker, this is just a small snapshot of why the Royal Commission's report had 148 recommendations. It was clear to everyone that the aged sector needed a dramatic overhaul to improve the quality of participant care. What that report told us was that as a country, we had really let our older Australians down. And as a nation, to do so is unforgivable, especially considering what that generation did for Australia. In the years since the report, Neglect was tabled, 136 recommendations have been addressed. And I just want to remind everyone that 94 of these recommendations have been implemented by the Albanese government. One of the first acts of the 47th Parliament in 2022 was passing aged care legislation that responded to the Royal Commission. As a government, we understand that we must have an aged care system that upholds the rights of older Australians receiving aged care services. Our system must be ambitious and it must be infused with kindness and dignity. Thus, I'm here today to speak in support of the Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, and I commend the Minister for the important work that she is doing. This bill will support the operation of the Aged Care Bill 2024, which will commence from 1 July next year and deliver a rights-based aged care system. This legislation is a once-in-a-generation reform that will shape the way we support people to live independently and with dignity as they age. As the Minister for Aged Care said when she was introducing this bill, the government recognised that everyone will need support to understand what the new changes in this bill will mean for them, what they will need to do and when they will need to do it. That means that the government will support older people, providers and workers to prepare for the changes arising from the new Act by providing clarity on what is new, what is changing and, of course, what is staying the same. The government is preparing an aged care transition task force to help providers manage implementation challenges, including ICT education and compliance. Eligible providers will also be able to apply for up to $10,000 to assist with the costs of any IT changes needed to prepare for the 1st of July next year. This bill will place high-quality, safe and compassionate care and services for older people at the centre of the system. The bill includes provisions that will ensure that individuals can move as seamlessly as possible from the 1997 Act, the Commonwealth Home Support Program and the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Flexible Aged Care Program to the new Act. This bill also provides provisions which will deem approved providers to be registered providers under the new Act. It will smooth the transition process for providers and ensure that they can continue to provide services to older people uninterrupted. The bill also includes technical provisions to clarify how provider obligations, governance arrangements, regulatory powers, information management and decision reviews will transition to the new Act. It also implements a crucial rulemaking power to allow transition to be managed in a careful and considered way. The scale of this reform means we need to be able to act quickly during transition to address challenges and unforeseen impacts. This bill repeals the Aged Care Act 1997, the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission Act of 2018 and the Aged Care Transitional Provisions Act of 1997. From the commencement, it will make the Aged Care Act 2024 the Commonwealth's primary aged care legislation and pave the way for a future of aged care, and probably put a few lawyers out of work. These reforms build on the work that the government has already done to improve the quality of aged care and to increase the wages of our aged care workers. We know from the Royal Commission that workers in this industry were systematically underpaid and undervalued. The low wages and poor employment conditions meant that it was hard for the sector to attract and to keep well-skilled people. And it also led to unacceptable staffing levels, which in turn led to cases of substandard care. And we all know from the aged care, from our elderly friends and family, how important it is to have continuity of care. One of the Albanese government's approaches to aged care has been to recognise the value of aged care workers, which will hopefully help with retention, and we've done so by not just good words, kind words, but by investing $15 billion in pay rises to these workers. The Aged Care Bill also prioritised the training of well-skilled workers to deliver high-quality care, including specialised dementia care, a tsunami that is a difficult one to face. It also introduces new worker screening measures, which is an important step towards professionalising the workforce through positive registration. I've met many dedicated and professional aged care workers when visiting aged care homes in my electorate, and also when last year when they were caring for my father. It's important to remember that the workers in this industry care for our aged parents and relatives. They provide the professional support that families cannot provide. They are there when we cannot be. They provide a unique level of care, and all of us who have had a parent or relative in aged care are filled with immense gratitude for the care these workers provide. This legislation is also going to deliver a rights-based aged care system, a new program that will support older people to live independently in their own homes for as long as possible. We know that older Australians want freedom, support and, importantly, the choice to stay in their home and in the community they know and love. And I know from my own father's circumstances, he wanted to stay in his home, but unfortunately medical situation was such that we had to move him, and to this day I still think that that move broke his heart and led to a premature death. Nevertheless, Deputy Speaker, across our country right now there are families having those difficult discussions about when or if their loved one should be moving to an aged care facility. The reality is that in some cases moving to an aged care facility can exacerbate a situation and result in the person's health deteriorating, like my father Brian Perrott. That is the dilemma that many families face. Not one person wants to see their family member decline because they need to be in a centre where they can access more care. Not one family wants to experience that for their loved one. Our $4.3 billion investment in support at home will deliver better and more tailored support for more people with 8 levels of ongoing care instead of the current 4. And it will also cut wait times to receive those in-home aged care services, giving more chances to keep people in ageing in place. It will also mean that those in need of walkers and wheelchairs should gain faster access to this technology. There will also be an increase to the maximum level of support, and that will rise from 61,000 up to 78,000. In addition, support from home will also provide palliative care support to make sure that older people can spend their final weeks in their home surrounded by their family, surrounded by their friends, surrounded by their neighbours. We went to the 2022 election promising to lift the standard in aged care, and I believe that we are delivering on this commitment. We've made aged care more transparent with star ratings for residential care. This has helped older people and their families be empowered and also to make more informed decisions about the care facility that they're entering or already live in. The Statement of Rights outlines what older people can and should expect from aged care. This bill will ensure that all older Australians in the aged care system will continue to receive high-quality care, and I particularly thank all those that help provide that care. As the Minister for Aged Care has said, the passage of the Aged Care Bill and its consequential provisions has the potential to provide a new and enduring foundation for the Australian aged care system from the 1st of July next year and for many, many years to come. It has been an incredible body of work done by the Minister and others, and I thank them for what they have done and how they will make so many Australians' lives easier. So we owe it to older Australians and all who rely on aged care now to get this done. We owe it to the growing number of people who rely on the system in the future. It is how we judge ourselves as a nation. Let's make sure that it is a system that has at its core freedom and kindness and dignity. And I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Member for Moreton. And the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, with the passage of the Albanese Government's Aged Care Bill through the Senate, the Coalition has upheld our commitment to a rights-based framework for older Australians to guarantee a world-class aged care system into the future. The Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill of 2024 makes technical, transitional and consequential provisions to support the commencement of the Aged Care Bill 2024. This legislation contains 3 schedules. Schedule 1 amends the Crimes Act, Freedom of Information Act and the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act to align the aged care worker screening requirements with the established disability and childcare requirements. Schedule 2 transfers administrative and legal requirements to ensure existing services delivered under the old Act are conveyed into the Aged Care Bill. Schedule 3 repeals existing aged care legislation from the 1st of July 2025, including the Aged Care Act of 1997, Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission Act of 2028, and the Aged Care Transitional Provisions Act of 1997. Although these technical changes are required, what is most disappointing about this bill is the fact that it lacks clear transitional arrangements to support the sector to implement the government's aged care bill. Throughout the important Senate inquiry into the aged care bill, witnesses consistently gave evidence that the absence of a clear transition or implementation plan will make the implementation timeframes, particularly for the new Support at Home program, unachievable. This could negatively impact the care that can be delivered for older Australians. An overwhelming number of witnesses emphasised the lack of information in the aged care bill, combined with the uncertainty about the content of subordinate legislation and delegated instruments, making it exceedingly difficult for stakeholders to prepare for the upcoming changes. Mr Tom Simonson, CEO of the peak body for aged care providers, Aged and Community Care Providers Association, stated that there are serious concerns across the sector regarding the preparedness for implementation and the need for, and I quote, a sensible transition. Importantly, however, it was not only providers who recognise how crucial it is to understand the transitional arrangements before these changes can be implemented. During a lived experience panel, older Australian Mr Peter W., who lives with heart failure and severe respiratory disease, stated that providers, financiers and those ensuring in-house governance cannot prepare new systems without a profound understanding of all the rules comprising grant subsidies that will not be fully available until February 2025. The earliest that Support at Home can start is 1 July 2026, not 2025, so don't rush, let's get it right. But this government continues to ignore the voices of the older Australians who their aged care bill seeks to support. This government continues to put an election cycle before the needs of older Australians and the broader aged care sector. It has become overwhelmingly clear that transitional and implementation arrangements must be in place to mitigate the legitimate risk of unintended consequences from the Aged Care Bill coming into effect on the 1st of July 2025. And the Coalition will continue to call on this government to address the need for transitional provisions. That is why the opposition last week in the Senate moved an amendment that sought to include transitional arrangements within the aged care bill. In doing so, we sought to ensure that the government put in place clear implementation provisions and grace periods for up to 12 months from the date this legislation comes into effect. It would have ensured the significant package of reforms can be implemented without perverse impacts for older Australians and the sector. Worryingly, the government did not support these amendments. Labor voted against the inclusion of a transitional provision, and in doing so they voted against ensuring providers are prepared by training staff, adapting budgets and IT upgrades. We need to ensure that the unique operations of small, individual and regional providers have a clear transition timeline so they can adapt while maintaining high standards of care. And whilst the bill establishes the framework for transitional rules to modify provisions of the new Act for a period of 12 months, there is no guarantee that the Minister will actually provide for any transitional arrangements. We do not believe that transitional provisions should be optional, particularly when it comes to a reform of this size. They should be mandatory. And we will continue to stand up for the sector who have made it loud and clear that transitional provisions must be in place. We believe there must be an obligation on the Minister to prescribe transitional rules, because whilst the government believes there is a one-size-fits-all policy option to implementing their reforms, the Coalition knows that that's not what it looks like on the ground. Given the diverse landscape of the aged care sector, it is vital that policy decisions reflect the realities faced by all types of providers, particularly those in regional areas that may experience unique challenges. And as the coalition we will always stand up for older Australians living in the bush to ensure they are not forced to move thousands of kilometres away, leaving their loved ones behind because of this government's rigid regulations. The government must ensure changes are not stressful for the community and are easily understood by the residents within aged care. That's why we also need flexibility in legislation to ensure it is appropriate for aged care right across Australia, not just those in inner city suburbs. And that's why, most importantly, transitional provisions must be in place to implement the aged care bill in a way that recognises the diverse landscape of the aged care sector across our nation. The Coalition will support this bill in line with our commitment to the new rights-based framework for our aged care sector, but we condemn the Albanese government for putting at risk older Australians and the aged care sector for neglecting to provide a clear transition period.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Barker. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on aged care once again after many, many times. And I support the member for Barker's remarks in full, in total, absolutely. Personally, I don't have a problem with where the bill is headed, and the Coalition has already announced that they will be letting this bill go through on the voices. Having said that, I have a major problem with implementation of the bill and the processes we've come to this point. The last thing the Prime Minister John Howard said to me before his government was defeated and he was defeated was, "Russell, don't come and ask me for more money for aged care, because the incremental increase, the exponential increase, of monies put into aged care from the time I was first elected in 1990 till this time has been astronomical." So every government has had to increase the funds it outlaid on aged care. But I would put this to you: the implementation has always been the problem. It is the problem today. John and Betty come in the office. He's now in his 90s. He's living at home with his wife. All he wants is his lawn mowed, nothing else. He has a package, but the package can't be implemented because the agency that has the package hasn't got the staff to do it. And we find out recently with another inquiry we had that the agency that is charged with the responsibility of delivering the package has 88 people on its waiting list to get their lawns mowed or their gutters cleaned or whatever it was. 88 people just for lawns. Now, it may not seem a big thing to get your lawns cut, but in presentation and of the home and the ability of the person to actually mow the grass, yeah, his son comes in sometimes and does it, but there's other times he'd like the place looking nice. And we as a government have outlaid funds for them to do that, which was the old HAC program, the old Home and Community Care. It's been now transferred into private hands, and the private people are in it for profit, so therefore there's less funds to go out to the end user. My question, and I'm disappointed that I asked for a meeting with just an advisor to the minister at the start of this session, and I have been unable for anybody to come back to me from the minister's office. My question is this: if the provider is allocated that particular individual as a client of theirs, are they paid an administrative fee for the 88 people on their books who are not receiving the benefit? So if you've been given an aged care package, it's been agreed to by the government thinks it's done the right thing, it's put the packages out there for the people, look at what we've delivered, yet the people, the end user, is not getting the service that the government believes it has provided. This is not my only first request of providers. I've actually had them in my office and they say everything's fine, we're getting around to it, we'll get there, we'll do it when we get the staff. Or one provider said, oh, but we don't provide into your area really, but you have the responsibility for our area, for Gippsland. But they don't have the people in my particular area to do the jobs need doing for the people that live there. But the government believes that they've provided the packages. The government's done the right thing. It's provided the package. But where's the connection between the government response? And one of the things I said to former Prime Minister Scott Morrison was the number of people that have been taken out of the department that used to provide a direct service for troubleshooting in aged care, they're no longer there. A member of Parliament like myself gets an 1800 number to ring, or the Minister's office to ring, or a ministerial response, which could take ages. These people need the help now, not into the future, sometime. We'll get round to it. So I want to know, if you have been given a package and that's been given to a provider to deliver, I say again, is that provider getting an administrative payment for that package when they are actually not delivering the service? And that's my message today. How are we going to be able to be responsible as parliamentarians for the government outlays, which the government has outlaid in good faith, right across this nation, to people who can still live in their homes and save the government millions on direct aged care in home, and they can still live at home and they can still operate, and because they're, we have every service we can make available to them, Deputy Speaker, to make their lives better in old age than they otherwise would be. But if those providers are receiving a benefit from government without providing the service, that has to stop, and it has to stop today. Because if they're not getting them, if they know they're not going to get the money, or even if after a reasonable period, say a month, that they've been unable to provide the service, that package has to be withdrawn and given to another provider who will undertake to deliver the service. I don't think that would be unreasonable. You can't keep someone package in your hands if you are receiving a benefit, and I'm guessing they are for the package, and not deliver the service. That's my point today. I know that every member of this House cares about older Australians, and none more than myself. I started volunteering, fundraising for an aged care facility, and we called the program A Cry from the Heart. And we raised the money and we built an aged care centre connected to our hospital. It's not new for me, it's been ongoing. I won't give up and I will continue. Thank you very much.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Monash. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour today.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. Order. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Migration amendment prohibiting items in immigration detention facilities bill. (2024). Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. I call the honourable member for Barker.
Do you want to speak on the bill? Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll take a short moment to address the bill. We have Dr Haynes, who will join us shortly, and then when she is available, I'll conclude my remarks. Mr Speaker, we've got a significant challenge in and around the issue of migration presently. The challenge, of course, is one that resonates not only with traditional considerations around migration, but also those, Mr Speaker, thank you, those, Mr Speaker, which deal with the economic situation that we deal with. Obviously, we have seen over the course of the last over the course of the last 2 years, we've seen significant challenges around the number of people arriving as net migration. It's put upward pressure, if you like, Mr Deputy Speaker, in relation to inflationary pressures, which are resonating significantly. But with that, Mr Speaker, I'm grateful to my friend who's indicated that he might assist the House as we wait for Dr Haynes.
I thank the honourable member for Barker, and I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable members for making sure we had time to get to the chamber. That's very kind of you. I stand to oppose the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024. That gives the Minister power to declare an item a prohibited item, introduces sniffer dogs into detention facilities, and creates Australian-made Guantanamo Bay-esque detention camps. From the outset, it's worth pointing out that this is not a new bill. Rather, this rerun of the Morrison government's proposal to ban immigration detainees from accessing mobile phones is indicative of an appalling race to the bottom. This is the fourth time this bill has been produced since 2017, when the then Immigration Minister Peter Dutton tabled it on behalf of the coalition government. It was then reintroduced in 2019 and again in 2020. Yet each time it has failed to pass the House due to a lack of support, including from the then opposition, the Labor Party. While many have feared that Labor has been inching closer to the coalition on immigration policy, the introduction of this legislation shows they're not even trying to hide that fact anymore, moving what is essentially a cut and paste of Peter Dutton's previously failed migration strategy. The bill amends the Migration Act to allow the Minister to determine that an item is a prohibited thing in relation to immigration detention facilities or persons in detention. These broad and discretionary powers would allow the Minister to determine any item, from a mobile phone or SIM card to a stuffed toy, as prohibited items if the Minister is satisfied that the thing would pose a risk to the health, safety or security of a person in a facility or the order of a facility. For example, there may come a day when a Minister decides reading glasses should be prohibited, as this item could potentially be used to make some sort of weapon, even without proof there was ever an intention of the owner to do so. They might decide to confiscate shoelaces, or they might decide to confiscate medicines. And scarily, all of these things were routinely confiscated back in 2014. But thanks to the diligence of many working in the human rights space, these gross abuses were identified and the system shamed into compassion. While the government now argues Border Force need these powers, the truth is we already have laws and policies to deal with the issues the government seeks to address via this bill. These include extensive search and seizure powers under the Migration Act, common law duty of care to ensure the safety of people detained, and the ability of police to investigate any suspected illegal activity. In this context, I would argue law enforcement officers are the most appropriate executors of these powers, and it is not appropriate to delegate them to those working in and around detention facilities. Detention officers can and do work with police when incidences arise, because it is rightly the role of police to investigate suspected misconduct, not Border Force, not employees of the private company Serco, and not those employed by the Department of Foreign Affairs. From a human rights perspective, this legislation also sets a dangerous precedent that ultimately could be applied elsewhere in society in the future. And whilst this government may claim that that is an absurd statement, history is littered with societies that have initially made a law to support an exception to the rule, only to find in future years that the exception slips and it's applied to everyone. The bill also strengthens the powers to search for, screen, seize and retain prohibited and controlled items without a warrant, and will allow for searches within centres, including the use of detector dogs, to search the premises. While the government claims they've safeguarded the interests of detainees by making minor changes to the 2020 version of this bill, these changes are indeed minor and do not address the key concerns raised earlier. Specifically, the bill inserts 3 new sections to the Morrison government 2020 version, sections 251AA, 251AB and 251AC, plus some minor legislative notes. These changes include a requirement that an authorised officer search for, screen for or seize a prohibited thing only if the officer believes on reasonable grounds that such a search or seizure is necessary. Yet this is an extremely broad test which will be easily met and may be applied to everyone currently held in detention, regardless of whether they have a prior criminal record or not, essentially applying a general threat of punitive measures to all. The bill does provide for access to an alternative means of communication when a communications device is seized, but the safeguard leaves detainees at the mercy of their guards and facilities when it comes to contacting loved ones, supporting people, legal advisors and the world in general. Additionally, it isn't clear what this alternative means of communication would even entail. For instance, the bill states, and I quote, "The alternative means of communication must reasonably sufficient to enable the detainee to communicate with a member of the family unit or of the detainee, or obtain other support of a prescribed kind, or communicate governmental or political matters." Now, does this mean a communications device that enables an asylum seeker to communicate with just one member of their family will be provided, but not one that enables them to contact their support team or communicate with a lawyer, a government contact or a journalist? It would seem so. Ultimately, little has changed since the 2020 version of this bill. Back then, many now in the current government spoke against the bill, and I thank them for that, as many of the points they raised are still valid and have not been addressed in this iteration. Indeed, the member for McNamara, the current chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, said in 2020 that the bill was not a proportionate response from government, but about cruelty and politics. While the member for Moreton said, "It is my view that a prohibited thing should be defined in the legislation and brought before the Parliament rather than snuck in via regulation." I could not agree more with this assertion at that time. The member then went on to say, "The fact they've brought a bill before the Parliament that includes such outrageously nebulous and sweeping powers is proof the current and former ministers can't effectively manage those in their care." Meanwhile, the member for Scullin said there was no justification for blanket prohibitions, and that, and I quote, "To simply assert the changed composition of the cohort of people now in immigration detention is no justification for an across-the-board approach without any differentiation." While the member for Cooper said, and I quote again, "Labor unequivocally does not support phones being removed from detainees who have done nothing wrong." This bill then has not addressed these issues, as mobile phones can still be removed from detainees who have done nothing wrong. The minister is again using the changed composition of the cohort of people in immigration detention as a justification for an across-the-board approach. A prohibited thing is still not defined in this legislation, and it would seem this proposal is still fundamentally about politics. In his second reading speech, the minister said the bill responds to calls for action for the Australian Border Force as well as external parties, including the Australian Human Rights Commission. Yet this assertion is at the very least cheeky, in that he's referring to the Human Rights Commission's report into conditions at a particular facility, the Yunga Hill Immigration Detention Centre. While the Human Rights Commission report did raise serious concerns over safety and care at Yunga Hill, it clearly stated that these concerns will not be resolved solely through tighter security measures. Rather, the Human Rights Commissioner Lorraine Finlay, who attended the facility and conducted the report, gave a far more nuanced assessment of the situation. To quote her directly, the Commissioner said, "The cohort of people entering immigration detention has changed significantly over the years. Drug infiltration and substance misuse is a multifaceted and complex issue and cannot simply be resolved through tighter security measures. Access to essential health services, rehabilitation and meaningful activity must be urgently addressed." That report then went on to make 33 recommendations to the Department of Home Affairs, of which the department accepted or partially agreed to 20, disagreed with 7, with the remaining 6 requiring government consideration. The report also recommended that the government replace the current system of mandatory immigration detention with a case-by-case assessment process that takes individual circumstances into consideration. The government didn't accept that recommendation, instead noting it requires government consideration and stating that assessments are already completed as fast as possible to, and I quote, "facilitate the shortest possible timeframe for detaining people in immigration detention facilities." Mr Speaker, if this is the case, why is the average time spent in immigration detention in Australia 565 days, compared to 49 days in the United States of America and 16 days in Canada? To the Commission's recommendation that the Department review its operational instructions to focus on reducing the adverse impact on privacy and dignity of people subject to searches, the government responded they had already addressed that recommendation. Similarly, to the recommendation the Department increase the provision of counselling and rehabilitation services and education to minimise harm and reduce demand for alcohol and other drugs, the Department said they had already addressed that recommendation. To the recommendation that the Department reviews its policy on access to recognised programs of study or vocational training with a view to enhancing opportunities for rehabilitation and reintegration, the Department disagreed with the recommendation. For the Minister of Immigration to stand in this place and say that he's introducing this piece of punitive legislation, in part as a response to calls from the Human Rights Commission, is a selective appropriation of a very small part of what could have been a landmark report had the government chosen to listen to and act on all of the recommendations. Ultimately, in relation to search powers, the Human Rights Commission was clear. They said the government reformed the search powers available to detention centre staff to allow for targeted personal searches and room searches to be conducted where there is reasonable suspicion that drugs are being concealed. The recommendation was really clear. It was to identify the concealment of drugs, not remove mobile phones. They go on to reiterate that should enhanced search powers be made available to centre staff, any use of these powers should be adequately reported and periodically reviewed to identify and rectify any systemic improvements to the use of force in immigration detention. They then specifically state the recommendation to reform search powers will not lead to any meaningful increase in safety without there being a more significant investment in engaging more people in detention in drug and alcohol counselling, harm minimisation, access to treatment and rehabilitation, and further education to highlight and discourage risky behaviours associated with drug use. Mr Speaker, ultimately they argued it would be these investments that would have greater benefits to the behavioural management of the whole centre rather than enhanced search powers or drug prevalence testing. Yet conveniently, the government doesn't seem to have read that part. Instead, we have a repackaged Morrison-era migration policy that aims to remove one of the only lifelines for people in immigration detention to communicate with family, friends and the outside world. And you can't help but wonder if there's a larger agenda here, particularly as mobile phones have been instrumental in documenting abuse and safety concerns within the detention centres and have given a voice to those living in these facilities. Removing them risks suppressing a detainee's ability to talk to journalists and advocates about the conditions in these facilities. For example, Baruz Bachani, who spent 7 years in immigration detention in Manus Island, used a mobile phone to document his experience and has said mobile phones were a lifeline for detainees to communicate with family and lawyers. Similarly, while the Billawheeler family used mobile phones when they were deported, late at night, to contact supporters and journalists who in turn contacted lawyers, leading to an emergency injunction that saw their plane turned back mid-flight. There are many other uses of mobile phones in detention facilities, Mr Speaker, from corresponding with legal professionals to learning English, accessing personal photographs, accessing medical advice, viewing entertainment or exercise routines and reading the news. Cutting people off would only make an already inhumane system even crueler. Ultimately, having advocated in this area now for almost a decade, I have to believe we are better than this as a nation and a community. Our government should be creating laws that ensure those in immigration detention are treated with dignity, are processed in a timely manner and do not suffer in dangerous environments. The first step should be implementing all the Human Rights Commission's recommendations on reforming immigration detention. The second step should be a royal commission into our treatment of asylum seekers. Rather than engaging in a race to the bottom on immigration, I call on this government to implement positive reforms that end the cruelty and human rights violations that have characterised Australia's detention regime since the 1990s. With just 1 week left in Parliament, this is the second bill this government is seeking to rush through that will limit people's human rights, and this bill will not make people living in detention or detention centres themselves safer. It will, however, make an already cruel system even crueler. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wouldn't have supported this bill when it was introduced by the Morrison government in 2020, and I will not support this version moved by the Albanese government. And I say to this government, people expected better of you. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for North Sydney. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill, the Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Bill, seeks to resurrect a bill introduced by the previous coalition government. I make note of the words of the member for North Sydney and her detailed analysis of what we were presented with this morning when we had an 8 o'clock briefing about this piece of legislation. It seeks to allow the Minister to determine, via a disallowable instrument, that an item is a prohibited thing in relation to immigration detention facilities if the Minister is satisfied that the thing is unlawful to possess or if the thing would pose a risk to the health, safety or security of a person in a facility or the order of a facility. The bill also strengthens Australian Border Force powers to search for, screen, seize and retain prohibited items when they believe on reasonable grounds that such search and seizure powers are necessary to prevent or lessen a risk to the health, safety or security of people in detention. And this includes allowing Border Force officials to use detector dogs in searches. So what does this bill do? Well, this bill effectively gives the Minister broad and discretionary powers to list things like phones and SIM cards as prohibited items. Secondly, it gives Australian Border Force officials working in detention centres powers to search for and seize these items from detainees if they reasonably believe it's necessary to prevent a risk to the safety of other people in detention, both detainees and workers. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, if this bill sounds familiar, it's because we have seen it before, not from a Labor government, but from the former coalition Morrison government. Indeed, it was debated in 2020. I opposed that very similar bill then in 2020, and for similar reasons, which I'll address shortly, I oppose the bill before us today. But before I do that, I want to note that in 2020, Labor opposed the bill. So why, you are likely wondering, why are they now supporting it? Why the change of heart? The minister is at pains to say that this bill is now necessary because the cohort in detention has shifted away from asylum seekers and towards people who've had their visas cancelled on character grounds, many of whom have serious criminal histories. The government says that about 90% of those in detention have a criminal history, including for violent and drug-related crimes. They say these people are creating a prison-like culture in immigration detention, including a notable increase in drug trafficking and substance misuse and regular threats of violence against other detainees. The Australian Border Force says that people in detention have been using encrypted messaging services to run organised criminal activities, and they've gone to the minister multiple times, apparently, to be given expanded powers to respond to this activity, including powers to seize people's phones. The government says they've changed the coalition's previous bill to ensure that there are appropriate safeguards now to allow detainees to access alternative means of communication when their mobile phones have been seized. This was the major reason they voted against the bill, and they say this concern has now been addressed in the bill before us. I understand that there should be measures to prevent drug trafficking and other criminal activity in detention. Of course I do. Both detainees and those working in detention should be safe. Of course they should. But I have serious concerns about this bill presented to us today. Firstly, I'm deeply concerned about the speed in which this government has rushed through this legislation. When I'm deciding whether to oppose or support a bill, I ask, is it good governance? Good governance means good process. It means proper time for scrutiny, for consultation, for negotiation even. And in the last sitting fortnight of the year, the government introduced the bill and allowed 1 day of parliamentary debate. I only received half-an-hour briefing from the minister this morning on the bill. It's not gone through a Senate inquiry, and I haven't had the time to consult with legal experts, including human rights experts, refugees and asylum seeker lawyers, to determine what exactly this new bill does, to determine its impact on those in immigration detention. I need to know what the impacts of the bill are that I'm required to vote on. I can't support a bill where the government has not allowed adequate scrutiny for me to understand this. Secondly, I hold substantial worries about the broad and discretionary ministerial powers created under this bill. The new Section 251A of the bill, which allows the minister to determine a prohibited thing, is a very broad power. It means the minister could and will determine that mobile phones, SIM cards and internet-capable devices are prohibited items. These items are lifelines for people held in immigration detention. They allow people to contact their families, to have access to lawyers, to have access to the media, not just for support, but to uncover what conditions are like in these facilities. Giving the minister powers to prevent this access appears to me to be ministerial overreach. And I quote Baruz Bashuni here, who spent 7 years in immigration detention in Manus Island. The magnificent author, multi-award-winning journalist, filmmaker who wrote the incredible No Friend But the Mountains. If it were not for that phone, we would never have heard his voice. He used his phone to document his experience in many ways. One thing he said was a phone allows people to communicate with their families, to be in touch with friends, have access to lawyers. I used my phone to write about the system, to expose the system. This incredible man wrote poetry in there. One extraordinary article he wrote was about the murder of his friend Reza Barati. And the poem he wrote for Raza on his phone, Our Mothers, a poem for Reza. This is a man who won the Victorian Premier's Prize for Literature and so many other awards. There will be no more Baruz Bashuni in our detention centres under this law. This bill risks greatly curtailing this right to access the outside world, and I am deeply concerned about it. And Deputy Speaker, I had the great honour of meeting with Baruz Bashuni here in this Parliament. Extraordinary, really, The irony of meeting him here in February, a couple of years ago, was not lost on me. What a powerful voice, a voice that would be silenced by this bill. The government says the bill has adequate safeguards in place to ensure a detainee's right to communicate freely continues to be met. These include ensuring alternative means of communication are provided where a phone has been confiscated, and ensuring a phone can only be confiscated if an officer believes on reasonable grounds that such search or seizure is necessary to prevent a risk to the health, safety or security of people in detention or to the good order of the facility, whatever that is defined as. Now, I have two problems with these safeguards. First, we simply don't know what alternative means of communication will be provided. Are we talking about a landline? A fax? Likely yes. Hardly an equivalent to mobile phones and the internet, which are incredibly important accountability tool for sharing information, videos, photos about the poor conditions and mistreatment in detention. And we know there's mistreatment. The safeguards in this bill are simply not sufficient to ensure this accountability can happen in the future. Second, I'm concerned about what good order of the facility means. I understand it's not defined in legislation. I'm again concerned that this could result in an overreach of the powers because it gives the minister and officers significant discretion to determine what constitutes order, to either list an item as prohibited or exercise search and seizure powers. It could mean that detainees' phones are confiscated to prevent riots or other forms of unrest that we know happen when conditions deteriorate and people feel completely powerless to have their voices heard. Rather than improving these conditions, the powers under this bill could just make these conditions worse. The third reason I oppose this bill is because, put simply, immigration detention is not prison. And I quote barrister and Western Sydney University immigration law lecturer Dr Jason Donnelly here, who says detention centres are for an administrative function. They are not prisons, and if they are indeed a risk, and if there's evidence that they've committed a criminal offence, then they'd be dealt with through Australia's criminal legal system. And I understand, Deputy Speaker, I understand that police retain their powers to search and seize items like phones and drugs that might put the safety of those in detention at risk. These powers already exist. We should not need to give them to border officers too. And here I quote, just as the member for Sydney did, what some Labor members said about this bill, this very, very similar bill in 2020, when they spoke against essentially the same bill. The member for Macon said at the time, and I was here, most of the things, and I'm quoting, that the government wants to ban or confiscate are already illegal and as such would be covered by existing state or federal laws. He went on to say, if phones are being used for criminal activity, I believe that authorities would already have the ability to confiscate them, end of quote. And I ask members of the government now, what is different? Why does this statement from a member of your own government no longer seem to apply? It's another way this government seems to be competing with the opposition in their efforts to be the most hardline when it comes to immigration detention, to continue the race to the bottom on immigration. The fourth reason I oppose this bill is the blanket nature in which it operates. And again, I quote a Labor member from 2020 when they opposed a similar bill. The member for Scullin, now the Minister for Skills and Training, said, and I quote, to simply assert the changed composition of the cohort of people now in immigration detention is no justification for an across-the-board approach without any differentiation. The minister says these powers are required because, in his words, quote, a large proportion of people in detention have criminal histories. But that can be no justification for blanket prohibitions, for not treating people as individuals on their own terms, and for not recognising the particular circumstances of medical transferees, asylum seekers and people who've overstayed their visas, for example. End quote. Should be giving a speech today. Exactly the same thing applies. Again, I ask the government, including the Minister for Skills and Training, what is so different now to make your government not just support, but introduce such a bill? The Minister for Immigration, in his second reading speech, said that this bill is so urgent now because of a change of the cohort of people in immigration detention. And that's exactly what the Coalition said in 2020, and the Labor government rightly called them out on it. To just take up this same argument 4 years later is, frankly, hypocritical. And finally, I want to raise concerns about the government's utter failure to address the conditions in immigration detention beyond the punitive measures in this bill. In his second reading speech, the Minister said that this bill gives effect to one of the recommendations, one of the Australian Human Rights Commission's report into the Yonge Hill Immigration Detention Centre near Perth. And that report flagged serious concerns over safety and care at that immigration detention centre and made a recommendation to expand the search powers of staff. Now, the government helpfully used that AHRC report to justify this bill, but what they failed to do is address any of the other 32 recommendations in the report. Recommendations that included replacing the current system of mandatory detention completely and ensuring detention is only used as a last resort. Another one, that the department should increase the provision of counselling, rehabilitation services and education to minimise harm and reduce demand for alcohol and other drugs within the detained population at the centre. Another one, that the department should improve health services, including referrals and screening for mental health and cognitive disability, and many more. But when asked this morning what the status of all these other recommendations made by the Human Rights Commission is, the Minister responded that he didn't know. He didn't know. And to me, this goes to show you that this government is not taking a humane, human rights approach to those in immigration detention. Instead, it is continuing punitive measures in a place that is not a prison. I want to finish by quoting my own 2020 speech on the very similar bill introduced by the then coalition government. I can't believe I'm saying it again, but here I am. I said then, and I quote, "I express deep and sincere concerns about the Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2020. The lack of evidence upon which it stands and the disturbing signal it sends about our collective values. I stand to give voice to the people from my electorate of Indi who have implored me to speak in this place about bills such as this. More than that, though, I stand to give voice to the very people who are rendered voiceless by bills such as this. Bills which seek to take away not just a phone, but what last shred of connection they have to a world outside the darkness they find themselves in." I stand by those words today, just as I stood by those words then. Deputy Speaker, I am deeply, deeply troubled by this legislation and deeply disappointed in this government for bringing it to the House in the manner in which they have.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Indi. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. There's no debate, and there's no divisions that are allowed after 6:30. So anyway, I think the ayes do have it, but we can defer the division to a later hour. There's more than two. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until 12 o'clock noon. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. And I call the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. Order. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Free TAFE Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Melbourne.
Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Melbourne has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. The TAFE system is the largest educational institution in Australia. It's a publicly funded and publicly administered technical and further education institution that has served our nation well. It's older than the university system. It was established in the 19th century, originally as schools of technology and the arts, and then post-World War into technical colleges as we know them today. It's been a hallmark of Australia's apprenticeship and trainee system that has served our nation well. It's actually a system that has generated international acclaim and has been studied and replicated in other developed nations as the gold standard for training apprentices and people in technical trades. In Australia, like most nations at the moment, we have a shortage of skills. And that shortage of skills is a handbrake on economic growth and on growing productivity. And in the current environment where we have that shortage of skills, TAFE comes to the fore, because TAFE is the public education system through which we train our apprentice, carpenters, plumbers, builders, all sorts of different technical and trades-based occupations. They are all trained through the TAFE system. So if we want to make sure that we can build the houses of the future to meet the challenges that we have around supply, we need to make sure that we're training more apprentices coming through the TAFE system with those qualifications. And that is exactly what this bill is about. It's about recognising that the TAFE system will meet the challenge of training the next generation of tradies. But it's also about locking in accessibility to TAFE for those who want to study there into the future. And we've had great success with the policies that were introduced by the Albanese government of fee-free TAFE in certain areas, predominantly where we've had skill shortages, but we're now extending that and making it permanent because it has been delivering better results for the Australian economy and better training outcomes for those who want to take on technical and further education. Labor's fee-free TAFE ensures that young Australians have access to quality training without the burden of a debt holding them back, and in an environment with a tight cost of living, the decision whether or not you can pay the rent, afford groceries and undertake tertiary education is a reasonable one. And for many young Australians, the cost and the burden associated with taking on additional training may be too much. Well, this government removes that burden and that cost through this legislation. That will create opportunities for young Australians to study, to get those qualifications, to have good jobs and a brighter future, and many of them will go on to establish businesses of their own and employ other Australians. In the community that I represent, we have Randwick TAFE. It's been an institution in training young apprentices and trainees in a whole host of industries in the eastern suburbs of Sydney for many, many decades. And despite the previous Liberal government's attempts to rationalise and to reduce the number of courses that were available at Randwick TAFE, we're seeing a resurgence in available opportunities and courses for young people to study. It's where students develop their skills and secure their future, and under our legislation they won't have to worry about a heavy debt burden weighing them down. And that's why we're taking this next step of making fee-free TAFE permanent. Through this legislation, we'll guarantee 100,000 fee-free TAFE places across Australia every year. And that builds on the government's partnership with the states and territories, which delivered 180,000 fee-free TAFE places in 2023. The reason why we're doing it is because the results have been good, and the results have demonstrated that the policy is working as it was intended and returning dividends for the Australian people and for industry. More than 500,000 Australians have already enrolled in fee-free TAFE courses, and fee-free TAFE is reaching the people who need it most, with 170,000 young Australians taking up places, 124,000 job seekers and 30,000 First Nations Australians getting a start through TAFE. 60% of these places have been taken up by women, and a third of people by people in regional and remote Australia. When you talk about trying to produce outcomes that help with the skills shortage, that provide training and opportunities for women, for First Nations Australians and people living in the regions, this policy is delivering that, and that's why we're investing further in it. The numbers tell a powerful story, Speaker. Fee-free TAFE is breaking down barriers to education and creating life-changing opportunities. It's remarkable, and it's almost unbelievable, that the opposition would oppose a policy such as this, particularly in the environment of a skills shortage. The Coalition's record on TAFE shows their complete lack of understanding of its value to the Australian people. Their sneering at vocational education reveals an ideology that is out of touch with everyday Australians. If they had their way, access to TAFE would be cut, leaving many locked out of the skills and qualifications they need to secure well-paid jobs. We saw this happening last time they were in government, a disregard for the vocational education and training system. And I see this in New South Wales, in the state that I'm from, where the previous Liberal government ripped the heart out of proper funding for public vocational education and training through the TAFE colleges. We saw a rationalisation of courses at various institutions that resulted in a decrease in the number of people taking on apprenticeships and completing them. And we're all paying the price for that now. We're paying the price through skill shortages in vital trades across the country, particularly the building trades. And we wonder why we've got a shortage of housing in Australia and why the costs of building housing have increased so dramatically. It's because we haven't trained enough Australians over the course of the last decade to hold those essential skills that are vital to building housing and indeed the infrastructure that will support population expansion throughout the country. So businesses have been forced to look overseas for workers because Australians weren't given the skills that they needed. And that's what we've seen. Under the previous government, we saw a reduction in the number of people taking on apprenticeships and traineeships and an increase in the number of skilled workers imported into the country to fill those gaps. And we're in the process of trying to reverse that, trying to get it moving the other way. Increase in the number of people taking on trades, reduction in the number and the need for imported overseas labour. So we're making sure that every Australian gets access to the education and training that they deserve. We're investing in the skills needed to grow our economy while tackling workforce shortages in critical industries. And our fee-free TAFE bill will help secure this future. It commits the Commonwealth to ongoing support for fee-free TAFE across the states and territories. It's not about locking the states into a rigid system. Instead, it builds on the strong partnerships we've developed in ensuring that fee-free TAFE is tailored to meet those local and national needs. It isn't just about education. It's about building a better future, removing financial barriers for Australians, particularly those who face economic disadvantage, providing cost of living relief for young Australians in particular, but older Australians as well, who take on additional studies later in life, and families who need it most during a cost of living crunch. delivering the coordinated response to workforce shortages in industries like healthcare, like construction and renewable energy. Fee-free TAFE has already changed hundreds of thousands of lives. In just over 18 months, 508,000 Australians have enrolled, and they're in critical industries that will support economic growth into the future. They're creating secure, well-paid jobs for Australians in priority areas. And it's not just about investment in individuals. It's an investment, really, in future growth for our economy. We promised fee-free TAFE, and it's now here to stay. And with this legislation, we're making a permanent commitment to ensuring that all Australians can access education and training. Look, there's nothing further I need to say, Speaker, funnily enough, because this bill is so good it speaks for itself. I commend it to the House.
And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
I'll move that this bill be adjourned.
Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr Speaker, I understand there is a question which I wasn't in the chamber at the time, but there is a possibility that a call for a division was intended to be withdrawn. I'm not sure whether that is correct or not, but the members who the clerks believe called for the division are in the chamber, and if we can resolve that, then we can work through the rest of the evening's business.
For clarity and for the better of that House, I'll give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Very much, Speaker. I seek leave to withdraw the division that was called for by myself and the member for North Sydney on the question that the debate on the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in immigration detention facilities Bill 2024 be adjourned to a later hour. And just for clarification and really a question of the Leader of the House, it is the intention for the member for North Sydney and myself, we do want to divide on the substantive question on the bill, but we had no intention of that former call to adjourn debate. So thank you, Speaker.
So the Leader of that. Yes, Leaders.
So the division's off?
The division now has been withdrawn. The member has advised that, and now I give the call to the Leader of the House.
I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in immigration detention facilities Bill 2024 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. I'd remind members, if I look at the speaking list in the Fed Chamber, the last person listed, I think, is opposing the bill. And you only need one voice in the Federation Chamber to call for a division. So long as when it's put to the vote that person calls for a division, we'll be dealing with the division on it tomorrow.
Thank you. I thank the Leader of the House. Being approximately 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As we begin the final sitting week of the year, which may well be the final sitting week of the 47th Parliament, it is a moment for reflection and gratitude. For many outside this place, it has been a very hard year. I see it and I hear it when walking along our retail and industrial zones across the Mornington Peninsula. In Rye a few weeks ago, one shop owner selling sports and fishing gear told me he was 50% down on where he should normally be for this time of year. Another explained to me business was slow, too slow to justify taking on new staff to train, but mindful that the summer months will be as demanding and crushing as ever, albeit on winter staff ratios. Others have closed their doors for good, like our much-loved local boutique fashioned by Bronwyn in Somerville. Bron started her boutique in March 1980 and she finally closed her doors in June this year. About a year ago, she sent me an email in which she said, "In the late 80s we had that recession. I remember clearly what it was like. High interest rates and cost of living increase. Many people lost their houses, jobs and businesses, and you could not sell a house for months. I had to put my staff off and work 6 days a week just to pay the overheads. In the end, people were just so angry that we had the change of government when the best Prime Minister we've ever had, John Howard, came to power. Gradually in the 90s, the economy improved, and as we know, he remained in power for many years. And at the present time, I feel like we're going the full circle. Businesses dried up, people are really tightening the belt to pay their mortgages and bills. I know I'm saying what you already know, but what a sad state of affairs our beautiful country is in. Indeed. In Flinders, I have the most resilient community on earth, also the most generous. My community is made up of volunteers. It's in their blood, whether it's the Rotary, Lions, Men's Shed, RSLs, local markets, art shows, footy, netball, cricket, basketball, baseball and soccer clubs, the sailing and bowling and baton clubs. Volunteerism, turn-upism, make a contribution-ism, have-a-go-ism is who we are in Flinders. We have the good fortune to live also in the most beautiful part of the world, with koalas, echidnas, banjo sharks, giant stingrays, weedy sea dragons and spider crabs, likely to greet you on an afternoon walk or just a morning swim. It is good for the mind and good for the soul to live amongst this nature, and I was reminded of this on the weekend when I attended the Christmas celebration of the Mornington Peninsula Koala Conservation Group, which this year, through the thick of winter, planted 25,000 trees to keep koalas content in our trees throughout the year. I thank this beautiful group and its leader, Dirk Jansen, for their tireless commitment. But there is one man in this Christmas message that I want especially to recognise tonight. In my parting message to the Peninsula for this year to celebrate the end of year and from this place in this chamber, and that man is John Prentice, President of the Sorrento Portsea RSL. On Saturday night at the RSL's thank you party for its members and volunteers, John Prentice passed the presidency baton to Peter Kevicus after more than a decade in leading our club. John turned 79 this year. He's a retired civil engineer and a National Service Vietnam vet. John was awarded life membership of the RSL more than a decade ago in recognition of his efforts in resurrecting the Sorrento Portsea RSL sub-branch following its closure due to uneconomic operations in late 2007. When John took over the RSL, it had less than 100 members. And on Saturday night, we celebrated more than 1,000 members. Under John's leadership, the Sorrento Portsea facility has become a thriving, multi-engaged community facility that serves the entire southern Mornington Peninsula. The RSL hosts music events from the weekly Tomcats performance to Fleetwood Mac and InXense revival tribute bands. It welcomes the Southern Peninsula Probus Club and has had many a celebration of its dear members' lives. The sub-branch supports local schools and provides bursaries to high-performing primary school children, and it willingly supports statewide causes like the 2019-20 bushfires and the 2022 Rochester floods. This little RSL is now the largest by turnover in membership in Category B, licensed without poker machines in the Victorian RSL network. Its 1,048 members is not bad for a township that has just over 2,000 permanent residents. John and his wife Jenny's efforts have been hands-on and sustained and considerably above and beyond what anything could expect of unremunerated volunteers. John's efforts are all the more remarkable given his ongoing battle with cancer and associated frequent chemotherapy treatments since he was first diagnosed more than a decade ago. At a time when there are equal challenges in my family, can I say it was so great to see him in all of his Hawaiian short shirt glory on Saturday night. He is a fine example of everything that is so good about the Mornington Peninsula. No self-indulgence, just getting on with the job, bringing world-recognised talent to our little community and making it better not just by his presence and toil, but by his very spirit. May it continue long in our midst. Merry Christmas, John and Jenny Prentice, and Merry Christmas, Mornington Peninsula.
I thank the member for Flinders, and I call the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I love door knocking. To me, it is the best barometer to understand the issues and challenges that matter most to my community. As I've door knocked hundreds and hundreds of homes from Canning Vale to Bigton, here is a question I often get asked. Sam, what have you done for the last 2 years? Well, here's my book, my homework. So always I'll give to them and say, please have a read. And I give it to them, this book. I'm so proud to serve the community of Tangney. And for the past 2 years, I have delivered many positive changes. Tangney is one of the most diverse communities in Australia. And with this more than 160 different ancestry, this multiculturalism deserves to be nurtured. I have delivered on commitment, including $1 million contribution to the Perth Hindu Temple in Canning Vale, so it can grow and expand. I have also delivered $1.75 million contribution towards the construction of the new Chonghua Community Centre. Community language learning in Tangney is thriving. As someone who speaks to my children and grandchildren in our home language of Chinese Mandarin, I'm so proud of the teachers and parents and children who are committed to learning some of our community many languages. 13 community language schools receive grants to serve more than 1,400 students in Tangney. The environment is a top concern. I have school children write to me with their bold ideas, and community groups focus on different areas of climate action. $10 million has been invested to better protect and preserve the Canning, Southern and Wongon rivers. A further $3.5 million to protect the ecological health of Swan Canning Estuary. For many parents, including myself, education is everything. The agreement with WA Labor government to invest an additional $1.6 billion to fully fund all WA public schools is so important. In Tangney, our Labor government has made additional investment in a local school for upgraded facility. One school that received an upgrade is Epicross Senior High School, who recently also won the 2024 WA Education Award for excellence in teaching and learning for a secondary school. I recently celebrated World Teachers' Day at Epicross Senior High School. It is clear from the teachers, support staff, parents, and leadership to the delegated students that this award is well deserved. Community is at the heart of Tangney. More than 120,000 in volunteer grants has been delivered to 46 not-for-profit organizations across Tangney. These grants assist sports clubs, church groups, service clubs like Lions and St. Vincent de Paul. The Melva Community Man Shed is about to undergo renovation with a $250,000 investment. The Man Shed has been pivotal for addressing mental health and fostering connection. And we know that community support is essential for those connection and well-being. I have delivered on lighting upgrades for Melbourne City Hockey Club to help the club have adequate facility to play at night. The resurfacing of the netball court at Karunda Reserve for the Tingara Netball Club helps many of the women and girls playing netball. New cricket nets for the Epicross Cricket Club, and new set sail for Murdoch University Melbourne Cricket Club. The new glass panel for the squash court at Blue Gum Tennis Club in Brentwood are especially exciting, giving clubs junior squash success. There is, of course, more to do, and just as I have every day, I look forward to continuing to work hard to serve and deliver for the people of Tangney. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Tangi, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to bring attention to a very important project that has captured the hearts of the Geraldton community, and that is a proposal for a jetty. Since late 2021, this idea has gained significant support, and as the member for Durack, I have been a very strong advocate for this vision since its inception and remain convinced that a jetty would be a game changer for Geraldton. Geraldton is much more than just any old coastal city. It is a vital hub for regional industries like mining, fishing, grain and sheep production. It is also a key player in West Australia's tourism landscape, serving as the gateway to the stunning northwest and the incredible Abrolhos Islands, a pristine natural wonder that many consider our crown jewel. Geraldton is a city on the rise. Since the pandemic, more Australians have sought the benefits of regional living, and Geraldton has been leading the way. In fact, recent data from the Regional Australia Institute showed it was the fastest growing regional city in the country during the 2022-2023 period. With this rapid growth, of course, comes an opportunity and a responsibility to invest in infrastructure that will enhance both the lifestyle of our residents and the appeal of our city as a destination. A jetty for Geraldton is one such investment, and the overwhelming community support for this project is undeniable, with the Jetty for Geraldton Community Facebook group amassing 7,000 followers and growing. Their passion for a jetty has energised residents across Geraldton and the surrounding area. Now, this is not just some pipe dream. It is a practical, achievable vision that would provide significant benefits to both locals and visitors. The draft designs for the jetty show that it has been carefully planned to be environmentally sensitive, ensuring that it will complement the natural beauty of our coastline while creating a legacy that future generations can enjoy. A jetty provides something, well, for everybody. A place for families to walk, fish, or just watch the sunset. Geraldton has the best sunsets, let me assure you, Deputy Speaker. Somewhere for teenagers to swim and gather safely with their friends, or for older residents just to, go for a stroll, socialise and take in the coastal beauty. And for those who may not be able to swim, including perhaps those with a disability, it's a way for people to connect with the water in a safe and accessible way. Beyond its social value, a jetty would be a powerful driver of tourism. Geraldton already has much to offer visitors, but this would add something truly special to our city, and with our amazing foreshore, the jetty would simply be the icing on the cake. Across Australia, jetties are proven attractions that draw people in, from locals enjoying the ocean breeze to tourists seeking that perfect photo opportunity. Bustleton, in my dear friend Nola Marino's electorate, the member for Forest, they have a shining example in their city where they have an iconic jetty has been a key driver of local business and tourism. Having met regularly with the Jetty for Geraldton Community Group, I have seen their dedication and their belief in this project's potential to transform Geraldton. Their leader, local Mark O'Brien, he's to be commended for his vision, passion and drive. The concept here is clear. The jetty would encourage greater outdoor engagement, strengthen the bonds within our community and create new opportunities for tourism growth. I was very pleased the City of Geraldton recently committed $50,000 for an initial feasibility study. Of course, this is a key step to making this community vision a reality. In fact, tomorrow afternoon, the Council will consider their jetty business case options analysis report for the first time, the outcome of which will shape the project's future. The Council's report also states that a jetty would contribute to increasing the livability of Geraldton and that it would support community and our youth by promoting physical and mental wellbeing. These are just some of the benefits that are outlined within the City of Geraldton's report. So a jetty for Geraldton, this is an opportunity to create something lasting and meaningful for Geraldton. I'm determined to continue my fight for this project because I believe in its potential to bring people together, boost our economy and make Geraldton an even better place to live and visit for generations to come. Quite simply, Geraldton deserves better.
I thank the member for Durack and I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A former member of this place, Pete Steedman, passed away on the 10th of July. He was 80 years old. In 1983, Pete was elected as member for Casey and was part of the first Hawke government that sat in the old Parliament House. As I missed the opportunity to speak on his condolence motion, I wanted to record my sympathies and sincere condolences to his family and to his many friends. I also wanted to place on Hansard his achievements. Deputy Speaker, I was fortunate to attend and speak at a large gathering at Victorian Trades Hall on Saturday, September the 7th, to celebrate his life. On the day, I reflected upon the influence Pete had upon people around him, upon the Labor movement and the Labor Party, but his political activism started well before arriving in Canberra. In fact, he was first known for being editor of Monash University's student newspaper, Lot's Wife, in the mid-1960s. That's right. A couple of alumni here. This was, of course, during the early days of Monash University and during the emergence of social movements and growing opposition to the then Vietnam War. So whether it was protesting against conscription for young men or fighting Indigenous land rights, Pete was at the forefront of many of these social movements, these activities. At Trades Hall in September, a senior cabinet minister in the Hawke and Keating governments, Gareth Evans, was in attendance too, and he recounted his success in convincing Pete to move to the University of Melbourne and become editor of its student newspaper, Farrago. So he had the quinella, the only person to hold the editorial roles of both universities. And later on, of course, he became managing editor of Oz magazine that was subject to the prosecution in London for what was then seen to be obscenities. It's a good reminder about how repressive things were back in those days. Yep. And these experiences sharpened Pete's journalistic and political skills, which he used so effectively for the rest of his life. But, Deputy Speaker, he was a victim of the fickle fate of politics, losing the 1984 election, owing in particular to a brutal redistribution of his seat. And he then moved on to assist the Municipal Employees Union, where I got to know him relatively well, and he was really an important conduit for the union to engage with the federal government. And at a time we had just won a work value case for home carers, but we needed Commonwealth funding, and I managed at the age of 25 to meet Paul Keating through the efforts of Pete Steedman in the old Parliament House in 1987, which was a great bonus for the members of that union, the home care workers who were being paid so little, and again, echoes of what we do now, increase and improve wages for low-paid workers and then make sure the Commonwealth funds them, and that's what exactly Keating did, but it was in large part due to Pete Steedman's advocacy, which I won't forget. Well, you know, some of the best parties that were ever conducted in my lifetime were, of course, held at his place in Hurstbridge, which he had purchased off David Williamson, the playwright. And we used to have these Guy Fawkes days where 60 up to 100 people would turn up, starting at lunchtime, culminating in a bonfire and fireworks display, and there'd be an effigy. And the effigy was never representative of Guy Fawkes. It was always a political rival that had crossed Pete that year. So they were remarkable days. We had wonderful time with Pete and with Julie and his family. So, Deputy Speaker, it was a sad day when Pete passed, but he had a glorious life. And he did some remarkable things, including establishing Oz Music to cultivate and promote and elevate local Australian music. And every November it is Oz Music Month, and we can thank Pete Steedman and others for ensuring that. He got together the musicians and the strategic minds of Michael Gudensky and really elevated that. Pete was a remarkable character. We broke the mould, but he will be always remembered as a decent, remarkable Labor man.
I thank the member for Gorton, and I call the member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Mr Speaker, 2024 is almost over, and looking back on the year that's been, one of the biggest highlights for Wide Bay, and one that will save lives, is the long-awaited opening of the Gympie Bypass. The new 26-kilometre corridor completes the Karoi to Curra 4-lane upgrade and transforms one of the deadliest sections of the Bruce Highway into one of the safest. But there is still much to do, and we need to extend that 4-lane divided highway north of Curra to Maryborough, and I'll be working with the new LNP state government to get cracking on the Tyro bypass and everything in between. 2024 has been a tough year for Wide Bay's community service and sporting groups, with rising costs having an impact on their capacity to deliver programs and services which so many people rely on. With the Labor government slashing the funding and opportunities for not-for-profit organisations, programs like the volunteer grants are vital. The volunteer grants program supports the work volunteers undertake in the community, providing funding for equipment and training to make their work easier, safer and more enjoyable. Local organisations like the Gympie and Pomona District Meals on Wheels, Gympie Medical Transport and the Volunteer Coast Guard at Tin Can Bay received grants to provide fuel reimbursements for their volunteers who use their own vehicles to help others. The Proud Marys, Curra Country Club, Mergen Mustangs Junior Rugby League and the South Burnett PCYC use their funds to train and upskill their volunteers and conduct child safety background checks. The Sherburg Ration Shed used their grant to purchase sewing and craft equipment to create artwork that continues to tell the story of life in Cherbourg under the Aboriginal Protection Act. Riding for the Disabled Maryborough is building a ramp for their riders to use when mounting and dismounting. The Baddo Scouts group bought a branded marquee and the Gympie Pistol Club purchased a ride-on mower. A number of organisations like the Karura Historical Society, Maryborough Military Aviation Museum, Noosa District Basketball, Creative Country, Kandanga Cemetery and Widgie District Hall and Recreation Association and the Bopple Band Hall, Maryborough Regional Arts Council, Friends of Amamore and the Maryborough Speedway used their grants to purchase furniture, computers, tools and safety and maintenance equipment to support the great work that they do for the community. The volunteers and staff at the Wide Bay's RSL sub-branch also do an incredible job supporting veterans and their families. And I congratulate the Mergen and Gympie sub-branches on receiving funding from the Veteran Wellbeing Grants Program during 2024. The Mergen's Veterans Drop-In Centre, which was funded as an election commitment of mine in 2019, they are upgrading their outdoor area, which will be great for those who utilise the facility. The Gympie RSL sub-branch is using their funding to provide free and low-cost physical exercise activities for the veterans community. This is just a snapshot of some of the many activities that have occurred in Wide Bay, and it goes to show that even small amounts of money can make a big difference. I thank the Wide Bay's volunteers for all their efforts and wish them all the very best and a Merry Christmas for 2025.
Thank the member for Wide Bay, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, next month, December this year, marks 50 years since Cyclone Tracy devastated Darwin on December the 24th and the early hours of Christmas Day in 1974. It killed at least 66 people and destroyed more than 70% of Darwin's buildings, including 80% of its homes. It was our worst peacetime disaster in modern times until the devastating Black Saturday bushfires in 2009. It was also the largest peacetime evacuation in Australia's history. Over 25,000 people were evacuated by air and more than 7,000 Territorians left by road. 1 week later, only 10,000 people remained in Darwin, and the Darwin community rallied together to start cleaning up and rebuilding the city. Our Australian Defence Force was a part of this response and relief work, as Dr. Tom Lewis has written about in his new book called Cyclone Warriors. With the start of the cyclone season this month, this anniversary serves as a stark reminder of the need for robust disaster preparedness and response measures, many of which were established in the wake of Cyclone Tracy. It's a reminder to have your family plan ready to go and a good emergency cyclone kit also at the ready. Deputy Speaker, the 50th anniversary of Cyclone Tracy is a significant national event. Despite being 50 years ago, it is still very raw in the Darwin community for those that were there and survived that night. And that's why I'm working with the Northern Territory Government, the City of Darwin and the broader community to commemorate this event. And that's why the Albanese Labor Government committed $600,000 to deliver a permanent memorial at East Point with the Remembering Cyclone Tracy group to mark the anniversary, but also a contribution towards a commemorative installation at Bundilla. Now, Deputy Speaker, there has been some disquiet about the design of the City of Darwin project, and I acknowledge that there is a variety of views about how best to mark the event. This is the 50th anniversary, after all, of a very traumatic event which no physical memorial could ever really, truly reflect. But I'll continue to support the telling of stories in significant places like the bent-in-half twisted power poles at Casuarina Secondary College, which are a profound reminder of the fury of the wind that night, that the wind would bend iron power poles. East Point will have a dedicated space for the memorial by the water where Cyclone Tracy made landfall to mark this chapter in our history, and that'll be a place where survivors and their families can visit to remember, to reflect and to heal. This, coupled with the new exhibition at the Museum and Art Gallery of the NT, MAG-NT, will be a place where visitors and new Territorians can learn about this tragedy and pay their respects, and that updated exhibition is opening on the 7th of December. Now, Deputy Speaker, with others, I approached the Royal Australian Mint to commission a commemorative coin to mark the 50th anniversary of Tracy. They would not agree to do so, unfortunately, arguing that it was only a territory issue rather than a national event. It's wrong, wrong, wrong.
Yep.
In 1974, Australia faced a series of natural disasters. They were absolutely unprecedented at the time, absolutely unprecedented, and they culminated in Cyclone Tracy on Christmas Eve. At the beginning of that year, the East Coast was battered by torrential rain, with 6,700 homes in Brisbane inundated with water, and the 1974 bushfire season was the worst Australia had faced in 30 years. So not only was Tracy a national event in that the nation responded and took people from Darwin into their homes all around the country, but it also changed the way in which the Commonwealth responded to natural disasters. It really was a national event. The Whitlam government created the Darwin Reconstruction Authority to rebuild Darwin. It was planned to take 5 years, but Territorians cracked on and got it done in 3 years. And this leadership means that most buildings in Darwin are now built to withstand a Category 5 cyclone. It certainly was an event of national significance. And with the help of the people of Australia, we rebuilt Darwin to be the incredible place it is today. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Solomon. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Free TAFE Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Melbourne.
I call the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the fee-free TAFE bill because I know that TAFE changes lives. TAFE is the beating heart of Australia's vocational education and skills training. Its importance cannot be overstated. It is a powerhouse of opportunity, equipping millions of Australians with the practical skills and qualifications that they need to thrive in the workforce. And for the nation, TAFE creates a highly skilled population making an invaluable contribution to our nation's economy and society. And for a world that is rapidly changing, with new technologies reshaping industries, our TAFE system is critical. It equips Australians with the expertise and adaptability to meet the challenges of the future head-on. Whether it's training our healthcare workers, electricians, mechanics, hospitality staff or IT professionals, TAFE creates the skilled workforce that keeps our country running and competitive on the global stage. This bill expands our government's commitment to the skills sector. It is transformational. It will support the delivery of at least 100,000 full-time places across Australia each year from 2027, when the current fee-free TAFE agreement ends. It cements TAFE at the heart of the vocational education and training sector. Its practical impact is profound. It removes financial barriers to education and training, particularly for those experiencing economic disadvantage. It targets areas of high workforce demand, emerging skills needs, and national and state or territory priorities. Since we introduced fee-free TAFE 18 months ago, we've seen 508,000 enrolments in the program. This is a testament to its popularity, necessity and success. Ongoing fee-free TAFE will offer greater certainty to students, employers and industry, as well as the states and territories. And at a time when cost of living pressures are real for so many Australians, this bill provides relief by removing the financial barriers that prevent people from accessing education and training. Fee-free TAFE is popular. Fee-free TAFE is working, and under Labor, fee-free TAFE will continue. Deputy Speaker, a few weeks ago, the Minister for Skills and I visited the Canberra Institute of Technology, CIT, campus in Bruce, here in my electorate of Canberra. We met nursing and early childhood education students benefiting from their fee-free courses. Their passion for learning and their excitement for their future careers was truly inspiring. The difference fee-free TAFE has made to them was incredible, and we're making the decision that this will continue for the long term. We met a refugee from Afghanistan who was building a new life through TAFE. We heard from a Navy veteran who was retraining for a civilian career. We spoke with young Australians brimming with optimism about their future. This is what fee-free TAFE is about. And I just want to take this moment to talk a little bit about CIT here in Canberra. Last year, CIT marked 95 years of education in our city. It was founded in 1928 as the Tilapia Park Technical Trades School, and at the time was opened by the Prime Minister, Stanley Bruce. Today, almost a century on, CIT spans 5 campuses, is the peak public vocational education and training provider in the ACT, and educates around 20,000 students every year. And with 2 Labor governments, both here in this place and in the Territory, it is an exciting time to be involved in vocational education and training. When we came to government, we acted fast to implement the landmark 12-month skills agreement. The ACT government was quick to sign on, leading to an injection of more than $16.5 million into the ACT skills and training sector. This initially supported more than 2,500 fee-free TAFE places at CIT. Another 4,400 students enrolled in these fee-free courses in the last financial year, with almost another 4,000 places available in the next few years when the measures proposed in this bill would take effect. That represents an additional $8.86 million from 2024 to 26. I am genuinely so proud of the huge take-up of fee-free TAFE in my electorate. For the students, this represents savings of thousands of dollars every year, along with lifelong skills which will set them up for the future. I was also incredibly proud to stand alongside the former Minister for Skills, the member for Gorton, Brendan O'Connor, and ACT Minister Chris Steele to announce at CIT the first TAFE Centre of Excellence in the country. This Centre of Excellence is for electric vehicles and is already providing world-class training for the EV jobs of the future. And this was building on the existing success of CIT's electrical vehicle training hub at the Fyshwick campus here in my electorate. As the take-up of EVs increases, it's so important that we have the workforce that is able to service and maintain them. The Canberra TAFE Centre for Excellence is educating, the CIT is educating that workforce right now at the TAFE Centre of Excellence. Fantastic skills training right here in Canberra, thanks to the Albanese government's commitment to skills and training. And this TAFE Centre of Excellence at CIT in Canberra is bringing students from all around the country who want to take advantage of this incredible training hub for those jobs of the future in electric vehicles. What is interesting and disappointing, although not surprising, is the reaction to this bill from those opposite. I mean, it's hardly a shock that they're opposing this bill. It is literally all they do in this place. They genuinely must be the least constructive opposition in history. You would think, though, on a bill that will make vocational education accessible to more Australians, that they may take a different approach. But the Coalition love to pretend they're on the side of tradies. And they love to pretend that they're here to fight for battlers. But when push comes to shove, they revert to type and act as a blocker to the economic prosperity, to the education, to the life-changing impacts of Australians who would benefit from the policies of the Albanese Labor government. The Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party called investment in our TAFE sector wasteful spending. Wasteful spending. I wonder if she would be so bold to say that to the face of the hundreds of thousands of students enrolled in one of these popular courses in the incredibly important skills areas for our economy. I wonder if she would say that to the educators or the councils or the communities that TAFE support around the nation. But it is true to form, given the decade of neglect, cuts and indifference to TAFE that the Liberals presided over. Something I wasn't expecting, though, was the mental gymnastics some of those opposite would perform to mock and criticise my constituents in order to oppose this bill. I happened to catch some of the member for Nichols' contribution on this bill in what could only be described as some... he went on to say how Canberra is a taxpayer-funded region, how people here are paid for by his constituents, how his constituents make their own money through their efforts, whereas mine apparently don't. I would never attack the member for Nichols' constituents, but this is something as a member for Canberra that unfortunately I see all the time. Particularly from those opposites, because it's somehow an attack on government, because public servants live here, because we are the nation's capital, and it's, you know, a pretty easy win to criticise our city and our community. But I do, you know, I'm very proud of what is happening with TAFE, or CIT as it is here in Canberra, and the huge take-up that we have seen in this city around our fee-free TAFE, and that will be continuing. Because, Speaker, TAFE breaks down barriers. Whether you're from rural or regional Australia, whether you're looking to retrain after a job loss, whether you're a school leaver who might not see university as the right fit for you, TAFE offers you a path to success. It empowers women, people with disabilities and those from disadvantaged backgrounds to fully participate in the economy. The Australian economy relies on skilled workers, from the construction industry to renewable energy, from aged care to advanced manufacturing. So many industries are powered by people who have honed their craft through vocational training. And investing in TAFE is not just about investing in education. It's about investing in Australia's future economic prosperity. Every dollar spent on skills training has a multiplier effect, boosting productivity, innovation and competitiveness. By expanding our commitment to fee-free TAFE, we're addressing skills shortages. By expanding funding, improving facilities and supporting Australians undertaking their apprenticeships, we can fill critical gaps in industries like nursing, early childhood education, engineering and green energy. TAFE graduates are job ready from day one, capable of meeting the demands of the workforce with hands-on experience and practical know-how. Labor backs them. Labor backs opportunity. Labor backs our skills sector, and Labor backs TAFE, including our CIT here in Canberra. And as I said, Speaker, it was truly wonderful to meet some students when we visited CIT in Bruce a few weeks ago with the Minister for Skills, and hear about what the difference fee-free TAFE was making to them. As I mentioned, one woman that we met was a refugee from Afghanistan who was undertaking a degree in early childhood education, and that was seeing her being able to work in the community in this, you know, high demand area and highly skilled and dedicated area, which you know, again, Labor has supported a pay rise for early childhood educators, long overdue, the recognition and proper pay for this incredibly skilled sector, which, you know, as a mother with children in early childhood education can see just, you know, are in awe of the job that they do every day. This was enabling her to undertake that important education and pursue her career in that area. There was also another woman who was a refugee from Sudan who was also undertaking an early childhood education degree. And we also met some nursing students. One was a former Navy officer who was wanting to retrain in nursing, and the fee-free TAFE had made that a reality for her as a single parent. Not having to pay those fees was able to, this was really helpful to her to be able to undertake that degree. And it was really inspiring as well to meet with some of the teachers at the Bruce campus of CIT and hear about the great opportunities for education they have there, the equipment, the things that they have to teach nursing. It was all very good to see that we are getting behind these important educational institutions. I've also had the pleasure to several times visit the electric vehicle training hub at the Fyshwick campus of CIT and talk to mechanics there who were training in electric vehicles, and also to hear in particular about the safety element of this and how, as we see more and more electric vehicles on the road, we need to actually have people trained in how to deal with accidents or malfunctions of those vehicles, as well as people needing to mechanics needing to be able to service and repair those vehicles, including heavy vehicles. And so we met a mixture of students there, some who were young people beginning in these areas that they were so passionate about, and others who were already mechanics who were learning these new skills as our economy transitions towards more electric vehicles taking up more of the new vehicles being sold. And the ACT has some of the highest take-up of electric vehicles in the country, so it's really fitting that we have this hub here. And as I said, it was building on what our wonderful CIT, the Canberra Institute of Technology, was already doing. And I was proud that the Albanese Labor government chose for this to be the first national TAFE centre of excellence in the country, right here in Canberra. So I'm really proud that our government is backing TAFE, including CIT here in Canberra. And I know that this will change so many lives, fee-free TAFE, enabling people who may not have been able to afford to undertake these opportunities to be able to undertake them. And that is exactly what the transformative power of education is. And Labor will always want to make it as accessible to everyone as we can. And this is what fee-free TAFE is about, and I'm really pleased that it would continue under a re-elected Labor government. I just want to take this quick opportunity to acknowledge the incredible work of the member for Gorton, the former Minister for Skills, who began this work when he was Minister on the fee-free TAFE and delivered that. He has made such an incredible contribution to this Parliament and will be much missed as he is retiring at the election. Thank you.
We call to the Assistant Minister.
I move the debate on this bill be adjourned and made an order for the day for a later sitting.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. In accordance with the resolution agreed earlier today, debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.